Okay, let's try this again for space news. How's that working? Can you guys hear me okay? It didn't reassign any of my mics or anything. We good? Great, grand, wonderful. 5x5. The music sound okay? Well, YouTube didn't hear it, but anyway. This is the Space and Wet Dress Rehearsal review. What's going on, guys? How is everybody doing? Apologies, I'm not in the best of not moods. I don't feel too incredibly good, so we'll play it by ear. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, the big thing today, dudes, the big thing is that NASA is doing a wet dress rehearsal with the Artemis 2 stack out at Launch Complex 39B. Is it playing at normal speed? Yeah, okay. Cool. I'm so ready for Sunday. Yeah, they did seem to have some problem topping off the LH2 tank, but it seems to be working correctly now. The text crawl is really screwing with me.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's really loud on my end. Hang on, let me I just need to adjust the playback here. This headset's a little bit different than the Black Shark. So I have the Razer Black Shark charging, dudes. It's charging and it should be it should be good to go. I have the other headset charging. This is my tertiary headset. This is the headset I use down in the house if I'm doing something out there. It's a Audio Technica. It's a nice headset. This is an ATH M50. It's a good headset. Yeah. Feeling better? Not really. I have some disgusting brain fog today, dude. But yeah, we'll be fine. Hey, High-Clue, 19-month resub. D-Pick had a 64-month resub before that. WD-40 had a 2-hour one from the alert test. Yeah, dude, I'm not doing good today. I don't know what the heck's going on. I can't think straight. It probably is from getting like 2 to 3 hours of sleep, but this doesn't feel like sleep deprivation, but I don't know, whatever. Good evening. Did not have SpaceX taking over X.AI on your bingo card. Yeah, well, the wet dress rehearsal ticks off. You guys, everybody's going to be wanting to see what's going on here. And forgive me, I might not be able to give you the best insight on it today. But I'm going to take the wet dress rehearsal footage. I'm going to put it up there, the wet dress rehearsal stream. I'm going to put it up there for now. So, SpaceX has acquired xAI, forming one of the most ambitious vertically integrated innovation engines on and off Earth. Okay, X.AI joins SpaceX to accelerate humanity's future. SpaceX has acquired X.AI to form the most ambitious vertically integrated innovative engine on and off Earth. With AI, rockets, space-based internet, direct-to-mobile device communications, and the world's foremost real-time information and free speech platform. This marks not just the next chapter, but the next book in SpaceX and xAI's mission, scaling to make a sentient sun to understand the universe and Scaling to make a sentient sun and understand the universe and extend the light of consciousness to the stars. Current advances in AI are dependent on large terrestrial data centers, which require immense amount of power and cooling. Global electricity demand for AI simply cannot be met within terrestrial solutions, even in the near term, without imposing hardship on communities and the environment. In the long term, space-based AI is obviously the only way to scale. To harness even a millionth of our sun's energy would require over 1,000,000 times more energy than our civilization currently uses. The only logistical solution, therefore, is to transport these resource-intensive efforts to a location with vast power and space. I mean, the space is called space for a reason. Laughing, crying emoji. By directly harnessing near constant solar power with little operating or maintenance cost, these satellites will transform our ability to scale compute.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Putzbert, 12-month resub. It's good to see you back, man. Appreciate it. It's always sunny in space. Launching a constellation of 1,000,000 satellites that operate as an orbital data center is a first step towards becoming a Kardashev 2 level civilization, one that can harness the sun's full power while supporting AI-driven applications for billions of people today and ensuring humanity's multi-planets. Are you going to wear a wet dress for us? Do you want me to wear a wet dress for you? It's a little weird. It's a little bit of a weird request. I mean, I don't feel like getting hypothermia today, so I'm going to probably go ahead and veto the whole dress thing, you know? I'm going to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there. All right. Orbital data centers. In the history of spaceflight, there has never been a vehicle capable of launching the megatons of mass that space-based data centers or permanent bases on the moon and cities on Mars require. Even in 2025, the most prolific year in history in terms of the number of orbital launches, only about 3,000 tons of payloads were launched. 3,000 tons of payload were launched into orbit, primarily consisting of Starlink satellites carried by our Falcon rocket. The requirement to launch thousands of satellites to orbit became a forcing function for the Falcon program, driving recursive improvements to reach the unprecedented flight rates necessary to make space-based internet a reality. This year, Starship will begin delivering the much more powerful V3 Starlink satellites to orbit, with each launch adding more than 20 times the capacity to the constellation as the current Falcon launches of the V2 Starlink satellites. Starship will also launch the next generation of direct-to-mobile satellites, which will deliver full cellular coverage anywhere on Earth. While the need to launch these satellites will act as a similar forcing function to drive Starship improvements and launch rates, the sheer number of satellites that will be needed for space-based data centers will push Starship to even greater heights. With launches every hour carrying 200 tons per flight, Starship will deliver millions of tons to orbit and beyond per year, enabling an exciting future where humanity is out exploring the stars. The basic math is that launching 1,000,000 tons per year of satellites generating 100 kilowatts of compute power per ton would add 100 gigawatts of AI compute capacity annually with no ongoing operational or maintenance needs. Ultimately, there's a path to launching 1 terawatt a year from Earth. My estimate is that within 2 to 3 years, the lowest cost way to generate AI compute will be in space. This cost efficiency alone will enable innovative companies to forge ahead in training their AI models and processing data at unprecedented speeds and scales. accelerating breakthroughs in our understanding of physics and invention of technologies to benefit humanity. This new constellation will build upon the well-established space sustainability design and operational strategies, including end-of-life disposal, that have proven successful for SpaceX's existing broadband satellite systems. While launching AI satellites from Earth is the immediate focus, Starship's capabilities will also enable operations on other worlds. Thanks to advancements like in-space propellant transfer, Starship will be capable of landing massive amounts of cargo on the moon. Once there, it will be possible to establish a permanent presence for scientific and manufacturing purposes. Factories on the moon can take advantage of lunar resources to manufacture satellites and deploy them further into space. By using an electromagnetic mass driver and lunar manufacturing, it is possible to put 500 to 1,000 terawatt a year of AI satellites into deep space, meaningfully ascend the Kardashev scale, and harness a non-trivial percentage of the sun's power. The capabilities we unlock by making space-based data centers a reality will fund and enable self-growing bases on the moon, an entire civilization on Mars, and ultimately expansion to the universe. Thank you for everything you have done and will do for the light cone of consciousness. Ad Astra, Elon. It was a company-wide email, Boz. It's for the data centers up there, Cliff. I mean, I guess it's like I said before, fellas. We talked about this on a Space and Rocket review a little while ago. I get it. I get the play. It makes sense.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Hip. 116-month resub. Weird day. Yeah, Mondays, dude. The wet dress rehearsal is going on right now, Sesh. I have it up in the background. They're L minus 3 hour, 54 minutes, 50 seconds right now. I'm not against what's going on here necessarily, dudes, but I wouldn't say I'm kind of for this either. I said it so much better in a Space News the other day, but my brain is just paced. I think I'm getting sick, dudes. I think I'm getting sick. Oh no. I guess where I'm at is, look, if Elon's right and the AI bubble doesn't pop, SpaceX will have enough money indefinitely for a long time to be able to send whatever, wherever, whenever. That could actually fund a colony on Mars or a base on the moon or whatever. We're talking, a lot of people say like, oh, what if NASA had the defense budget? Well, SpaceX, if this works, SpaceX will have the defense budget for their funding, basically indefinitely for a long time. So it's not necessarily a bad idea. However, history, I do believe, is a good teacher. Okay? I do believe that history is a fantastic teacher. It can very much, if you understand the repercussions of actions from decisions throughout history, especially spaceflight history, you can predict what's going to happen in the future with a pretty reasonable analysis and assumption. With that being said, AI is a very, very new technology. Large language models, we'll call it, to be very clear. Now, fellas, I'm not a tech bro. I'm really not. I'm like the opposite of that. I do like computers. I grew up with computers, just like everybody else that's my age. We all grew up with computers. We all like computers. It's just, we all know how to use them. Throw up. Anyway, not because of the subject matter, because I like, with that being said, AI is a very new technology, and there have been times where the spaceflight industry, particularly the commercial spaceflight industry, has hitched itself to a technology that is not fully well understood. And the last time that happened, the launch market crashed completely. Completely. All launch providers in the 90s, so about 30 years ago. I don't like that. I just said that those words came out of my mouth. But in the 90s, everybody thought that internet satellite constellations were going to be the future, just like how they think they're going to be the future now. So the Iridium network went up there, and Viasat went up there, and everything else went up there. And then the dot-com bubble burst, and the commercial launch market in the United States basically collapsed overnight, to the point where flying rockets was not profitable anymore. That, coupled with a little bit of industrial espionage, the government basically consolidated all remaining working launch assets from the crashed commercial market, forced a merger, and made ULA. That and industrial espionage. Boeing and Lockheed were spying on each other, which is all right. So that basically led to stagnation until basically SpaceX came along. It set us back in the commercial launch market probably about 20 years. In fact, I would say that we didn't even get back to the point of that capability until ULA started making, Vulcan and started getting Atlas and Delta kind of shored up in the late 2010s. So it set us back about 20 years. I really, 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 really have a bad feeling about the space program hitching their wagon to a unproven technology. I feel, and once again, I am not on the cutting edge of large language models. If somebody wants to talk to me about this and educate me, I would really appreciate it. But with what I have seen, guys, AI is a solution looking for a problem. That is just my honest opinion. There are many things that AI can do that will help solve things and will make things better, for sure. Absolutely. But it seems like everyone treats it like it's the end-all, be-all solution to all your problems. Like if you crack artificial general intelligence, that the applications will be civilization changing, right? And it very much seems like you're in an arms race here. And I'm pretty sure that Elon thinks that this is more important, than, getting to Mars. Getting to Mars doesn't matter if AI destroys us, so, do the opposite of divide and conquer, right? Not divide and conquer, you know what I mean? Like roll the companies together and push it all through at once. So, you can use SpaceX to accelerate AI development, which will in turn accelerate SpaceX's development. And that's all fine and dandy. That's fine. But what? What is the purpose? What is the purpose? A data center in space? That's what I mean about a solution looking for a problem. I feel like it seems to me like AI is very much solutionist. Meaning, I have the solution to all the problems. This will solve all of our problems. And then when we finally do it, it doesn't solve anything. It just creates more problems. Because that's the secret about history. Yesterday's problems aren't today's problems. Today's problems aren't tomorrow's problems, right? The issues that we were facing 25, 30 years ago are not the issues we're facing now. Societal, social, whatever you want. Pick your construct of problems. Spaceflight. Reusability was a problem 20 years ago. It's not really worth it. It's not really worth it. Now it's worth it. See what I mean? I disagree. 25 years ago, the Patriots were a problem, and they still are. Some things are just constant, Pace. Some things are inevitable. Like entropy. You wanted Mahomes out of the Super Bowl. Where did that lead you? Right back to me. A large language model is only as good as the info we gave it. It simply cannot exceed the quality of the input. Well, that's good to know, right? Like, yeah, that's fine and dandy, right? But that's what I mean. Like, is there an end to this? Where's the end? There's an arms race for AI right now. Arms races are not tenable. Why do I watch this New England trash? You love it and you know it. Either that or Stockholm Syndrome. I used the previous Space News talking about the arms race during the late stages of the Cold War and how defense spending was used to drive your enemy into economic ruin. I do believe that's what Elon is trying to do right now with other AIs, with Google's AI, Microsoft, whatever they want to call it, not XAI, OpenAI or whatever that thing is. I think that's what he's trying to do. The problem is that where's the end goal? What's the end goal? You drive all the other companies out, and then what? What if you still haven't developed AI? Do you just stop doing it? How most people wouldn't be able to accelerate it? Well, how most people wouldn't be able to accelerate scientific discovery if they were sent to the past because they don't understand enough. I fear something similar might happen with AI. My classmates use ChatGPT for literally every engineering homework and assignment to the point where they can't do anything without it. It's funny, Lava. They don't even realize that they're paying for an engineering degree. And that money is going right into Google or ChatGPT or Sam Altman's pockets. All you're doing by querying the AI and asking it to do physics problems is teaching it how to do physics. You are literally passing the buck on your college education by using ChatGPT. That's hilarious to me. Because college is an investment in yourself. It's an investment in yourself to make yourself more employable. That's what it is. You using ChatGPT to do your engineering homework for you makes that investment not in you, but in the AI that you're using. You are literally passing the buck right to AI, which is hilarious to me. I can't believe somebody would have the wherewithal to do that intentionally and be like, yeah, this is fine. It made my homework easier, bro. Like, tinfoil hat time. AI is not a solution looking for a problem. The problem is human intelligence, and AI is the solution to get rid of it. Very Matrix-esque of you. I mean, another point of view, other companies also running to make AI centers in space. Relativity's new CEO wants that as a priority. Yeah, Eric Schmidt, another tech bro. OpenAI literally wanted to buy Stoke to do that too. Yeah, and thank God Andy Lapsa said no. Look, once again, guys, I'm not really indifferent. I'm kind of indifferent on this whole thing. I don't mind that SpaceX is merging with X.AI because as a spaceflight fan, this could give you basically a blank check to go wherever you want in space. Everybody has always brought up the an economic problem when it comes to colonizing space. We got to have a reason. There needs to be a reason. There needs to be a reason to build a rocket to go up there. Nobody needs a fully reusable rocket.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Right? That's why it hasn't been developed. Right? Nobody needs one until SpaceX needed one. And if they're maintaining this AI data center and then establishing bases on the moon, well, there's your need. And from that need, you can figure out, you can do other things with it. Oh no, 67-month resub. Another month to the ledger. Thanks, man. And hip hop had a 116-month resub before that. Weird day. Okay, I already replied to that. But SpaceX already had a blank check, basically, with Starlink. Yeah, Binal, that's why I kind of don't really understand this. I feel like Mike Ehrmantraut in Breaking Bad. If you just sat there, if you just done your job, we would have been fine. We had a good thing going. We were printing money. We had a good thing going. Why do I feel like that? When is it going to be enough? Starlink isn't enough to fund this program? You just had to go and screw it up with your ego. Yeah, right? I don't know if... Maybe it's because AI doesn't interest me nearly as much as spaceflight does, dudes. And that's I don't know if that's on me, or I don't know if I should care. It's a hell of a bet. It's a hell of a bet to try and to do this, to hitch SpaceX's wagon and then de facto the entire U.S. space program behind it. Because you could say oh, but EJ, we have Orion and we have SLS. Yes, we have that rocket that's having trouble launching in inclement weather. Yes, we have that. No. Who goes to the space station? Who launches American astronauts from American soil? Who maintains logistics on the space station? SpaceX. You are inadvertently putting... who's making the lander for the moon? SpaceX. You are inadvertently staking the U.S. space program against AI, or hitching your wagon to it, I should say. You're not staking against it for sure. I don't like that. I really don't. I'm not hating by any means. That's just that's very risky, because if AI pops, we're kind of boned. Not just U.S. spaceflight, Western spaceflight in general, given things with Ariane. Yeah, that's not a good idea. This could easily be a distraction from Rule 8 stuff by Elon. Shrug. Yeah, you're talking about that thing. I don't know, dude. That other thing doesn't seem like good information, to be sure, but I don't know, maybe. SpaceX dominates the U.S. launch market by a massive margin. Yes, that's correct. And Jake, what I'm saying is, if you hitch SpaceX's wagon, proverbially, to AI, and the AI bubble pops, SpaceX is going to be dominating nothing. They'll dominate the snack bar. And I don't want to say that about SpaceX because I'm a huge SpaceX fanboy. But XRIA is less than a quarter of the valuation of SpaceX. You guys can say all right, dudes. You guys can come at me with all these numbers, and that's fine and dandy. But nobody thought in 1995. Nobody thought the launch market was going to crash. Nobody thought that. Between the defense missions and internet satellite constellations, the launch market ain't going anywhere. In fact, it's going to grow to unprecedented levels. And then it crashed. And then that was the end of that. I think SpaceX bought XAI for a couple reasons. Data centers in space, having XAI when they go to their IPO raises their valuation. Elon wants everything under one roof. Correct. I have, King. I have. Why would AI popping affect SpaceX? It's internal. The money isn't making it there right now. If it pops, it shouldn't affect it too much. Starlink is the cash cow still. You guys seem pretty dang sure about it. I didn't get my headphones fixed. This is my tertiary headset. This is the headset that I have connected to my computer that's in the house. And I'm doing that while my other headset charges. I'm watching it. I have it on my desk. SpaceX acquired X.AI, Les. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know very little about economics, but we're looking at a cross investment with the AI industry. How can it not pop? The thing is the equivalent. Yeah, Lava. That's what I'm saying. You guys, even if it's like, people are saying like, oh, it's only a quarter of this. It won't affect SpaceX. But that's bullcrap. That's bullcrap. Of course it's going to affect SpaceX. Launch demand is going to go down. Whether, how much of that launch demand going down, people see, there seems to be an amount of demand going down that people are okay with. Which is very interesting to me. I just don't think it's wise hedging our space program against it. So either A, what the government needs to do at this point is just double freaking NASA's budget and make a whole internal program that's going to ensure steady scientific exploration over the next 30 years. Or B, take a risk on this. It's always Blue Origin. Yeah, I know, Milge. Yeah, Matt, I just, people say, oh, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Guys, I heard this before. Trojan possibly, yeah. It is owned by SpaceX Data, yes. Hey, Lucas, $5. XAI also includes Twitter. Do we really want SpaceX to own Twitter? A government-funded company funneling into a social media company is rough. You just noticing that now? That might be an issue? Okay. So X.AI doesn't own Twitter. X is a separate entity. I guess my entire argument is if the bubble pops, SpaceX would make more money because the cash drain of AI would disappear. Yeah, I guess it's a pretty safe bet, Trey. Oh, we have an update coming from the wet dress rehearsal. I guess it's a pretty safe bet. I just don't know if that's wise. I just had bad experiences with this before. They can also repurpose the orbital data centers to other uses. So this is the update status from NASA here on the SLS wet dress rehearsal. They're still not fully tanked on the ICPS.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
When does ICPS Hydrolox replenish? It's supposed to happen in the mission timeline. ICPS LH2 replenish minus 6 hour 50. Okay. Hey Dak, 4813 sub. What's up, dude? Only in the medium and long term is this bad. In the short run, it shouldn't affect everything. Give AI 3 to 5 years. X is a fully separate entity, but the debt Elon took to buy it was shifted to XAI due to accounting tricks. Okay. You're 3 hours behind schedule on tanking. Yeah. King, you're saying, so if AI pops, the full debt plus X plus all the infrastructure costs of Grok are now on SpaceX's sheet, assuming Tesla also crashes in this scenario, that will, yeah. I don't know. It really comes down to the independent finances of every single company, which I don't know enough about, dude. I don't know if any of the things that you said are right. I'd have to go look myself. It just, yeah, I don't know. I think, I don't hate Elon, but I try to be indifferent. You know what I mean? I do love SpaceX and I love what SpaceX does. I don't know, dudes. AI doesn't really interest me, I guess. I guess that's what's giving me the ick about this. I mean, from what everybody said, it seems like a pretty safe play, you know, and I would trust that Elon has people that are smart enough to not screw up the expenses, or not expenses, the books, right? I'm sure that the books are fine. Like, even if it does pop or something, it should be okay. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't do anything for me. Like, even if the end goal is going further in space, that's the part that I'm interested in. I'm not really interested in tech per se. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's yeah. If what Elon's saying is right, and once again, I wouldn't bet against him. You know, takes the impossible and makes it late by his own admission. Betting against him on a play like this usually doesn't work for anybody that's a dissenting opinion. The track record kind of speaks for itself. But also at the same time, yeah, AI just doesn't really interest me. I'm really only interested in AI as a venue to further space flight, and that's about it. I don't as an as an avenue for profitability to go further in space. I really don't care about it, to be 100% honest. I have a question away from X and back on the wet dress rehearsal. Do they have the ability to recycle fuel, or is it just wasted money? Fuel is an inconsequential cost to alleviate comparatively to the rocket. With that being said, no, they don't. It's basically one-time use, so to speak, unless it's a solid rocket booster. It'll eventually boil off if the wet dress goes well or not. You might be able to pump liquid oxygen back out, but most likely they'll just let it boil. And then the hydrogen, nah, that's a lost cause. Just let it boil off. Yeah, Fluffy, that's for sure. How long can Artemis 2 fill up 100% fuel? Uh, yeah, that's correct, Ed Bringer. Last question on AI. Have you heard of Leap 71? It's a company that uses engineering AI model to build rocket engines. They've already built one aerospike and a convectional rocket using Methalox. What do you think of that? I don't care. Lava. That's all fine and dandy. That's super cool. It doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't do anything for me. It really doesn't. I don't. All right. Sure. I wouldn't want AI designing a rocket. Some folks in here said it themselves. The AI is only good as good as the person querying it and the access to the data that it has. If you're trying to train an AI on public information about rocket engines that's available on the internet, in media and stuff, in literature, it's only going to get you so far. You basically, at that point, using AI to build you a rocket engine is basically giving you the knowledge level of like a freshman aerospace engineer at best. I wouldn't want a freshman aerospace engineer designing rocket engines. I mean, I'm sure there's some prodigies out there, and I'm sure people are really good at it, but I wouldn't do that. I would rather have somebody that's, a little more seasoned than that. The detonation suppression system. DSS test at Starbase. Oh. Cool. SpaceX trying to steal their thunder. Neat. As an engineer who uses AI every day, I wouldn't trust it at all to be solo. The amount of times you have to say you can't do that and it goes, you're absolutely right, and starts barking up the wrong tree. Yeah, I don't really consider that to be very innovative. Freshman rocket engineers are good at making things blow up, so I recommend they start working at a defense contractor, Kappa. From a lot of my professors, much of the knowledge in the industry isn't written and thus he kept insisting on getting an internship co-op. That's right. That's not what the company is doing. They're using AI to iterate on the design, feeding it data from each test to improve it. Hellfish, that's cool. It still doesn't do anything for me. I don't really care. Is that bad? I don't really care. Oh, that's great. Sweet. I'm telling you guys, AI just doesn't do anything for me. And that's me. That's on me, dude. You don't have to agree. Do you not understand it? No, I understand it pretty good and well. I just don't care. I don't get excited about it. I don't get excited about it, and I don't really choose what I do and don't get excited about. I get excited about a train or an airplane or that. That's cool. Yeah. All right. You understand that ChatGPT or Grok is literally 1% of what the AI is doing. It just doesn't do anything for me, dudes. Like, let me explain. How can I explain this better? Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, guys. Here. What is this? What is this? What is this? This is a 1/2-inch Milwaukee M18 brushless electric impact gun, right? Pretty cool. You use it to undo bolts on cars or on whatever you're working on, right? That's pretty neat. Is this your end-all be-all solution to working on a car? No. Can this thing time an engine? No. No, it can't. Can you torque heads with this? Yeah, you can, but probably shouldn't. Right? Can you torque down a lug nut with this? No. Will this work? Reasonably. Can you hit things with this? Yeah. Will it work? Yeah, it's metal. It'll work. Is it designed to be impacted against something? No, not really, but it'll work. That's how I feel about AI. It's good. It's a good piece of equipment. That's fine. But at the end of the day, people are getting excited about an impact gun to be your end-all be-all solution to working on a car, proverbially, right? That's why it doesn't do it. I don't get excited about a damn impact driver. Like, oh, I can fix my entire car with this. Oh my gosh, this thing is the best thing since sliced bread. That's how I feel. It's an impact driver, dude. It's just another tool. This tool is only as good as the person that uses it. Can the impact fuse two pieces of steel together? No. People do get excited about impact drivers. Does every auto mechanic look at this with the reverence of a carburetor or a fuel injector or anything like a torque wrench? Could probably stir weld it together. That's how I feel. And all the people that are saying like, well, you know, the impact gun, somebody likes an impact gun. You're proving my point. Like, people are treating this like it's the end all be all thing. Like, oh, my impact driver could, you know, it can learn to be used as a hammer by, you know, pistol whipping a nail with it or something. You could do a bunch of new things with it. It's an impact gun, dude. It's just a tool. Like, tools are cool, but I don't I don't look on it. I don't look at it with the same reverence of like a 4884 4000 series Union Pacific locomotive. Sorry, just doesn't do anything for me. It's a self-improving impact wrench. That's the unique part. You've reiterated that like 4 or 5 times now, and I don't really understand how that changes it. Oh, it's a self-learning impact wrench. What the frick is a self-learning impact wrench going to do better? It's a freaking impact wrench. Who cares? It's a wrench. What is it going to do? Screw the bolt in better? It's a wrench. It's an impact wrench. What is it going to do? Use electricity more efficiently? How do you wrench better? What does that even mean? You need an upgrade. Get a Gen 2. I don't. This thing works just fine. If you've seen MSC speedruns, you would know how to wrench better. Hey, it's your crappy analogy. It's not okay. It's okay to not understand why it's a big thing to so many. I'm gonna yell at you. I'm gonna yell at you. No. You're getting called a bad name. You're getting called a bad name. I never said any time in this entire thing that that doesn't mean that other people can't get excited about it. I don't get it. That's the point that you're missing. I don't get it. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't. Comparatively to something like spaceflight and colonizing other planets, AI is whatever. That's dumb. I don't like that. You're missing the point completely. I'm speaking my opinion on something, and I'm getting flack left and right from people that don't understand that I cannot like something. Also, no further updates on prop load. AI will enable faster than light travel. Sure it will. Why do I even try? Like, it's just, I'm sorry, I can't get excited. I'm not getting excited about it. It doesn't do anything for me. Heavy metal, I understand that. I get it. I never said I didn't understand it. I get what it does. I'm just saying I don't get really excited about it. That doesn't mean that other people can't get excited about it either. Holy crap, guys. I'm just going to, here, just look at SLS. Never mind. It's not, it's, yeah. Look at Orange Rocket. They're way behind on fueling right now. Check this out. You're not the only one. Well, yeah, I don't know. The AI slop will continue until morale improves. Dude, yeah, that's another thing, man. Like, the last press release is they're focusing on ICPS tank topping. Okay. Fellas, can I give you a conditional hypothetical? Look. Just hear me out. The people, Hellfish, everybody else is like, no, yeah, just hear me out here, okay? Listen. Just listen. I'm not going to try to change your mind. It's all good. Just, all right. You know, AI can be used as a tool. AI can be used to make things better. There's companies using AI to make rocket engines, etc., etc. That's great. That's all fine and dandy. All right. I just had a conversation in chat with a person about 45 minutes ago in this VOD about how engineering students are fully reliant on ChatGPT to do their engineering homework for them. Do you think, just answer the question. I'm not trying to change your mind, just something to noodle on. And I'm genuinely curious what people's reactions are. All right? Do you think that is making better or worse engineers? If you were at a defense contracting company and you had a bunch of engineers come through and they all use ChatGPT to do all their analysis, do you think that's making better or worse engineers? A lot of people are saying worse in both chats. So, cannon fodder, in your experience, worse. Engineers will be redundant, so you're asking the wrong question. No, I'm not, Hurtful. This is my logic exercise. You kind of jumped ahead a step. So in the future, ChatGPT will just engineer you a rocket engine, right? And then we forget how to make rocket engines. And you could say, oh, EJ, that won't happen. How many people here are using slide rules to do their analysis on anything? Yeah. How many people are doing that? Anybody here have a slide rule? Anybody here having held a slide rule? Do you even know what that is? Now, to be fair, the computer could, you could argue that, computational fluid dynamic simulation has made slide rules redundant. And that's fair. But, fellas, I would argue, we have infinite more amounts of computing power right now and infinite amounts of ways to do analysis, etc., etc., comparatively to our predecessors that were using an IBM Model 3 or something, during the Apollo program and slide rules to do analysis. They went to the moon with that. How come we can't? We have to sit here, we have to do analysis after analysis after analysis, and I'm not saying that we won't go. We will eventually, right? But it should be easy. We figured this out a half century ago. The point is that it's not. It's not. You see what I'm getting at? Fluffy, you'd never want one in my company. They would destroy project schedules and budgets. They have no idea what they're doing, nor can they figure out what they've done wrong. Large language models are a compression algorithm, no more. They will never engineer a damn thing. Well, remember, impact But Spartan, my impact wrench can be used as a hammer if I want it to be. If I want to hammer a nail in with my impact driver, I could do that. That's why AI doesn't excite me. It doesn't. I don't really think that. I understand it's a tool. I understand what it's used for. I understand large language models. My wife works with them. I get it. Like, I hear about it every day. I'm not ignorant to what's going on. I'm just saying it doesn't really do anything for me because I don't think this is tenable in the long run, to be honest with you. If anything, AI is going to make everyone stupid. And you could say, no, that's not going to happen, EJ. That's not going to happen. You cannot argue with me for 1 second that infinite access to knowledge in the palm of your hand has made people smarter. Think about it. Just something to noodle on. All stages are in replenish, baby. Let's go. Willie, I don't know. You know, now that I'm really thinking about it, I learned rocket science on the internet. I guess I'm a success story against my own point in that regard. But once again, I'm not like, that's great, dude. And once again, I'm not IBM training manual from 79. A computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must never make a management decision. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not necessarily against AI. I'm indifferent. I just can very much see a scenario where what AI does gets caught up in the static and it's very much hailed as an end-all be-all solution. Look at this evaluation. The evaluation from XAI and SpaceX is like over $1 trillion, right? Is it really worth $1 trillion? The reason why it's worth $1 trillion is the prospective money that could be made off AI data centers in space. That's why it's highly speculative. Am I wrong? Yeah, Bob, Bob, all I can think of is automation. All I can think of is automation in the automotive industry. That's all I can think of. We could do infinite automation, but there's still guys that work the lines, dude. There's still guys that work the lines because at the end of the day, even with all the automation that we have, you still can't replace the meat suit. It's NASA's official stream, drummer. It's worth $1 trillion because the stock market is a thinly veiled gambling machine and people like to gamble. They're gambling on the success of AI data centers, Hotbox. I don't necessarily hate AI, guys. I really don't. It just doesn't...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, thanks for the 5 subs, Predominant. The reason why I'm getting frustrated isn't because people are having the answers to all my questions either. I'm not... My head hurts, and I'm not able to communicate exactly what I want, what I'm trying to say, as well as I usually do. Attempted topic change. Why? Looks like Tim seems to agree. Starbase Live. Somebody blasting some samba music there, I think. I don't know. People loaded off in our IT department today. AI can write the code. Sure it can. Hey, Red, what's going on? Yeah, Netflix. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, I'm only getting frustrated because I can't. My brain can't say what I'm trying to say. You know. So this is a test. If it goes well, when is liftoff? Well, Janky, it's pending the results of the test. We need to see how far this thing can actually go, how far they can get in that countdown. So what they're going to do is they're going to get to about T minus 90 seconds, right? They're going to get to about T minus 90 seconds. They're going to hold the count. They're going to test with safing procedures for the vehicle, right? And then they'll recycle to the 10-minute hold. They'll basically rewind to T minus 10 minutes. And then they'll go through the count all the way down to 30 again. We will only really know when the true launch date is at the conclusion of those results. How likely do you think humanity will reach AGI? I don't know, Swamper. I don't know. Yeah. It is a beautiful rocket, Chris. Weird hill I'm going to die on. I think an AI therapist is an essential tech for human Mars exploration. When you're bringing 10-ish people, I don't think you have room for a therapist. Maybe that's why Elon wants to send hundreds of people at Mana. NVIDIA is breaking up with OpenAI and just killed a $100 billion investment. Baron, it's because Jensen and Elon are buddies. That's all I'm going to say. I actually get someone who thrives on fixing stuff and getting their hands dirty doesn't get excited about a program that thinks for you. It's like trying to get a Michelin chef excited about microwave meals. Don't let him get to you. Yeah, LS, I mean, dude, I come from the computer world, dude. Like, I'm a 3D artist before anything else. Could I code stuff? Yeah, sure. I mean, it's been so long, I just tell people that I don't know anything about software. Can I ask off-topic question about SLS? Of course, Vidojo. Yeah, go ahead. Do the RS-25s always vent during fueling? Well, it's the chill down. Yeah, they're circulating propellants through them to keep them cool as well. Well, I don't know if they're doing that necessarily to this far into the timeline. Or this. Oh, God, my stomach. Okay. RS-25. Yeah, they're bleeding liquid oxygen into them. That's what those vents are. Yeah, the MPS has already been chilled down and because they're loading propellants, dudes. It bothers you that the scrolling ticker is not a smooth scroll. For sure. Sorry for an SBL update. Massey's LN2 purge just occurred. Possible booster 19 testing soon. Huh. Never rains, but it pours, dude. Yeah, no, I don't know. I guess it's cool that they acquired it. Like yeah, I don't know. Just doesn't really do much for me. But either way, we have SLS on the pad right now, which is good. Didn't realize you were doing SLS too. Yeah, I'm here. How did astronaut get into the seats of the shuttle? There's a step ladder. Yeah, a step ladder to get up into the cockpit, dude. Here, I can show you. Use an impact drill. So, if you look at the back panel of the shuttle, like in here, this is a panoramic shot of the flight deck of the space shuttle. So if you look at a panoramic, note these panels right here. See those panels down on the aft end of the flight deck? They don't have anything on them. There's no buttons, there's no nothing. See these panels? Nothing on them. Those ones have something, but just bear with me here. Those have some detents. Those are probably circuit breakers and stuff. But when the shuttle is in the vertical position, these panels right here are what you're stepping on to get in the cockpit. They have, and then there's a ladder. They would install a ladder right here so you can climb up into the seats on the flight deck. Now, on the flight deck, you have 4 people. You can see the attachment points for the next seat, for another seat right here. You can ride 4 on the flight deck and 4 downstairs on the mid deck. But yeah, they basically have a ladder. That's it. Holy buttons. The shuttle's a complicated vehicle, dude. There's a lot going on in there. It all makes sense if you look at it. I mean, it's no more buttons than you'd see on an airplane from this time period. Five on the mid deck, yeah, but that didn't really happen very much. For the most part, W, it was 4. How many combinations of buttons? Well, they all. Once again, guys, if you're looking at it at a whole, this thing looks superbly complicated, right? But it's not. Every panel makes perfect sense if you break it down and look at it, and then look at what it does. Where are the buttons that turn gravity on and off? Well, you see that there's a launch button down here somewhere, and once you hit that button, then, you know. I'm curious how many systems on the shuttle are backups or intentionally redundant. There's not as much as you might think. Seriously, it's not a lot. The redundancy is built into the panel for the most part. Let me think about this for a second. Okay, so there's an emergency override panel down here. This block panel right there. Actually, I think it's at the very back. I think that's it. One of those panels that's down there beneath the FMS. And yes, the shuttle did have an FMS like a modern airliner. I mean, but no airliners had FMSs in 1974, just for what it's worth. Mutter, you got something?
And our command.
Oh, yeah, there you go. 135. Checkout. Give me a second, dudes. Something's wrong, but I'll be all right. So like down here on this panel here, you have it's a redundant panel. One of those panels is to force SRB separation. It's a manual override for solid rocket motor separation. And then there's a manual override for external tank jettison. Those are, yeah, they're manual triggers for those. It's so damn dry, dudes. I think I'm just dehydrated. Where's the 8-track? Back panel, right side, if you really want to know. But it's not an 8-track. It's the CVR. Close enough. No, Willie, I didn't. SRB sepal, SRB's burning is not a good idea. It's a manual override. That's the redundancy. So that's what I mean when you see like the buttons. the shuttle still had all the buttons to do manual tasks, but your auto sequencer, your computers, the onboard FMS is onboard computer is is your primary controller. The buttons are secondary to the controller, which I'll be honest with you guys, like I'm cool with that. I think that's a good design. I think that's a good thing for spaceships. Always have the manual override. And before people say like, but Dragon has a touch, Dragon has manual overrides too, dude. It has a set of buttons below the touchscreens for all critical functions. If you really, really have an oh crap scenario. FMS is the flight management system. I'm calling it an FMS, Shirley, so people understand it. It's an auto sequencer. Well, it's just the onboard flight computers. It's a shuttle's flight computer. Because the reason why it has a different name is because it wasn't called the flight managers. It didn't have a name. FMSs weren't a thing when this thing started flying. The control yokes have a red fire button. Oh. I forget what that button does. I forget what it does, dude. I played games on DOS, NG. Changing directory to a 5.5 floppy. Yeah, I did that. But Ojo, it launches missiles, of course.
Discovery,
We got another update on the, Okay, she's fully tanked. All stages are in replenish mode. That's good. It's PT or trim. Hey, Ruan, how you doing? Closeout crew is on the way to the pad. All right. The seats on Orion fixed. They seem fixed. They're like the shuttle's seats. Doing good. It might be trim. Ruan, it's possible. It probably is. I think it's your speed brake actuator, if I'm remembering correctly. So when you're flying the shuttle, right, you have your joystick. It's a fly-by-wire system.
Discovery, go
Right,
throttle
it's
up.
derived from the Apollo CSM. It's a digital flight computer that's interpolating your commands, and then you have a right stick or a left-hand stick. It's right for you guys. It's down there on the left side, and then for the that's the commander position. For the pilot position, it's on the right side. And so, Ruin, what makes me think is that is your speed brake actuators, because obviously you don't have a throttle quadrant. There's no engines, right? That on your left-hand side is your body flap trim, your body flap angle on the shuttle. It's on the flight deck. It's to the left of the seats. You can't see them. You can't see it in this picture. It's right there. So there's a lever there, and there's a lever there, and then obviously you have your rudder pedals. So I'm gonna go ahead and guess that, if I'm remembering right, that the red button, the fire button, is your speed brake trim. It sets how much the speed brake is open on the back of the shuttle. Oh, I can't see that link, Baron. Why did they tank SLS so long before the launch? Is it something specific to hydrogen? Leak checks. Yes, it is. No, now at sorry, brain just stopped. EJ.exe has stopped working. Yeah, the color. So Mutter, the graphics wrong. I'm pretty sure. That's. Well, I don't know. I mean, is the graphic wrong? I didn't sign up for the Artemis boarding pass fit. I don't do that stuff. I'll tell people to, but I don't do that. Yeah, that doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, those look like they're backwards, dude. Yeah, diagonalizer there. Yeah, Novus, the other thing that I was going to get to is that if the graphic is backwards, guys, it's... I mean, Novus, I don't... I mean, we'll mention it as a point of note, but I'm fairly confident that that's wrong. So, interesting thing, dudes, is that you need... I don't know if that graphic is taking it into account, but you need... Hydrogen cannot be stored at very high density. Yeah, it's definitely wrong. That graphic is definitely 100% wrong. It's either wrong or someone messed up big time. Yeah, it's either wrong or she's about to spring a leak, dude. I'll mention it as a matter of fact, though. Hey, Rehersal, 109-month resub. Guess who has a friend that gave him a tour of SpaceX and Hawthorne the other day? You do. That's cool, man. What'd you think? Pretty magical. So, yeah, this is the ICPS. That's this up here. That's definitely backwards. The other thing, though, is that... Oh my gosh, the graphics are... Even the graphics are... I'm no longer peeved about the AI conversation that we were having. I'm very much peeved about that. Are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? That's the LOX tank. That's the hydrogen tank. Oh my God. Check Tim's X. I don't need Tim to know that that's wrong, dude. That's embarrassing. That's very embarrassing. Brother, you have one job. Graphic was done by AI. Oh, dear. Yeah, I was going to say hydrogen is stored at a different density, so hydrogen tanks tend to be a little bit bigger, and by a little bit, it's like a 5-to-1 difference in volume because you can't store it at high density. LOX doesn't like being stored at high density. If you try to put higher density into the LOX tanks, it would be like, taking a sponge, dipping it in water, and then trying to squeeze it to make the sponge take up less space. The problem is that all the water is going to seep out. If you try to store hydrogen at higher pressures and higher densities, it's just going to leak. You have to be very careful with this stuff. This is not the level of quality I want on my NASA streams. I want bad audio because audio is hard and they don't have time to figure it out. But anything regarding the spacecraft should be 100% accurate. Zanku, was that you that I had that conversation about what I would do if I was, NASA administrator to fix things? I think that was you, or I think you were there for that. I don't remember. But yeah, it's stuff like that, dude. Brother, what are you doing? That was you that I had a conversation with, right? Yeah. Seacrack and the groundhogs have spoken. Hey, Soapbox, what's up, man? Space lunch system again. It's really bad, Rarest. Look, honestly, fellas, when I was a lot younger, because I'm old, you guys reiterate that constantly, so. When I was a lot younger, I was like, look, hey man, people make mistakes. Yeah, they do. That's fine. But you want to make mistakes when you're practicing. You don't want to make mistakes during the big game, so to speak. All right? This is the big game. Oh yeah, Lenbrod, that's the reason. You should alert Rook. Well, it seems like Tim already did that. Yeah, EJ, you're very, very old. I could be your grandfather, yeah. This is like, it could be practice. Maybe they noticed it. Maybe they'll fix it for the launch. But, you got a live stream here, right? I would argue that the wet dress rehearsal is not, if launch is the Super Bowl, right? Or launch is the championship, the last game that you play. This is the playoffs. This is the conference game. This is the NFC or AFC championship. This is the run up to it. This should be right as well. The time to practice was well before the rocket went to the pad. They also didn't have these graphics for Artemis 1. I'm pretty sure they did, spoiled. There's a reason the teams get 2 weeks between the Super Bowl. Yeah, Soapbox, that's a good point. They should have hired Chris from NSF rather than SpaceX. Yeah. Okay, that's it. EJ for Director of Communications. That would be great. Isn't this a throwaway preseason game? I wouldn't treat it like that, Poison. Would you? This is the wet dress rehearsal. This is here to validate all systems before the big game. This is not, I wouldn't call this a preseason game at all. I would call this the AFC Championship and the launch is the Super Bowl, if we're going to talk American football terms. Oh, thanks, Dak. Yeah. Not really sure I'd take a job being an audience for the NASA stream team, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, Kev, that would be pretty cool. Oh, okay, Poison. Sorry. Are people on board? No one's on board during the wet dress rehearsal. This is, however, the point where the crew, if this was a launch, this is where the crew would be going to the pad. Well, I'm old enough to be your dad. I'll only accept drunk uncle. All right. That's fair. Oh, that's cool. No, that's... I don't know what that means, Chris, but all right. I wonder how much noise that thing makes when it's full. It certainly creaks around a little bit. What exactly are they doing right now? Give me 1 second and I will let you know. At L minus 2 hour 44. This is where they would be putting the crew into the capsule. Obviously, none of that is happening. This is just a test. They're not going to launch it. Not yet, at least. This is where the crew would be doing ingress. They would be a little bit past hatch closure at this time. And now the counterbalance mechanism hatch seal press decay checks. They're basically just making sure the hatch works. You'd have to do a hatch leak check. And then they would be doing hatch leak checks and then moving to crew module hatch service panel install and closeouts. Hey, Ivan, what's going on? Does SLS have a minimum ambient for launch? Yes, it does. Give me 1 second. I can find that information for you. Okay. Here is your basic weather launch criteria at pad for liftoff. Do not initiate tanking if the 24-hour average temperature at both 132 feet and 257 feet, that's about here and about here, is less than 41.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Do not launch if temperatures at 132 and 257 exceeds 94 Fahrenheit. Okay, so yeah, 40 to 94, which is 4 degrees Celsius to 34 C. So 4 to 34 in C is what is the criteria, your temperature constraints. No problem, Dak. Yeah, that graphic is wrong. Yeah, that's the hydrogen tank. I don't know why it's blue. This graphic is right. That one is not. Guys, we fixed the O-ring stuff in the cold. Yeah, we did. So the O-ring design is not going to give you any trouble as far as I can tell. Okay. Give me one moment. So I am going to blow chunks, and I hope I make stream fails when I do. I'm trying to get the right graphics here. Okay, here we go. So, take a look. So, what's highlighted in, what is that? Purple-ish? This part. Parts A, B, C, D. All right? That is the old design. The parts with the yellow and the orange, that's the new design. This is the design that SLS has. This everything with segmented SRBs, that shuttle derived or SLS, even Ares 1 has carried the whole design with E, F, G, H, I, and E. So here's the thing. I'll try to explain this as simple as possible. This design over here, the part that's just purple, that's what was flying pre-Challenger. That's the one those two red dots right there are the O-rings that failed in Challenger. That's what caused that all to happen. It's not great. It was the 40-year anniversary of it the other day. We just had the anniversary of Columbia yesterday. It's not great. Now, here's the thing. What happens with this is if you look at the gap, there's a little bit of a tolerance there between this down here, this U part, that U-shaped piece is a clevis. That's what it's called. That's at the top of one segment. And then the piece that fits into the clevis like this is the bottom of another segment. Okay? The O-rings are there to make sure that the explosion stays in. Those O-rings don't like the cold. We know about this. There's two of them in redundancy there. And what was going on with Challenger is that these things were constricting, right? They were constricting, so gases were escaping right where it says where B is indicated right here. Gas was leaking through that because the O-rings were getting too cold. Gas was going by it. You get what's called SRB blow-by. If the gases go through there, they go through here, and then they go out this right here, and bad stuff happens. NASA at the time was saying that, or people, I don't know who, management at NASA was saying at the time that, well, the first O-ring was failing, but the second O-ring was catching it, and it only degraded the O-ring a third of the way. So technically that's a 66% safety margin because one of the O-rings was getting 30% degraded. Which, honestly, if somebody told me that, do I know a lot about engineering? Yes. Am I an engineer? No. If someone told me that and I worked at an aerospace company, I would kick them in the head. Because O-rings aren't... The plain English way of explaining this is that an O-ring degradation is not a safety factor. O-ring degradation is not something that should be happening with this system. The O-ring is designed to seal. It's not designed to degrade. The O-ring is not being used as intended. That's, once again, I'll bring back the analogy from before, that's trying to use this as a hammer. That's not good engineering, because that's not what the intended purpose of an O-ring is. That's what happened with Challenger. So, the other thing to take into account is that, guys, the SRBs probably would have been redesigned anyway. The ASRB, they probably would have rolled out with a 3.0 ring design anyway. The reason why is because, once again, this purple side here is, it looks purple to me. I'm colorblind. I have no idea. It looks purple. Whatever. The reason why is that if you notice, there's a gap right here. The explosion in an SRB is going downwards. Okay, it's going down. It's purple. Cool. It's going down here, okay? And because your seam is facing upwards, right? Explosion, SRB explosion is because what does an SRB do? Well, it's basically a big pipe bomb with one side open. That's the right way to say it. It's an explosion that makes a jet shot out of a de Laval nozzle at the bottom of the segments, right? So the fire is going down, okay? It's going that way. And this basically has the seam open as an intake to take in explosion that's not going down here, that's out at the edge of the module, or out at the edge of the segment. So that was going to make the O-rings fail, and that was going to make this clevis fail, right? So what does that do? Say where my thumb is, right? Where my thumb is right here, where the O-rings are, on the bottom clevis, okay? What does that do? That's going to make that do that. It's going to make the clevis fail. It's mechanically, it's a terrible design. Not great. Yeah, I don't know how this got off the drawing board, to be 100% honest with you, but you know, if NASA management at the time had caught this problem, Challenger would be in a museum nowadays. So yeah, it should have been inverted. Exactly, Muttered. That's exactly it. So this yellow part here is the redesign. That's how they changed it. First of all, they added another O-ring in the redesign. There's a tertiary O-ring here. So you have your primary, secondary, and tertiary. So 1, 2, and 3. You added another O-ring, and then look at the seam. What they did was, at the top of this segment, instead of making it a clevis like this, right, they made a clevis like this. So it goes like that instead of like that. So it's not one segment fitting into a clevis. It's a double clevis design like this. That prevents the gases from turning around and reversing course. All right, the gases are getting shot out the bottom anyway. They're not going to go back up and in. That is the design that SLS has. That is an extremely good design. It worked basically from STS-26 all the way to 135. Never had a problem with it. With that being said, there are still temperature constraints on the vehicle. Not necessarily because of SRB O-rings, though. The temperature constraints on the vehicle are there because mechanically SLS needs to be cold. All right? It needs to be at a certain temperature in order to fly correctly. Why? Why does it need to be at a certain temperature? It basically comes down to hydrogen. Hydrogen is a big problem here. What is this? What is this thing? It's a water bottle, okay? It's a bottle of water, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. What does it have in it? It has water in it. What is water? Water's H2O. 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. Okay, so H2O has a range in which it is a liquid. What is that range? The range that it's a liquid is 0 to 100 Celsius, or 32 Fahrenheit to 212. Okay? Pick your measuring system that you like. Hydrogen, so hydrogen is LH2, so it's just the 2 hydrogens, never mind the oxygen. Hydrogen also, liquid hydrogen also has a range, just like water does, where it is a liquid. That range is like 5 to 10 Kelvin. or in Fahrenheit, that's like minus 420 Fahrenheit to like minus 330 or 315 Fahrenheit, or minus 293 Celsius. And it's a nominal range of like 4 or 5 degrees in either direction. It exists as a liquid in that very, very narrow nominal range. It's like 5 to 15. I think it's 5 to 15 Kelvin, which that's nothing. 0 Celsius is 273 Kelvin, for what it's worth. It exists as a liquid very, very close to absolute zero, which, yeah, means solid hydrogen is basically not a thing. But for the most part, hydrogen wants to be gas. Therein lies your problem. The thing has to be a certain temperature. If you don't get it right within a couple of degrees, the hydrogen will start leaking everywhere. And this is the case for any Hydrolox rocket. New Glenn, New Shepard, Delta IV, Atlas with Centaur, they all do this. There's a reason why New Shepard's had scrubs in the past. Delta IV used to scrub all the time. Now, there are ways to get around it with insulative materials, spray-on foam insulation, etc., etc. But the real temperature constraint here is that this rocket mechanically has to be a certain temperature to fly correctly. Once it's filled with fuel, SLS actually contracts a little bit. It's actually kind of sagging when it's not full. It's just kind of sitting there like this, right? And then when they fill it up with fuel, it gets really, really cold and it contracts and it tightens up. Mechanically, that's the only time it can launch, because that's when it's structurally stable to handle what's going to happen at the bottom when it goes off. What R value does SLS foam have? Oh, I have no idea. I have some on my desk over there, but I don't. Starbase Live's going crazy. Starbase Live's going crazy. Per SBL, we are about an hour till Booster 19 cryo. Vent near Booster 19. Detonation suppressants test on Starbase Live. Cool. So, it's a Kerbal rocket without auto strut. Yeah, Artium, that's a good way to say that, dude. Yeah, only when it's fully fueled do you get the benefit of quote-unquote auto strutting, if we're going to talk in Kerbal terms, all right? And it's only grandparent part auto strut. You don't have root or heaviest. I love Kerbal. We should play more. Is the flight termination system armed during the wet dress rehearsal? Give me 1 second, Mutter. I can check. No. Well, it will. The ground launch sequencer will arm the flight termination system at T-minus 4 minute 30 seconds. So it isn't right now, Mutter, but it will be. If the wet dress succeeds, when are they targeting a launch? Scotchface, it's currently targeting Super Bowl Sunday, which sucks, but what are you going to do? Question. I remember low temps during Challenger were an issue. Isn't it concerning to try to launch SLS with the cold waves Florida's having right now? I just explained that a moment ago. Yes and no, Ivan. It's going to get warmer. The bottom range here is about 40 Fahrenheit, which is about 4 centigrade. SLS Super Bowl. I mean, obviously, an engineer. Yeah, I love sports, but rockets trump all. How do they keep the space in between the tanks from collecting condensation and freezing things? It's purged with cryogenic nitrogen, Flykin. They put gaseous nitrogen, GN2, in there. Cryogenic gaseous nitrogen. It's really cold. That helps keep it insulated. What day is Super Bowl Sunday? It's February 8th, Jock. It would be February 8th in the United States, so it'd be Super Bowl Monday Monday morning for you. Well, no. The game starts at 3 Eastern time, I think. So it'd be Sunday for you. It'd be super late on Sunday though. It's not sealed Flykin, it's just purged with cryogenic gaseous nitrogen. It's positively pressurized with it. They purge out certain areas of the vehicle to prevent stuff like that from happening. There's something called cryocompressed hydrogen, which is basically supercritical cryogenic hydrogen at a few hundred bar and about 20 to 50 K. It gives you the highest energy density in joules per cubic meter, but supercriticality fluids are tricky to work with. Yeah, Lava, you're right, but for the sake of explaining that, I'm pretty, like, what I'm talking about cold constraints for the rocket, that's absolutely correct, but that, I think that's I'm not sure that, you know, if you're just peeping into the stream, people are going to understand what joules per cubic meter with supercritical fluids actually, what that means. If you do, then good for you. Not you, Lava, everybody else. You're right. There is possibilities of squeezing more performance out of hydrogen, but yeah, we haven't gotten that far. Of course, just as an extra bit of info. Yeah, I purposely left out metallic hydrogen and solid hydrogen and supercritical hydrogen from the explanation. That was omitted on purpose. But yeah, no, that's a cool additional point of information. Is a plug out test still done? No, not on the vehicle, Bob. No. No. The DSS went again on Starbase Live. Well, that's cool. This is ticking across the screen and it's hurting my eyes, so I'm trying not to look at it. Are they going to be in transit the same amount of time Apollo was? Yeah, it's about 3 days to get out there. Yeah, about 3 days to get out to the moon with a rocket of this characteristic energy, so like in the plain English way of saying that is big rockets shoot people there faster. 3 days with a rocket this size. Yeah, all system. It's kind of hard to look at, dude. It's like sometimes when you go back and you go to play like an N64 game and it hurts your eyes. You guys know what I'm talking about? Any chance you could just cut that bit off? Yeah, but it'll cut everything else off if we go to the desktop view. But yeah, sure. Imagine if the ICPS used the B3U. Imagine if we just put a GS2 on top of it. A lot of snow just fell off of my roof. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that scared the piss out of me, dude. It sounded like someone crashed into the garage. Oh my goodness. Do you guys hear that? Dude, that was loud, man. That scared the bejeezers out of me. Yo, you scared the bejeezers out of me. Holy crap. Well, that means it's melting. At least you don't have to clear the roof. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Oh my goodness. My winter car. What about it, dude? Yeah, it wouldn't have been loud for you guys, dude, but because the noise gate got most of it. That was loud on my end, dude. At this point, would the crew be on board? Yes. They would be doing hatch leak checks at this time. Yeah, they'd be coming up on the end of hatch leak checks and hatch service panel install closeouts at this point. Don't the crew get on board before tank loading begins? Not on this rocket, one man. Wait, is the test going to that timer? Or is it starting? No, the test is going right now. That's their simulated launch T0. See, Kraken? So technically what they're going to do is at T-minus 90 seconds. So 1 minute 30, they're going to stop the count intentionally. And then they're going to recycle it to the 10-minute position during the wet dress. And then they're going to go through a simulated T0 again. And this time they'll stop, they'll fire up the CAPUs, and they will stop the launch at T-minus 30. If all of that goes well, we should be good for a launch. So the crew spends like 2 hours in the seat before takeoff. Correct. Question about the escape system. When is it armed? The launch abort system is armed at T-minus 4 minutes. It won't light when the ground crew is doing checks because it's not armed. The launch abort system doesn't need to be armed because this isn't load and go. The vehicle's already in a pretty safe state. Do they recycle the propellant? No. Propellant is an inconsequential cost. The solution with SLS for that, Bob, was to just build a bigger tank farm that can support 2 or 3 launch campaigns. They added a second Hydrolox sphere. You can't see it. It's behind the water tower, but further over there. Did they do a pad abort test? The pad abort test was done in 2018. It was the Orion AA2 test. I can show you. Or 2019, excuse me. So what they did for the Orion abort ascent test was they took a dud mass simulator Orion with a dud simulator service module behind it and then a real launch abort system, and they shoehorned a Minotaur first stage behind it. It's basically an ICBM with an Orion capsule on the front. Here, watch. It is the goofiest rocket you've ever seen.
3, 2, 1, ignition. And the CPLC Minotaur launch vehicle is carrying the AA2 launch abort system for a full express test.
That was an in-flight, though. I was talking about pad abort. No, they did not do a pad abort. Sorry, I misunderstood. Bear with me, please. This was actually a righteous test, dude. Went really well. Watch this.
10 seconds. We will see the...
Yeehaw!
Abort initiation.
Pyros 1 and 2 discharge. Go and throttle up.
Delirante! Always good content. Thanks. Obrigado.
Reorientation.
Yeet! Watch. It's gonna flip it around with SRB RCS. Yeah, you heard that right. There's a solid rocket motor modulation system here that flips the thing over and stabilizes it, and then it poops the Orion capsule out. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm using that terminology very intentionally. Watch. Ready? Watch over here. Bye-bye. What? How would you describe it? It is a retrograde jettison of the mass simulator. It poops it out, okay? That's how I would describe it. That was the Orion abort ascent test. That was in 2019. We're going to flip back over to a live shot of SLS here. Shouldn't the launch abort be armed when fueling? That's the most dangerous part. Yeah, even if there were people at the pad. No one's at the pad during fueling with this rocket. Like I said, that's SpaceX, dude. SpaceX does a little bit of a different way. NASA does it this way. So NASA tanks the rocket, and then they send the crew to it. Thanks for the compliment.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Como você está? I got you, man. Which way is better? Yeah. Agnaptus, it really depends on the system that you're using. Hey, Starship Gazer. Greg. Hey, Greg, what's up, man? Thanks for becoming a flight controller. I love Gazer, man. Love Starship Gazer. I checked, dude, I'm serious. I check the pictures every day. Not even kidding. Not even kidding. Turns out when you can't get enough of this stuff, that's what you do. Thanks for that flight controller, man. I appreciate that. That was over on the YouTube side. Mr. McGillicuddy with a 9-month resub over on the Twitch side. Thank you. You could technically say Orion blows its top instead. I mean, pick your direction. Pick your direction of choice, my dude. Not the same guy, but I'll take it. All right. Either way, Greg, thank you. I was going to say, I think Gazer's at Massey's right now, but that's what somebody in YouTube chat was saying, but that's cool. Hey, looking at the stars is cool too, Greg. And thanks for the flight controller. Right on. Flight controller is the name of the YouTube memberships. You had to use your name, Greg. All right. Whatever. Greg's a cool name too. I don't know Deeds' first name. Maybe it's Greg. Maybe it's Longfellow. Maybe. I know another guy named Greg. He just became a member on my YouTube stream. You want to talk to him? Sorry, man. He asked for a pad test of the launch abort. Maybe this will count? We can watch this. I mean, I'm not going to not watch, the thing blow its top. America. The thing. Whoop! Okay. Yeah. That's actually a pretty trick piece of tech, dude. I will say. Yeet! It's upside down. Well, yeah, you don't want it to take off. So. Yeah, look at that. And they say you can't throttle SRBs. Northrop Grumman goes, ha, 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 pathetic. And they say you can't throttle. Look, I mean, it's a tail off, but whatever. It's a tail off due to an aggressive thrust curve because of grain packing. Or specifically grain geometric packing, if, just in case anybody doesn't think I know what I'm talking about. I know what I mean, but yeah, you know what I mean. Do you know what I mean? I know what I mean. Now, if they could only do payload adapters, no comment. Hey, man, you're only good at one thing. On the pad, while the axis arm is extended, the crew can pop the hatch and run to the slide wires. When the axis arm retracts, you have a quick mode for bringing the axis arm back to the capsule for an emergency exit. Or you activate the launch abort system off the rocket if you suspect an immediate failure of the launch vehicle. Correct. That is correct, Borealis. You know your stuff. That was like a giant firework. So brownfield, the launch abort systems on rockets generally have the highest TWR of any rocket around. Basically, there's a lot of get up and go, but it's not a lot of get up and go for a very long period of time. It's think like an ejector seat. So, yeah. Oh God, I'm gonna puke. Giant firework, but minus the whole pop part at the end, but that's the same idea. You don't want that We don't want that. We don't want the pop part. We just the psh part. That's the part we want. Go lay down. Hell no, I'm not missing this. Yeah, that's right, Dan. I do. We got an update, Phil? Phil, we have an update. Oh, closeout crew is right at the pad, man. So, L minus 2 hour 12. They should be doing, they would be doing a simulated, like if this was the launch, they would be going through the launch abort system hatch closure for flight. I want to ride the slide. I mean, don't we all? It's fueled already. There's no vent because, well, the LOX vent is right there. You can just barely see it. Or the GOX vent. But SLS has a recirculator on it, Ivan, because you don't vent liquid hydrogen, just like you don't vent liquid methane. There's a purge flame. It's over there. You can't see it, but it's that way. It's out of shot. How do you process so much chat? I'm good at reading. What's the next step in the test process? At L minus 60 minutes, the closeout crew will leave. And then you have a built-in 30-minute hold. And the NASA test director briefing is held. And then at T minus 25, you have a bunch of built-in holds to make sure the vehicle's in the right configuration. And then the ground launch sequencer will initiate at T minus 10. Lockheed Martin employees watch NSF. A lot of people in the industry watch NSF Outdoorsman. It's a great place to get news. Are they planning on launching today? No. Pace? No. This is a test, guys. This is a fueling. It's called a wet dress rehearsal. Wet dress rehearsal is basically an entire dress rehearsal of the entire countdown sequence. And the reason why it's called wet isn't because they pour water on the rocket. The reason why it's called wet is because wet in aviation and spaceflight refers to fueling the vehicle. Meaning that is fully fueled right now. That rocket is has a full tank of gas. Now there is nobody on board. No one's on it right now because they're just doing testing. What this test is basically your final exam. Think about if you're in college or in school, you have a final exam to pass the class. Passing the class is the mission, right? This is your final exam. This is just a final test to make sure that everything is working as expected on the vehicle. Why do they do those holes as stopping the countdown rather than just adding 30 minutes to the countdown? You got to stay on schedule because of orbital mechanics, Older Buffalo. So they built in leeway into the count on purpose, just in case something goes weird, like fueling or whatever. It's a good question. Or maybe an astronaut stubs their toe on the way into the capsule. You got to deal with that. It's designed to take into account curveballs that might happen. Would that be the largest non-nuclear bomb on Earth? Willie, it would be up there. Any issues so far that might push it? Not that we've seen, Sydney, no. I swear, though, if they freaking... They're going to launch on Super Bowl Sunday, aren't they? So this could go boom. I mean, Shanky, that's not really ideally what we want, what NASA would want, or anybody would want that. I mean, I'm sure somebody would find it funny. It could. It's probably not. You're most likely going to get a fire rather than an explosion if something does go wrong, but there's a pretty low chance. This is they're going to be, they're being careful. Look at all the time they built into the count to make sure. I was asking as a general question, not that I wanted to. Yeah, I know. I want to be on the moon. We all do, bud. We all do. If they want to launch it today, I volunteer to go up and get things up on the road. Dude, I'll go with you. Let's go. We'll figure it out, Ruin. We can figure it out. It's fine. Nah, Earth is better. I'd say as the place to live, Earth is probably better. But Earth is our proverbial cradle. Can't stay in the cradle forever, dude. The halftime show will be SLS. Space leak system, dude. Space Pope, they I mean, that's funny just to be very sure, but they it sounds, I mean, if I'm guessing, if I'm looking at this right, not even guessing, if I'm looking at this right, it looks like they did adjust their timeline here for fueling operations. And if I'm looking at all this correctly, it looks like they adjusted their timeline to take into account that it's probably going to leak again. Which is perfectly fine as long as you get the rocket tanked correctly and it's in a stable configuration. Whatever. Putting more time into the count is just fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So technically we want to call it a space leak system, but it sounds like they adjusted the timeline to make that, expected behavior, which is actually pretty smart. I don't know, Torlav. It's hard to say at this point. We haven't really seen what's going on. Closeout crew is leaving. Flex your piece. Closeout crew is leaving the pad. All right. For the crew at NASA Space Flight, this is a piece of the SLS tank with foam. I love this. Just like instead of fixing the roads, they just put up a sign that says rough road ahead. They put up a sign that says rough road ahead in an area that's geologically active, Space Pope. Think about it like that, dude. It's not like it's, the road outside your house. We're talking about like the Alcan Highway. You know what I mean? It's a rough road because, well, it's always a rough road to the stars, first of all, right? Am I right? Am I right? Second of all, hydrogen. The only thing that you can be absolutely sure of whenever you work with liquid hydrogen is that it's going to leak. The question is how much and where is it going? Also, I got a bigger foam chunk than Scott, so there. Now what? I have a bigger chunk of foam. And mine's from Artemis 1. And it's so bright and orange, it's actually throwing off my chroma. You're turning violet, Violet! This is foam from Artemis 1. Yep. Show it with the chroma off, please. All right. But then everybody will realize that I'm not in mission control. How? What do you mean, how? I'm EJ. Turns out when you say nice things about launch vehicles, people that work on those launch vehicles tend to send you stuff that is pretty cool. Boom. You know, I like all rockets, so I get pieces of all rockets. Just saying. Did the banana guy show up for rollout? I didn't see him this time. Is it stiff or squishy? John, you know the spray foam the spray insulated foam that you use in your house? It's pretty much the exact same consistency as that. Did they fish that spray on foam insulation out of the Pacific? No. Dan, that Sophie is from the spray on foam insulation that was taken off and reapplied to Artemis 1 after the wet dress rehearsals that they did. They did a lot of wet dress rehearsals with that core stage, and the foam started to crack, and they reapplied it. That is part of the foam that they took off. That foam was on the vehicle during the Artemis 1 wet dress. It didn't end up flying on the vehicle, but it was on it. Should you wash your hands after touching it? The foam is fine. I mean, it's fine, dude. Yeah, like, John, if I took my AI hammer right here and I hit it, it'll break it. It'll snap it in half. Are you going to put it outside to let it get a nice tan? No. Not the foam. You touch the TPS tile. It's okay. Do you know where your foam was applied? It's from the inner tank. Yep. It's from the inner stage, the inner tank on Artemis 1. I know that because if you look at a certain spot, you can see the star pattern bolts that they use on the flange for the inner tank. The more you know. Hey, Ortcloud, what's up? How you feeling about this wet dress rehearsal? Everything looks to be going really well. Carrying on from the plan hold, if they have the plan hold for 30 minutes, do they also have a time that they perhaps don't publish directly that says if this plan hold lasts longer than 60 minutes, we have to scrub because some event has already happened? Yes, absolutely. Contingencies all over the place, dude. Yeah. Older Buffalo, exactly. If you can't solve that problem in the plan hold, you could... So there's a couple of different things that you can do. Plain English way of saying it, you can either say, all right, we're going to keep going in the count, keep trying to figure that out, and if we can't figure it out by this step, we're not doing it. Or you could just call it. Or you could put a hold in the count. But you got to think about it like this, dude. This thing's going to the moon. You need a very specific set of launch criteria to get to the moon. It's there's only a certain nominal window where you can get on the trajectory that you're trying to get on. So the reason why there's plan holds in the count and there's so many of them is because, yeah, when you're shooting the moon, it's not like, it's like, oh, we could just go tomorrow. No, the moon's not going to be in the same place tomorrow. It's not going to be even close. Now, can we adjust the trajectory? Sure. But you really want to get it to go when you want to get it to go. There's much more stringent launch criteria here when you're sending people to another celestial body. You guys will figure this out. You'll see. You'll see what I'm talking about. I bet that makes for one hell of a Gantt chart. Oh, dude, yeah. Booster 19 is cryo testing. Oh, baby. Closeout crew is going up the ramp. Oh, yep. There's the closeout crew. That's a good sign that the wet dress rehearsal is going on schedule. Now, the closeout crew, if this was a launch, this is just a test, but if this was a launch, the closeout crew would be leaving at this point. The reason why is because they didn't get near the rocket when they didn't get near the rocket because their job when they're near the rocket is to be their job when they're near the rocket is to be putting the crew in there. They didn't do that, so they're going up there real quick, and well, they'll be back, to say the least. They should be. Closeout crew will depart. Actually, yeah, they're going to be there for a little bit. They should have been there for a long time. The white room should have been closed out at 3:25. And closeout crew should do their final departure at L-45. So they got about an hour and 15 minutes. They are going to do their hatch closure operations. Okay, cool. Oh, please give us an onboard of that. Yeah, the hydrogen leak threw off the timing, but yeah, okay, so they're a little bit behind on the timeline, but once again, all the plan holds are there to fix this problem. So that's the closeout crew right there. They're going to egress up onto the pad deck. They're going to walk past the pad deck and get into the elevator and go up the structure that's sitting next to SLS. That structure is called the Launch Umbilical Tower, or LUT. Launch Umbilical Tower has a high-speed elevator in it, and they're going to take it up to 285 to this level. And this closeout crew is the people that would basically close the hatch here. Why does the timer look like it's from 1983? It's NASA. 274, thank you. Rev 285 is the top of the structure, if I'm remembering right. They have a 4-hour window going from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. Sweet. I didn't see it, Zach, no. $154.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Taylor. Oh, Taylor, in winter car, go get your car tuned. We tested out the Fleetari's tuning, stock tuning. Oh, man, that thing boogies with a 5-speed now. We changed up the final drive a little bit, dude. It boogies. She goes fast. It's a really quick car. I got it up to 160 kph on the lake this afternoon. I'm doing good, Rev. I'm doing good. You know, Scott Manley posted that he has, you know, spray on foam insulation. I do too. I got it from a guy. Pretty cool. You know him? You might know him. Speaking of winter car, you'll like this, but mute for music. Oh, that's cool. People are driving around on Lake St. Clair. That's really neat, Bob. Is his name Guy? It might be, actually, yeah. You should tweet back with a picture and say, mine's bigger. Mine's bigger. Yeah. Yeah, here, check this out, guys. Starbase Live over here. No, get the chat off the screen. Check it out. Booster 19 is doing a cryo test. That is a critical step towards getting the Block 3 version of Starship, at least the booster, ready to go. How's that? How's that for a double box? I showed you my phone. Please respond. Chicksu, you just finished your bachelor's in comp engineering in the U.S., but did no internships. Anyone in chat knows how cooked I am? As long as you're persistent, dude, you should be able to find something. Yeah, that's not a good picture. See last, okay. Nice. I've seen that on the VOD. Do you think I could switch back to the 5-speed if you get it tuned? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to be in it, silly. I'm free. I'm not feeling good. I just want to sit here. I don't know if I have it in me. I might puke. I'm not even kidding. I guess I just need that first opportunity under your belt. So, Jixu, let me put it to you like this. I love spaceflight, right? Now, you don't have to like spaceflight, okay? I love what I do. I love everything about space. I sit here and I talk about space for hours every single day. Basically to the point of making it my job. I know a lot of people that work out in the industry, you know, and I'm not saying that like, oh, I could get you a job. Like maybe, I don't know, like somebody needs a computer engineer. But the point that I'm trying to get at is that if you immerse yourself in this and you love it and you eat it up every second, you'll find a job, dude. It's that simple. You will find a job. I've been offered positions in the industry before with no engineering background. If I can get offered a position in the aerospace industry, in an industry that I love without a college degree, man, you should be able to get into computer engineering with a degree. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You'll be fine. You ain't cooked. You got to be the one doing the cooking, though. That's what I'm telling you. It's cook or be cooked. Right? The kids ain't going to say that. Boom. I love your streams, but what are you still doing here if that's the case? Do you really want to know, Lava? This pays better. Sorry, man. Sorry. Sorry, man. This is a test right now, Taylor? No, it's not just that, guys. So here's the thing, Lava. Okay, this job has perks. All right, could I get a higher paying job than the stream in the aerospace field? Yeah, I could. If I looked for one, sure, I could probably find something. I'm confident in myself that I know I could get there. Sure, I used to not be, but you know, this pays pretty damn good. You guys take pretty damn good care of me. I mean, have you seen the shop? You guys built the shop, not me. I wouldn't have been smart enough to do this without you guys. Like, it's the standard, you know, I couldn't be here without you, but that's the truth. And that's, you know, you guys, I like this community. I love that I've built this community from nothing. We've built it from nothing. This was nothing. There was nothing here. This community wouldn't exist if it wasn't for me. Not the entire. I'm gonna blow. I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna blow chunks. All right, I'm good. Not the entire spaceflight community. This community, my stream. I built a company from nothing. You know, that's. It would take a lot to get me away. This job's awesome. You know, you put in what you get out. I can work when I want. I work from home. I'm not far away if my family needs me. It really is. It really, like, it is a tough job, and you have to be here, and you have to put in a lot of work and a lot of hours. But like, if I need to take a day off tomorrow, I can do that. You know, I'm not going to. I always took that. I never took that like lightly. You know, that I could just not work today. Like right now, I feel like I'm gonna blow chunks. I feel like I'm gonna puke all over the place. But you know what? That's fine. I'm not gonna miss this. This is important. You know, you can parry this. You can do a lot of different things with this. I could go out to work in the industry. That was my original point. You know, I would love to do this job to make enough money to go work in the industry or something. But here's the thing, dude. If you've watched the stream, you know that was my original expectation. My expectation back when I started streaming in like 2012 was to do this and make enough money to go back to school to work in the industry. But here's the thing. I do work in the industry. I work for NSF. I work in the industry. I work in the journalism side of the industry, but I work in the industry. Abso-freaking-lutely. Space news, what is that? Is that not working in the industry? That absolutely is. You know, as a STEM teacher, as a STEM educator here, I work in the industry. I absolutely do. So I would say that I completed my goal, just not in the way that I wanted. You know, but there you go. And that's what I mean. That's the original impetus for this conversation. Okay, you guys ever seen Back to the Future? If you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. That's the truth. It's the truth. I wanted to work in the industry. I got what I wanted, but I didn't get it in the way that I thought I would, but I did get what I wanted. You know? Are there higher paying jobs out there, Lava Eagle, in the industry that I could probably get? Yeah, sure. Why do that when I have this job? This job rules. This is the best job ever. It's as good as you think. But it requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of discipline and a lot of commitment. And on top of that, I just chose to have I was about to say a successful stream. We'll say a semi-successful stream. Okay? I'm not perfect. I chose to have a stream that centers around rocket science. So you got to learn that. You got to learn that as a byproduct. But I love it, right? So it's not a big deal. Yeah, Pace, exactly. Impetus, EJ with the big words. Yeah. So, long story short, could I go find a job in the industry? I could, yeah. A technician's job? Sure, absolutely. I've been recruited many times. I don't want to do that. I want to be here, and I want to tell people how cool this stuff is. I want to teach people about it, because, one, that's what I'm good at, man. I'm pretty good at it. And two, this is fun, dude. This is fun. And you guys take care. Like, you guys take really good care of me, man. You seen the shop that I have? It's pretty freaking good. It's pretty good. Look at all that. The stupid snowblowers that we fixed, the generator, the stupid car. Like, that's all from you guys. That's all your support. You know? Coronet was one of the first things that I bought with like extra stream money. I'm not even kidding. I bought it in 2013. Right when the stream started making money. Who else could say they have someone named Dr. Longballs watching them? That's right. But yeah, Lava Eagle, I do work in the industry. This is a job in the industry. Now, here's the thing. Would I like to build rockets? Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. But there's no reason we can't do that. A lot of people work on rockets and cars. Just saying. The grass is not always greener. I know most people in this chat would chop their legs off to see rocket tests in person, but I've done so many I sometimes get bored with hot firing an engine. I know what you mean, Philly. Yeah.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Cape M flying.
All right, Bill, I'll do that. You do a great job. Thanks, Ford. You got your wife via this. Yeah, that's pretty good, John. I do like that part. That part is I'm quite fond of that part. Don't miss this point. You've also potentially had an outsized impact on the industry. Instead of being one engineer, you've nudged multiple people to go follow their dreams and become engineers. Yeah, that's what I mean, Poison. It dawned on me a little while back. You know, it's like, am I an engineer at SpaceX? No. Do I work in the industry? Yes. Was that my goal? Yeah, pretty much. I never really put any additional stipulations on that, so whatever. Bill, you joke a lot, but I love this stuff. You make parts for SpaceX. It's good stuff, man. This is so cool. Yeah, exactly, Brownfield. There you go. You're even an international streamer from every part of watch from every part of the world. Yeah, but Dojo, that's pretty cool, man. I'd like to think that we've done good work here, man. So when the L2 cert? Give me some time, Entropy. I gotta finish the car. I'm serious. We'll do it. Not even kidding. Please check Starbase Live. You know I have it open, right? It's right there, man. I had it open this whole time. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean nothing. I also have Google Earth open because I was looking around for MD11 serial number 447. Don't worry about it.
Discovery, go at
It's
throttle.
Milla time. What happened with the wet dress earlier? It's going on right now. Did you see the goalie fight last night in the Winter Classic? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Brimo, plus if I need him because I can't open a jar, I could just walk out to the garage. Yeah, that's good. Okay. But yeah, guys, so, like, I do work in the industry. I achieved what I wanted. Guys, I think about that stuff every day. Like, I think about a lot of things every day. My brain's constantly in overdrive. We're constantly redlining at like 7,000 RPM all the time because that's how my brain works. It's a little tiring at times. Sometimes it makes you want to puke. I'm okay, I swear. I think about this every day, dude. I have a job in the, aerospace industry akin, right? Adjacent, right? It's pretty damn good. I do what I want. I work my own hours. I put it, I'm home. I don't commute. Guys, I've worked dead-end jobs. I've worked those before. I worked at copy and print shops, restaurants, waited tables. I've busted tables. I've worked on a loading dock. I've worked at electronics stores. I've bagged groceries. I've done everything in between. Every type of service job you can think of. I've worked on landscaping crews. I worked on a roofing crew one summer. I worked general construction. I've worked at all kinds of stuff, dude. This job kicks butt, and I love what I do. And I always think about that every day. I'm like, dude, anytime I even get a hint of like, man, maybe like getting a job at NASA would be cool. Yeah, that would be sick. And if they wanted me, I'd probably do it. But also at the same time, Bro, look what you do. Look at this job. This job's awesome. This job's great. It's too good. So why don't I go find another job in the industry? I love this job and I love being here with you guys. That's my favorite thing in the world. And you guys take care of me. And I love teaching people. I'm really good at it for some reason. I don't know why. I didn't really choose to be a teacher. Like, I'm just good at it. I don't understand how I got good at teaching people. That is not a skill that I like seeked out to get better at. I'm just good at it. Do you still plan on going to college for aerospace engineering? Maybe at some point, dude. Sure. Like a modern day Mr. Wizard. Tism. Yeah. I mean, Shaw, I don't know for sure, but I'm not going to rule that one out either. Let's not say tism and let's just say a CTE or something. Knocked some screws loose or something. Upcoming events are at L-110, launch director brief, and L-40, 30-minute hold, which includes a launch team go, no-go poll proceeding for the T-10 count. Yep. Patience and repetition, I suppose. You have an impressive recall of technical data. Dude, Willie, I don't know how I did that either. I sucked in school. I could not remember anything in school, ever. But now that I'm really thinking about that, it's more because I didn't care. Not because I couldn't do it. Nobody's perfect. Yeah, there you go, Arnok, for sure. I could do stuff. It's just ADHD. Yeah. No, I love what I do, dudes, and I don't want to. It would take a lot for me to trade it. As a teacher, EJ, and someone who teaches other teachers how to teach, you can tell when somebody has a natural knack for teaching people other things. As those that kind of struggle through it, you can tell pretty natural the things that you do and how you explain stuff. I just picture it in my mind and say what my mind sees, Miller. That's really all it is. I also, in terms of like teaching strategy, dude, I also very much... You know how like SpaceX says the best part is no part? I applied that logic to teaching as much as humanly possible. I always try to explain things with the least amount of words possible. I mean, sometimes I end up Alex explaining things because sometimes concepts are technical, but I always will reiterate a simpler way to say something. I really try to reduce everything down to its base element. I use big words, right? And I have a pretty good vocabulary, but if I can't explain it without using words like impetus, or expectation or anything like that, then you're not good at explaining things. You're not good at teaching things, I find chat shallow and pedantic. Yeah, Vanguard, yeah, maybe. Why say a lot of words when few do trick? Indubitably. Yes. Constantinople. Timbuktu. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Sometimes Alex explains things. Yeah, that's a verb, man. Sometimes that's why I like Alex's explanations, because he gets way into the weeds with it. And I'm in. Alex knows what he's talking about, dude. He's damn good at what he does. I will say that with there's not many people out there that I can say have a higher recall than I do. He can recall more than I can, and I don't. Whatever, that's fine. I know how to rebuild the carburetor, Alex. So there. Boom. Such an erudite conversation. Yeah, yes. I also am a little bit of a grammar Nazi, for what it's worth. But whatever, that's another story. With the core stage be a good space station module if somehow you're able to get the full thing into space. They could, T-Man, if it was kitted out for one, sure. Yeah. Should we do that? Yeah, that would be sick. Will we? Probably not. Yeah, application is important or not, for sure. I wish I had the fat electrician as my history teacher. That guy does with military history what I do with spaceflight. He's a damn good teacher. I love Fat Electrician. That guy's awesome. I'd like to shake that dude's hand someday. And be like, yo, teaching people freaking rules, dude. Yeah. You know, he's a damn good teacher. Yeah, good stuff, man. Yeah, Miller. Dude, that's the other thing, man. I have a very passive teaching style. Like, if you don't want to learn it, you don't want to learn it, dude. And that's why I don't think I do very well as a conventional teacher. But I will admit, like, I do negative and positive I don't believe in one or the other. I do negative and positive reinforcement when, you know, when it's needed. If a viewer is disengaged or they're not watching or not watching or they're not paying attention, I try not to be a jerk about it. I just bring people up to speed and go from there. You know, I'm not saying, why weren't you paying attention? No. Look, man, I understand when I was in school, like, if I'm sitting there and I have, like, my keys or a pen in my hand, I'm going to be like, you know, like, I get it. That absolutely happens. And I try not to do that to people as much as I can. Would you wet workshop it or make it a full working module? I would make it an interstellar transfer, well, an interplanetary transfer ship. But then again, the other thing is that I don't really know how I deal with somebody that doesn't care, because people don't click on this stream, you know, like, everybody that's here wants to be here. It's very rare that I'll get somebody that's compelled to learn this stuff, you know, so.
Discovery,
Hey, Jixu.
throttle up.
Thanks for that Prime sub, man. Magic keys make Oog feel better. Jingle, jangle, jangle. I'm here by choice. I drag my friends along by my enthusiasm. That's what I like to hear, Morgal. But yeah, anyway, guys. We're 90 minutes out from simulated T0 here for the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal. Also, Jixu, you just did that Prime sub. Listen to me. Listen to Hokie. Hokie knows what he's talking about. Can vouch. My boy's wicked smart, dude. He's good. He's good. You have a dope community here. Well-deserved Prime. Once I find that job, I'll be able to gift. Hi, M. Hokie. Jixu, listen to Hokie. Trust me on this one. My boy's wicked smart. And yeah, that's what we do here, man. And Jigsaw, I wouldn't say that you're the first one to come in here and be like, yeah, I can't find a job. Brother, we'll get you a job. It may not be what you want, but we'll get you something. Can I be hokey? No, don't listen to Geek. He's a family friendly. Hi, Geek. Gotta go back to school to prove to Dad that I'm not a fool. Is State of the Stream recorded somewhere? I missed it. Yeah, it should be. The VOD should be up, dude. It's another thing that's really fun about your streams. We can get you saying do funny stuff. Yeah, Dan. I don't believe in being a tight ass about stuff all the time. Like, I often say, like, you know, it's rocket science. You can't screw around with this. No games, no bull crap. And then I go and play games because I'm the teacher. You know what I mean? Like we're teaching. Don't take yourself. It's a stream on Twitch. Don't take yourself. It just on the internet. Don't take yourself too serious. I try to take myself down a peg or two because it's funny, Eric is pregnant. Congratulations. Oh, via those kicks, he's gonna be a soccer player. You ever have those weird nightmares when you're back in school and are about to fail an exam? No, I don't have nightmares about that, because I just failed the exams. True. Whatever. Yeah. You see, I tried that first. That didn't work. Yeah. You have nightmares where you just got to boot camp and you're back in the military? Oh, stride. Oh, I'm sure that's fun having a nightmare about a drill instructor screaming in your face. That's great. I'm sure you love that. I'm sure you wake up energized in the morning. Just, oh yeah, I'm ready to go. Not. Vernak's like, I've had those. Oh, boy. Oh, that's great, Chow Dubs. I'm sure that's sure you don't wake up with cold sweats there. How about we change the subject before someone gets some post-traumatic stress disorder? Let's go back to the rocket. We should be coming. The reason why we're in a little bit of a lull and we're talking about kind of whatever right now is because we're really not going to see a lot more, a little bit any more action here for another 25 minutes. That's terrible, Elfish. Jeez. Our subconsciouses are just dicks, dude. Apivest, that's a good one. Damn, dude. Sorry, chat, my bad. It's all good, man. It's all good. Gah. That was a nightmare, Gah, or did that really happen? That's good, Pigeon. Okay, fellas, for what it's worth, dreams aren't some type of manifestation. Freudian psychology is not a thing. Jung, I think if we're talking about psychologists from that era, I think was a lot better at psychology, to be 100% honest. But Freud, like, this is personal opinion. I'm not a psychologist. If you need help, get help. I don't. Dreams are just manifestation of subconscious memories, dude. That's it. They aren't telling you something. They just exist. Yeah, Sydney, I've had that. It's just like, bruh. Bruh. Hey, Pat. Back in the UK, so no longer 5 hours behind. Cool. What happens in 25 minutes? In 25 minutes, they'll basically start going into the what's called terminal count. So there'll be a launch director brief, and then the closeout crew will depart. If you notice, there's a little truck right there, and it looks little. It's not. It's a big van that's parked right there. The closeout crew is doing simulated. They're basically pretending the crew is in the capsule and sealing everything up. What they're going to do after that is, once we see this van departing here, it'll go over here and then it'll drive down the ramp right here. You're up on the pad is up on a raised elevation. You can just see the top of it right here. The van will drive out and it'll drive down the ramp. Once that happens, closeout crew leaves. There'll be a planned hold until about T-minus 30 minutes. And then I have a feeling the closeout crew is going to leave closer to that T-minus 30 minutes. So it might be another hour before anything happens. Oh, geez, God, that's terrible. And then we get into terminal count sequencing, which should start at T-minus 30 minutes, give or take. SLS is awesome, but I also can't look at it without getting mad. You know, as snow, you know, I don't like snow, right? Does that mean it still snows? Yes. Does that mean I have to pick up the snow? Yes. Sometimes you just got to live with it, man. Hey, it's also, it's better than nothing. L minus 40 minutes is our 30-minute hold at T minus 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't believe in Freudian psychology like that, Hellfish. I don't believe in that. Dreams are just subconscious manifestations of things. That's all. There's no rhyme or reason to them. You don't have a nightmare because... I think if you go to bed with an anxiety, then you're probably going to have a nightmare. But what that nightmare says is a result of anxiety. That's just my opinion. I'm not a psychologist. I'm probably wrong. Or somebody starts keyboard warrioring me. Please. I don't know. I thought Freud's analysis of dreams was pretty good in an age where brain anatomy was done by dissection with popsicle sticks. I mean, yeah, for the time, sure. You're married to a psychologist, Corsi? Well, how does that make you feel? Yeah, Vanguard, it happens. No, stop it. All right. All right, that's fair. That's fair, dude. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, all right. Dude. Whenever I'm... Corsi, whenever I'm in my travels, like if I'm, introduced to somebody, I'm like, hey, and they're like, oh, yes, EJ, this person is a psychologist. I go, oh, really? A psychologist? How does that make you feel? And psychologist person usually goes, I usually get the, good. Like that question's been asked 1,000 times. But see, it's a meta joke because I know that question has been asked 1,000 times. I'm there to just gauge the response. What else are you going to do? What else are you going to have a conversation with a shrink? What else are you going to talk about? You know? Sorry, that was Discord. There. Is he breaking the fifth wall? Yeah, I do that. This is how I talk to people. I'm not even kidding. I'll ask a psychologist that question, knowing full well they get asked that question like probably every time they have this conversation. I just want to see what it does. Like one time I went into Micro Center. I went into Micro Center when the RTX graphics cards just came out. And I think it was like a RTX 3080 or something. And they had a big sign. They had a big sign at the front door of the Micro Center that said, we don't have any, don't ask. Right? So what did I do? I went in and asked. Just to see what would happen. And I went in and asked, and I was like, hey, do you have any? And the guy's like, no, we don't. I was like, I know, dude. I read the sign. I just wanted to see what you would say. And the guy started laughing, and he's like, seriously, though. People have been asking me every 5 seconds, even though it's in big, bold letters right there. I'm like, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. I was just trying to make you laugh. And then I walked away. Yep. Hey, at least it's not boring. Give me a bit of a masshole sometimes. Well, if it looks like poop and it stinks like poop... Oh, there you go, thing of nothing. That's a cool thing to do. If it looks like food, then it's New Jersey. Wow. Jeez. How do psychologists respond to I'm just gauging the response part of the bit? They usually start laughing, Aqualex, because then they get what I'm doing. Yeah. It's a meta joke in itself. There's like multiple layers of irony there that I think that people that get paid to think about how people think all the time would find really funny, and that's the other reason why I do it. You've talked to psychologists? Not in a meeting. I don't go to shrinks, dude. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't. If you have trauma and you need help, go get help. Seriously, talking to people helps. How does making them laugh make you feel? See, Mason, you get it. Anyway, we're in a little bit of a lull with a wet dress rehearsal here, so just kind of chilling for now. Are you going to be on for a bit? I don't know, Dan. It depends. I've been just on the verge of like blowing chunks here for like probably the last like 3 hours. But I also really want to see this, so I honestly don't know what's wrong. I don't know. I just don't feel good. I feel like I'm drunk, and that's probably not a good thing. So I should probably drink more water. I'm going to go ahead and guess I'm dehydrated because it's been like 5% humidity here. I might as well live in a desert right now. I'm going to guess that has something to do with it. I've been drinking water this whole time. No, nothing's wrong, Lord Pasquale. They're actually right on schedule. Well, yeah, don't worry about me, dudes. If I'm not feeling it, we'll stop. But I'm good. SpaceX tweeted about second stage things. Oh. During today's Falcon 9 launch of Starlink satellites, the second stage experienced an off-nominal condition during preparations for the deorbit burn. The vehicle then performed as designed to successfully passivate the stage. The first two Merlin vacuum burns were nominal, and safely deployed all 25 Starlink satellites to their intended orbit. Teams are reviewing the data to determine the root cause and corrective actions before returning to flight. Huh. If you're going to spew into this. Would it be possible to load up my winter car to let the time pass? I'm drowsy and I feel like I'm gonna puke, so you want me to play winter car. No, I'm good, dude. Will that affect Crew 12, the second stage anomaly? No, because of the high amount of Falcon 9 ascent data and on-orbit data that they have for second stage operation, guys, I'm going to go ahead and guess they'll have that problem figured out pretty damn soon. Obviously, you need to play VR DCS. Dude, I would blow chunks right now. If you can't keep anything down, try the OG blue Gatorade. Aqualex, because of you, whenever I'm sick, I buy blue Gatorade. And it fixes things, and I'm blaming you for this. Okay? Yes, no, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. And I buy blue Gatorade now because of you. And it actually helps, which I don't understand. I'm not going to even... electrolytes. It's got electrolytes. Dude. Water sucks. Gatorade is better. What? Just buy Pedialyte. I buy that too. I'm serious. It works. And I don't know, bro. It works. I'm not even kidding. Freaking blue Gatorade, man. When we were sick a couple weeks ago, when I was sick and I couldn't talk, I just went and bought a rack of blue Gatorade. I was good then. I was good, and not this. This isn't the end all be all. I get it, but also at the same time, yeah, no, it electrolytes. Blue Gatorade, man. Which blue? Just the regular blue, the regular old blue. Power Thirst, Rocket Edition. It's got what plants crave. Liquid IV is good. Pedialyte works. Pedialyte is good when you're hungover. Chat taught me that one too, actually. Creatine. Yeah, dude, I have a thing of creatine down in the house, dude. Creatine, I got vitamin D because I'm indoors all the freaking time. Yeah, fair, Fluffy. Gatorade came from Florida, right? Gatorade was made as a supplemental drink for athletes that were on the college Florida Gators team. So the Florida Gators football team, they figured out like what the body needs after doing a workout, and they made a drink called, Gatorade. Hence, gator, like alligator. Yeah, and that's where Gatorade comes from. It started as a supplemental post-workout replenishment drink for athletes at Florida, the College of Florida, the Gators. Emergency is good. Yeah. That's the other thing, Chris. People will disagree with me on this. I drink a lot of orange juice when I'm sick. Actually, I just drink a lot of orange juice. How's the wet dress going? Bozo, it's actually going so good that we're just sitting here talking about Gatorade. I'm not even kidding. There's really not much to report. Did they fuel up the boosters yet? Yeah, that's what I do, geek. How's Booster 19? Let's take a look. Booster 19 is getting very frosty. Holy crap. Very nice. What about SpaceX acquiring XAI? We talked about that at the beginning of this, Orange. Yeah, it's a little bit of a risk, but if it pays off, SpaceX will basically have something equivalent to like the United States military's budget when it comes to like research and development for spaceflight. If it works, which could be pretty cool. There is risk involved. Personally, I understand that large language models and AI could do a lot of cool things. I just don't really find that very inspiring. It doesn't really do anything for me, and I'll admit I'm a little bit worried about pitching our national space program inadvertently to a potential tech bubble, but we'll see what happens. Fluffy, when you're teaching, sometimes words are not needed. Sometimes, as a teacher, I've figured out how to, women can do this. When women throw daggers out of their eyes when you say something dumb and they're like, I'm going to hit you now. I've figured out that art. Is there a place to learn these powers? As a teacher, you kind of learn to deal with that. Anyway, I can do that. Just Sometimes you don't need to say anything. I've acquired that skill. So what's your review of the wet dress rehearsal? There was a little bit of problems with tanking space known, but I think everything is going fine. NASA would have updated us if they'd hold the count or anything. Closeout cruiser on the pad. Everything's looking good here. If the wet dress rehearsal goes right for the rest of the night, do you think we'll see a launch on the 8th? So Endoclone, if everything goes right here, the only thing that could stop this is weather. In my opinion, SLS is just an overhyped, beefed up Ariane 6. No. It's a Delta rocket, Setmates. You missed. No. It's a Delta rocket. Closeout crews are their pad ninjas. That's correct, Blinga. Yes. It's Delta. I think SLS personally is a Delta rocket. It is a shuttle-derived Delta rocket. Yes. It's Hydrolox with boosters like Ariane 6. Delta 4 was Hydrolox with SRMs on the side before Ariane 6 even existed. Not Cygnus derived? No, Blinga. Everything becomes Cygnus over time, okay? Delta, yeah, exactly, Philly. You get it, dude. Look. When the Deltas, if you look at the list of Delta rockets, so Delta family of rockets. Okay, look. So, this is just Delta 2 to Delta 3 to Delta 4. There was Delta 6000, 5000, 4000, 3000, 2000, Thor Able, and the Thor missile, etc., etc. But we'll start with Delta 2. Okay, so you have Delta, right? Delta 2 to Delta 3, right? Delta 3 is essentially a shortened Delta 2 first stage with Delta 2 7925 SRMs and a Delta 4 upper stage. Okay? Delta 3 was the first test of the interim cryogenic propulsion, or not interim, the Delta cryogenic second stage, or DCSS for short. Okay? Then Delta 4 came around. McDonnell Douglas was working on Delta 4, and then that later became Boeing. All right? McDonnell Douglas was working on Delta 4. They kept the Delta naming convention because Delta 3 had a Delta 4 upper stage, or what would be a Delta 4 upper stage on top of it. So, Delta 4 kept the Delta naming convention. So, keeping an upper stage, having a similar upper stage, right? Having a similar upper stage is enough to keep the Delta naming convention per their logic. SLS has an interim cryogenic propulsion stage, ICPS for short. An ICPS is a lengthened version of a Delta 4 Heavy and Delta 5-4 and 5-2 medium plus upper stage. Therefore, per Delta naming convention, if upper stage is enough to carry the heritage from Delta 3 to Delta 4, SLS is Delta 5. No, this is not negotiable. You're wrong. Hey, Nikki, what's going on? Dumb question. What part is solid versus liquid? So, Pipsqueak, the white boosters on the sides, solid rockets. Those are the most powerful rocket engines flying today. Single rocket engines. So, each one of these is a single rocket motor. So there's two SRBs, that's two solid rocket engines. The orange part is the part with liquid in it. And when it goes EUS, it's still, so that would be Delta 5 at medium plus, obviously. But if SLS is Delta 5, what does that make Vulcan? Atlas 6. So what is Delta 5 Heavy?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Block 2 SLS. It works, okay? It works. Hey, Nightmare, 52-month resub. Delta 5 at Medium Plus is your stage name. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, it's good. Let's say the Artemis missions go right. What future could you imagine for SLS? Deep space scientific probes, Squall. SLS with the EUS on top of it will be able to shoot probes out anywhere in the solar system. And not only will it be able to do that, I mean, other rockets can do that too, but you got to think about the expediency of science that can be done, right? Could Delta 4 Heavy shoot a payload to Pluto? Sure. Take a long time to get there. Say, I don't know, 9 years. Take a little while. SLS could do it in less than half the time because it's a much bigger rocket. So I think SLS has a lot of use in the future as a scientific rocket for scientific payloads. I think it's very good at that. Anything that's basically not like a regular logistical mission, SLS has a lot of use. So why the naming convention of SLS in Delta 5? They named it SLS because politicians came up with the name. That's right, Bill. Super telescopes. That's right, Squall. Louvoir, more James Webbs. Oh, yeah. Even like bespoke space station components or larger parts of a vehicle that like couldn't fit in Starship. Having a fully expendable super heavy vehicle is really useful. Regardless of having Starship, you know what I mean? Look at how long Europa Clipper is going to take with a Falcon Heavy launch and how long it would have taken with SLS. Bingo. You think that might happen, or are they going to ditch SLS? Squall, I don't think they should ever ditch SLS, to be 100% honest with you. Well, not ever. That's not the right way to say that. I misspoke. That's not a good way to say that. Well, I would want something. If I was running NASA right now, I would want SLS to fly at least 40 times, at the very least. Get our return on investment out of this vehicle. And then I think after 40 times, launching, let's say we buy 40 SLSs from now on, and we launch them 4 times a year. That's 4 missions to the moon for the next 10 years. So fast forward, it's 2036. Okay? It's 2036. We've built 40 of these things. We have a huge base on the moon that's constantly habited. We have a bunch of people out there. Everything's good. Everything's gravy. SpaceX is setting out to Mars, etc., etc. Starship's probably going to be human rated by then. In which case, get rid of it. We don't need that no more. I mean, you could use it for scientific payloads, like I'm saying. That I think that would be really good. But yeah, I would use it, and I would keep using SLS until we have a human-rated solution that from commercial that can go beyond low Earth orbit reliably. Probably not, Blinga. We're inside of 1 hour, T-minus 59 minutes. Closeout crews have still not left the pad. Not that that's bad. We are a little bit behind in the count because of some mangy tanking procedures earlier in the day. I wish they would give us a, I wish they would give us a white room view like they used to. What kind of payloads could SLS send through the rest of the solar system? Anything you want, Goose. Landers, probes, prospectors, communications arrays. You can send whatever the hell you want. Are there reasons aside from the historical O-ring failures that solid rocket boosters aren't used more as first stages? I mean, as you say that, oh, well, why aren't we using more solid rocket boosters? I'm pretty sure every vehicle flying, except for New Glenn and Falcon 9, use solid rocket boosters in some way, shape, or form. Let's go down the list. Vulcan uses them. Okay. Vulcan uses it. Antares, even the 230 plus, even the 330 plus is going to still use a solid rocket, albeit as a second stage. It's a Castor 30 XL. Ariane 6, Vega. I mean, you say that the H2 and the H3 vehicle out of Japan. Electron doesn't, to be fair. But there's still a wide variety of solid rocket boosters being used on heavy lift launch vehicles. Soyuz has it as the escape system, yeah, if you want to be technical. Proton does not, but Proton's on its way out. Chinese rockets don't really have solid rocket boosters as much as you might see, like only for like maybe a launch abort system. ISRO has them. Like they're still a pretty damn popular choice. I would say they're not very great for reuse. Hey Pipsqueak, thanks for that Prime sub, appreciate it. How many of these SRBs are thin revealed subsidies to ICBM manufacturers? I don't see, Philly, everybody says that. Everybody says that they're thinly, like, oh, they only do it because ICBMs are, well, if you're making a lot of ammonium perchlorate, solid rocket fuel, and PBAN or HTPB or whatever, those are all different types of solid rocket propellant components. If you're making a lot of those for ICBMs, you can lower the cost of SRBs. That was their whole impetus with the space shuttle. That was the whole reason why the space shuttle had those solid rocket boosters in the first place. Because, okay, so hear me out. This is going to sound nuts. It's going to sound ridiculous. Just, I got to kind of talk through the whole thing for it to make sense. Now, so solid rocket boosters they're really expensive unless you employ them in bulk. The reason why they're expensive is because, not necessarily because they're hard to make, but because if you're trying to fly a lot, they take a long time to make them. You have to let the grain or the solid rocket propellant cure inside of it, and you basically have to let it sit there. You have to let it cure like concrete. So you do have a bottleneck with manufacturing. They're not necessarily expensive to make, once again, if you're making them in bulk. And they make a lot of sense to reuse because you need a lot of casings because they take a long time to make. Now, they only really become cost effective, like I said, if you have a lot of them. That was the idea with the space shuttle program. You could have you have reusable solid rocket boosters, and you flood the market with casings, right? That you're always going to have an SRB ready to go to support a launch cadence of basically once a week, right? So that means you can have you have enough casings to make 104 SRBs throughout the entire year. Make sense? If you're launching SRBs on a vehicle that has a lower launch cadence, so something that flies like once a year, for instance, that's when it starts to get expensive. Because of all the infrastructure that you need to make these, you're only making 10 casings in the case of SLS. Right? Where's the Artemis 3 SRBs? They haven't even started making those because SRBs have a shelf life. They'll start making them sometime soon, right? But now you have this whole factory that's basically idled for a little while. During the space shuttle, they were always casting these casings. They were making them 24/7, 365 all the time, right? Because that's what the shuttle needed, right? SRBs get expensive when you fly at low flight rate. When you fly high flight rate, that's when they start to make a lot of sense, especially reusing them. It's the exact same thing as SpaceX with fairings. The reason why the shuttle used SRBs is because they don't really make sense to reuse, but if you're launching a lot of them and you need a lot of casings because you're dealing with a production bottleneck, then it makes sense to reuse them. I wouldn't call it a subsidy so much as using a pre-existing manufacturing base to achieve high launch cadence with essentially what amounts to a super heavy launch vehicle, the space shuttle. They reused SRBs for the same exact reason that SpaceX reuses fairings. Does SpaceX reuse fairings because it's cost effective? No. I would argue that it's not cost effective at all. Fairings do not cost a lot to make. $4 to $5 million at best. but they take a damn long time to make them because you have to put the fairing in an autoclave, and it takes a month to manufacture those fairings, to manufacture a half, right? So SpaceX, they have a production bottleneck there. So reuse makes sense when you have a production bottleneck. You have the same production bottleneck with SRBs. So Philly, I would not call it an ICBM subsidy, but pretty damn smart engineering for the time. Those SRBs ended up becoming inadvertently like an Achilles heel with the shuttle program, but what are you going to do? Nobody's perfect. What do people at NASA do in the years between flights? I don't know. That's why new space companies use SRBs. You can't make your money back unless the government basically paid to set up your SRB factory. If we had more reasons to make more ammonium perchlorate, yes, then it would be a cost-effective solution, Philly. There's a reason why the first commercial launch endeavor, the Conestoga rocket in the 80s, was made out of leftover ICBM parts. The Artemis 3 SRB segments are already done. They've been done for a hot minute. And there you go, Novus. They're going to sit there for a little while, if that's the case. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Apologies. I wonder how far a single SRB could push a capsule. Single stick SRB launch vehicle force is a pretty good idea. We should have done that. Maybe we would have figured out that blocked Avcode ablator heat shields char and spall if we had done that. Just saying. Just putting it out there. I'm just putting it out there, dudes. I'm not going there. I'm not going to do it. 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 Nope. There will, however, forever be an odd number of shuttle SRBs that launched because of Ares 1. What is the Block 2 SRB that blew a nozzle in testing? Was it the Block 2? Yes, it was. I don't recall that. I think it was 4 to 5 million outdoorsmen. We're inside of an hour. Pad closeout crew is still there. I feel embarrassed. I never heard of one until now. It's all good, man. That's why I'm on this side of the computer force. What's the timeline on SLS again? So we're at T-minus 49 minutes, 33 seconds. We should close out. Pad should have closed out. They should have left the pad. If we were in an ideal schedule, they would have left the pad at T-minus 1 hour. That was 11 minutes ago. So they're still obviously there. The little van is still there. You can see it's just by the tip of my finger there. There is a built-in hold here. The closeout crew really needs to be out of there to proceed with the final count for testing. They got about 18 minutes. They need to be clear of the pad. Technically they can come out of the hold at L-25, but they need some time to get away from the blast detonation area. They need the pad closeout crew basically needs to go back to the VAB. That's going to take a second to get all the way over there. We're 3.5 miles away. Well, 3.5 miles in a straight line, 4 miles total if you're taking the roads to the VAB. So, the closeout crew, I would say, has to be out of there in the next 20 minutes. Or else, they're going to... there is some built-in holds in the count. There is some flexibility in the timeline. But, if we're going to stay on time, the original plan T0 They should be leaving soon. Xanax, do we have real proof that we walked on the moon during Apollo 11? Yes. The Soviets said we did. Are they allowed to floor it all the way to the VAB? No. I think that the VAB crawl away is 50 miles an hour, if I'm remembering right. Xanax, do we have proof? I don't know, man. Skeptics are gonna skeptic, right? I personally think that we did. I don't just drink some damn Kool-Aid. I'm an independent thinker. If you go looking for the truth, it's there. My biggest one is that the Soviet Union said we did. Dude, if you look at kind of modern events and you look at Russia, you look at the Soviet Union historically, right? Dude, if there was any inkling that we did not do it, they would be like, nah, you're full of crap. No way. The height of the Cold War, they're not going to agree with us. Right? Think about it. I know what people say, unless we fooled them too, we're going to fool the Soviet Union. The people that launched the first satellite into space, the first person into space, the first extravehicular activity, we're going to fool them. First people to put something on Venus, we're going to fool them. Yeah, no. Nice try. I highly doubt that they would go along with our shenanigans if it was some great conspiracy. And if anything, they would use it to take us down a peg or two because they were the geopolitical adversary at the time, right? The only one to put people on Venus. I really hope they didn't do that. I really hope they didn't do that. That would really suck for whoever they sent. Citing Buzz Aldrin. If we hadn't, the Russians would have told the world. Bingo. It would really suck for a second. Yeah, there would be tremendous pain for probably about 30 seconds, and then it'd be fine after that. No crew on the wet dress rehearsal, guys. But yeah, Xanax, that's my big one, dude. The Soviets said we did. Like, there's no way we fooled them. You can't fool that kind of stuff in space. Like, think about this. Like, you can see the ISS go by at night, right? You could see it go by in the right lighting conditions. You could see it clear as day, right? It's there. Like, it's hard to hide stuff in space, especially something like that. Yeah, Eukerman, they did fuel it. Fueling was a little squirrely. They had a little bit of a leak, but they got everything down to the right temperature, and the vehicle is tanked. It's fully fueled. I just saw an interview with Ed Mitchell that's a little sus. Dude. Astronauts of yesteryear were not trained in communications. Nowadays, astronauts go through public affairs training and stuff. The astronauts back then, Neil, Buzz, Mike, Jim Lovell, Frank Borman, Bill Anders, Gene Cernan, and John Young, they were very candid with people. So sometimes, like, dude, sometimes you're going to interview them and they're going to be like, get away from me. Or, they misspeak. People misspeak. It happens. It happens all the time. Like, they were freaking raw. So sometimes you heard their honest opinions, or sometimes you hear them misspeak or something. Astronauts nowadays go through a whole public affairs training to learn how to talk to people, even if you're not good at it. Like, yeah. Hey, Kal-El, what's going on? Like I said, dude, it would be harder to fake it. I'm not even kidding. It would be more difficult to fake it than to just go. Like, if, like, you start thinking about the physics involved with this, it'd be easier to just fly there and do it. AI can fake it easily. Did we have AI in 1969, New Future Tech? Kubrick insisted on shooting on location. Right, man. Okay, cool. Just making sure. I've seen that height. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, the other thing to think about, dudes, is that if you look at modern moon landings, there's plenty of footage out there of like Firefly's Blue Ghost 1 mission landing on the moon. There's plenty of pictures of Intuitive Machines lander tipping over. There's the JAXA, the Japanese Slim mission. There's China, mainland China, with the Chang'e 4, Chang'e 3, Chang'e 4, Chang'e 5. Guys, every single one of these landings looks exactly the same. Like, barring the terrain around it, they all landed at different parts on the moon, but the lighting and the way the light is propagating through like all the cameras, it looks exactly the same. China. Yeah, exactly. Like all of it. Like if you go and look at the Apollo 11 landing, and then you look at Blue Ghost, which was, what was that, last year? Beginning of last year? Dude, it looks exactly the same. Just in a little bit nicer clarity. It looks exactly the same. Like the way the dust propagates from the landing, it's pretty much a spot-on match. Like, I don't know, just something to think about. Like, why, if what we did in the 60s wasn't true, why would every single lunar landing, no matter what the country, adversarial to the United States or not, or company, would it all look exactly the same? You know? Do we have Warhammer? I don't think so. We're at T-minus 40 minutes. Closeout crew should be leaving the pad sometime. I think they should be leaving the pad sometime in the next 10 minutes. You know? Yeah. Because technically you could. Like, that's the thing that I'm thinking about, dudes. Like, I'm not... Yeah, I know physics, dude. I know physics. I know how it works. It's easier to just get something there. I mean, the hard part is building that stupid thing. I would say that's the biggest pain in the butt. That's the reason why we haven't been back. Building one of those is tough, man. That's a tough thing to do. Going to be cool to see that view again. Agreed. Yeah, Chris, exactly. Targeting around 11:40 based on the closeout crew arrival. They have time. Yeah. Yeah, outdoorsman. That's what I thought. Do we know if they're targeting a day or night launch? It's a night launch, Hokey. Hey, Louie. What's going on? This is a full test that basically stops at about T-minus 30. You're not going to see the engines firing. No. That's for launch. They're not going to get that close into the auto sequencer. Yeah. I wasn't sure what a fueling test was. So basically, Louis, this is for all intents and purposes, this is called a wet dress rehearsal. Let's start there. This is a wet dress rehearsal. What does that mean? It is a full simulated mission. But your timeline stops at T-minus 30. That's where it stops.
Discovery.
What is a wet dress rehearsal used for? Hey, Shaw, thank you. The moon is so big and bright, we're going back there in a week. Yeah. Yep. A wet dress rehearsal is a fully simulated countdown. So there's two things that don't happen here comparatively to launch. This should be exactly how the launch goes. It is a 1-to-1 test. The only two differences here are there's no astronauts on board and it doesn't launch. And that's about it. That's it. This is a full test to test everything all the way up until actually launching the vehicle. That's what you do that's what they're going to do next week if everything goes right here. So this ends in 7-ish minutes. No, T minus 30 seconds, Admana. 30 seconds, not 30 minutes. Yeah, that's called a wet dress rehearsal. Now, why wet dress? Like dress rehearsal, you understand. That's something that's derived from theater etymology, right? That's something that, movies and Broadway shows. Like what dress rehearsal, what? It's just doing the actual play, right? If you're doing like a Broadway show, it's the whole play. You just do a thing in the play that's just no audience there. Right? That's what this is. The reason why they put wet in front of it isn't because the vehicle is moist. It's Florida. It's humid out there. It's already going to be that. No, wet refers to commodity transfer in the aerospace industry, meaning there's fuel on board. When is the launch date? They're targeting February 8th, Warhammer. Now, SpaceX is doing a cryo test over here with Booster 19. If we just kind of go down to Texas here real quick. SpaceX, this is courtesy of my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. SpaceX is doing cryogenic testing on their first stage. This is not launching. They're just filling it up with cold stuff to see how the stainless steel reacts to being filled with cold stuff. That is a really, really simplified explanation, but that's what's going on there. So what is a green run in comparison? A green run is just a test of the core stage, Hokey. Yeah, P-Game or something like that. From what I gather, the Apollo missions had a big problem with moon dust affecting electronics and mechanical components. Have they thought about how they could deal with this better in the Artemis program? Axiom. There's a company called Axiom Space, Murray, that's working on the Axiom Space Extravehicular Mobility Unit, or AXEMU. That suit is basically working on that problem. The other thing is that our landers are going to have airlocks this time around. The LEM did not have an airlock on it. The LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module from Apollo, it landed, and if they wanted to go outside, you had to depress the entire module. The entire ascent module had to be depressurized. And then you go outside. That created a lot of contamination. Moon dust is like talcum powder, guys. It gets freaking everywhere. And you do not want small particulate stuff like that inside of a spacecraft. They can jam up life support systems. They'll ruin your HVAC systems, which is basically your life support systems. They can short things out if you're not careful. But Apollo didn't have any other way to do it. Yeah, if you breathe it, you can get silicosis, which is not fun. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did Demo 2 have the crew on board during the wet dress rehearsal? No. They didn't do a wet dress rehearsal. They did static fires, Trojan. It's a great portal conductor. That's right. Yep. Yeah, we want it to go well, Reese. Yeah, if it doesn't go well, it could launch in March. Yeah, we don't want that. Where's the destination? So Dignified, this mission isn't scheduled to launch until next week. They're just testing it right now. If it does go, the Artemis 2 mission is it's going to launch into a high Earth orbit. There's going to be people on board. They'll test out the the capsule to make sure the capsule works really well. And then they'll use the capsule's rocket engine to go out to the moon. And then they'll use the moon's gravwell to shoot back towards Earth. Meaning you can send yourself out there and you can get on a trajectory that gets you back towards Earth. You could basically slingshot off the moon to come back towards Earth. That is called a free return because you don't need to fire any engines. The moon's gravity will just pull you back and throw you back towards Earth, like a big pinball machine almost. That is called a free return lunar trajectory. They're not going to land on the moon. They're basically going to fly by and be like, hey, how you doing? And then they're going to come back. But that is still crazy. NASA has not done that since 1972. In fact, no one has done that since 1972. It's a ballsy mission, dude. Real ballsy. Did they just send one up the other day? This is the one that you've been seeing, yes. Yeah, have you been seeing this on the news? This is probably the one they're talking about. What small trinket would you take up with you around the moon? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Dude, I don't know, man. I'm not really into that whole, like, oh, a trinket. I don't know. Like, here, how about this? Here. Give me a second. How about one of the Crawlerway rocks? Some Tennessee River rock. Sure. That's fine. I'm not really one for trinkets, dude. Like, it's like when I talk to astronauts. Some people, when they talk to astronauts, they want their autograph, and other guys, I just want to hit these people in the face. But, they just go there. They're not interested in talking about space. They just get there to have them sign a bunch of things, and then they go and sell them on eBay. Those are the worst kind of people. If I'm talking to astronauts, or if I was doing something as cool as this, I would want my memories of it, if that makes any sense. It's a full simulated test Blackbird. It's everything without the launch. That's why there's a countdown. I'm not really into doing that kind of stuff. Like, have I ever launched on a rocket? No. The closest analog, I've talked to people that have, though. Like when I talked to Charlie Duke about going to the moon, I wasn't really interested in him signing anything. He actually asked me, and I'm like, no. He's like, you want me to sign something? I'm like, hell no. I want to talk to you about going to the freaking moon. He's like, what? Really? I'm like, yeah. I don't want you to sign nothing. I shook your hand. I'm good enough with that. That's fine with me. Bro, you went to another celestial body and came back. And I've shook your hand. That's good enough for me. I don't need no damn trinket or damn autograph or something. Yeah, Chris, that's exactly what I did when I talked to Charlie Duke. I don't want no autograph, man. I want to talk to you about space. That's why I'm here. That's why I have the damn NASA hat on, because I want to talk about space and how badass it is. And you know what? You know what the funny thing is? They responded to that really well. Yeah. Most of the time, they're like, hell yeah. Like one time I talked with Garrett Reisman. I did an interview with Garrett Reisman at Intrepid about Dragon. He was like, that was sick. He was like, that was really fun. I'd do that again. I'm like, hell yeah, man. I just want to talk about space. I have no other axe to grind because space is badass. And he was like, yeah, I agree. It is pretty sick. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I'd love to talk to Buzz Spoiled. Sure. That'd be great. I don't need nothing from you. I just want to talk to you about flying the damn spaceship. Is that bad? Like, I don't know. So, like, I don't know. That's my closest analog. Like, what trinket would I take? I don't need no damn trinket. The trinket is me being able to see the moon with my own eyes up close. That's the trinket, dude. How often do you bump shoulders with astronauts? I haven't done it much since the pandemic, Lolo. I used to go to events and interview them all the time with my buddy Das. Met Charlie Duke. I've met Fred Hayes. I've met a lot of famous NASA flight controllers, Jerry Griffin, Jerry Bostitz, Charles Dietrich. I've never met Gene Kranz, and I would really like to at some point. I've met Walt Cunningham. He flew on Apollo 7. Fred Hayes on Apollo 13 and the approach and landing tests with the space shuttle. I've met a ton of shuttle astronauts, dude. I met Pam Melroy. She was the second in charge at NASA until she was the second in charge at NASA with Bill Nelson for a number of years. Who else? There's a long list, man. I don't even remember. I've met George Nelson. If you guys have ever watched a documentary about the space shuttle program called The Dream is Alive, he's in that. He wrangled the Solar Maximum satellite. He wrangled it with a mobile man maneuvering unit, untethered EVA. I've talked to cosmonauts too. I've talked to Gennady Padelka. I've talked to Sergei Krikalev. I met the last Soviet citizen. I shook his hand. Last citizen of the Soviet Union. Met that dude. Some of them are interviews. Some of them I have them on stream in VOD somewhere, Lolo. But I'd have to go find them. Yeah, Sergei Krikalev was on Mir when the Soviet Union collapsed. He came back and had to emigrate to a country. He emigrated from a country that didn't exist. I met the last citizen of the Soviet Union, dude. Met some pretty freaking cool people. Me and Sawyer actually did that. Sawyer was there. Sergei Krikalev was the last citizen of the Soviet Union. Guys, he was up on the Mir space station when the Soviet Union fell on December 25th, 1991. He was up on Mir. And he didn't come back for a little while. And when he came back, and he had to go through customs, because you have to go through that when you come from space, he gave him his Soviet passport, and they looked at it and said, closeout pad is not left. Nope. You talk to any Artemis 2 astronaut, who would you choose? I talked to Victor. I like Victor Glover a lot. He's a good dude. Or Reed. Those guys seem like fun. I mean, they all seem like fun, dude. But Victor would be at the top of my list. He's cool. I've liked him since he became an astronaut. You know, he's one of those guys that just, you know, the vibe that I get from him is that just, you know what's going on. You know what's up. Like, you know, like, is very, very cool, very calm, very collected. I like people like that. They're very inspirational to me. Launch team pull at L-16 minutes. Terminal count begins at L-10. Closeout crew is still not out of there. Oh, I have met, there's another one. Check this out. I have met Toyohiro Akiyama. Now, if that name doesn't sound familiar to you, not a lot of people are going to know this. Toyohiro Akiyama was the first Japanese astronaut ever, period.
Go at throttle up.
Believe it or not, in the late 80s, Japan was booming, right? And Toyohiro Akiyama, he was a journalist for Tokyo Broadcasting System, or TBS. And TBS paid for him to launch on a Soyuz. Yep. First journalist in space, first Japanese person in space. I met him, dude. Yep. Cool dude. Yep. I met a lot, dude. I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of cool people. That's what I mean about this job. This job rules. This job's awesome. L is the main count. T is the count that has flux in it. S. They can sync up or they can become desynced. They are synced up right now, I believe. Yeah, Chris, I got you. But yeah, I've met a lot of really cool people. This is a pretty awesome job, dudes. And I consider it a great privilege, to be 100% honest with you. I don't take anything for granted. Dude, I shook hands with somebody that went to the friggin' moon. I think about that a lot. Longball's the sick astronaut from the space station. They brought Crew 11 down early for whatever was going on. Is Buzz the last of the new 9? I'm not sure, Joe. SpaceX is still testing Booster 19. It looks like they started cryo-loading, but I don't know what's going on up there. Yeah, no, we're holding at T-minus 10 minutes. Launch is L-minus 20. These guys got to get out of here soon. But once again, there's flux in the time versus T and L. They do that because they like leeway in the timeline. I mean, guys, if you guys want to talk to astronauts and stuff, you can always go to Space Fest. Space Fest is where I met a good amount of these astronauts. Space Fest is Space Fest to conventions
Discovery,
is what
go at throttle up.
Comic-Con is to conventions for comics. So Space Fest is a huge astronaut convention that's in Tucson. It's usually in October. Yeah, that's where I met Charlie Duke. That was so cool, man. So freaking cool. Hey, Derek, 56-month resub. Yes, if you want to, go ahead. Have you ever met any astronauts in the wild? No, can't say that I have.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Shirley, 40-month resub. No, Chris, I didn't. Dude, your job is so cool. A bunch of people like us enjoy watching you do it. Thanks, Kenny. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, you were saying that, S. Mm-hmm. Is there an upgrade path for SLS when it comes to the possibility densifying propellants even further? You're not going to densify hydrogen. The window where hydrogen exists as a liquid is too small to achieve densification. You're lucky to get it to stay as a liquid blinga, let alone try to solidify it. That being said, it could be done. That'd be difficult, but it could be done. Chris, you met Robbie Knievel at a car show. That's awesome, man. Right on. When are the closeout crew going to leave the pad? When you stop yelling. When you stop yelling, dude. Yeah, Blinga. The upgrades to SLS that could come in the future really come from saving dry mass to your boosters. Northrop Grumman is working on carbon composite SRBs instead of the steel casing ones right now. They're working on a carbon composite casing. And then we could potentially look at carbon composite upper stages for SLS. And that would put the throw well above the Saturn V if we do those upgrades. And then, dude, then that would be a very, very good rocket. UI took a picture with Muhammad Ali back in 2010. Nice. Metallic hydrogen was hyped for a bit until people realized it needs interior of Earth pressures to exist. Yeah, right? Lavia, I would be good with that. Yeah, I would be good with an SLS style rocket. So SLS with some carbon composite 5 segments. RS-25Es down low, and GS2, Glen Stage 2. Put a new Glen Upper Stage on top of it. Yeah. With the universal stage adapter on top of that. Oh, baby. Now we're talking. That would be a monster of a freaking vehicle, dude. That's like Saturn V good. You could just put a LEM on top of it. You could put Blue Moon Mark II on top of that, with an Orion on top of that. That would work. It's a good idea. I don't think they're gonna do it, but it's a good idea. I don't think they're gonna do it, but that's a good idea, man. All right. Closeout crew is still there, dudes. Let's see what happens. When do you think SLS gets nuclear? I don't think they're going to do that either, for what it's worth. I just want the US enough of this DCSS nonsense on a moon rocket. I'll settle for that right now, Green. Yeah. In fact, dude, an EUS up there with some carbon composite SRBs and RS-25Es might give you the throw that you need. When I say throw, just in case people are wondering, okay, it's a slang term for saying how much the rocket can move up into space. How much can it lob up there or throw up there? If you can use those carbon composite SRBs and you get the RS-25E, which is the next version of SLS's first stage engines, if you can get those really dialed in, you might be able to achieve 45 metric ton TLI out of the box with an EUS. And if you can do that, then yeah, just put Blue Moon Mark II in the universal stage adapter with an Orion and send it. And you could do, yeah, you don't need gateway, you don't need none of that. You just go to the surface. Any updates with the landers? Nothing right now, 415. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of time before we get updates, but yeah. DoorDash some blue Gatorade.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I'll be all right. Hey, Shirley, gifted a sub to 415. There you go. I saw Bob at an airport once. Ran up to him and said, how smooth is Dragon? Oh, there you go, P-Gamer. That's cool. This rocket is so weird, or at least this wet dress rehearsal. It seems like a reminder from Artemis 1. High risk, high reward. I like your name. I think this is going a lot smoother than Artemis 1, if you really want my honest opinion. But then again, they stopped giving us updates. We know the closeout crew is out there, but that's about it. We're expecting a hold at L-10 to allow the closeout crew to clear. 2 hours are available for the hold time per NASA info. Thanks, Boreal. I appreciate it. That makes sense, dude. Yeah, they're not going to put the rocket into the terminal count sequence with people near it. That's not smart. The only time you'd really want to do that is when people are on board, not near it. Man, a shot inside of the White Room, or we know they have cameras everywhere else. Like, shot literally anywhere, but this shot would be really nice. This one was a torture test for the booster. Yeah. Are we going to hear the APUs today? Should. Give it a day or two, Dino, pending the results of this test, before we get an absolute T0. Last blog update from NASA was over an hour ago. Could they be sleeping on the job? Would you be sleeping if you were standing next to this thing, P-Gamer? How many people do you think you're watching NASA right now? Yes. It was a joke. I know. I got the joke and made a joke about the joke, and you missed it. That's not my problem, P-Gamer. That's not my problem, homie. I'm joking because they're taking so long. You don't need to explain it. I got it, man. I know. Sorry, that's funny to me, dude. What he means is that NASA is slow. I got that. Yeah, I was able to put that together. Yeah. I'm trying to buy this box of tricks. Yeah, you want some trick cereal? Yeah, yes, I want this. I was led to believe that tricks are for kids. Yeah, that's what the commercials say. You understand yourself that I am not a child, right? Yeah, I was able to put that together. Oh. Did they shut the camera off at T-minus 10 minutes, or... What are you doing? What are you doing? Why'd you shut the camera off? Countdown clock still says, yeah, nothing. The other feed without UI is still up. You know what? I want that one. We're switching to that feed. That feed seems cooler. Did you see the NF feed with the countdown clock at 99999999999? Sorry. I don't know what any of those words mean, fooled. NSF feed showing a vehicle moving away from the pad. Please hold. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. The next available operator will be with you shortly. So this is courtesy of my buddies over at NSF. They're doing a heck of a job with this cast. Hey, a payload fairing. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that the countdown clock is, they haven't started the count. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and put that out there that they probably haven't. Yeah. Okay. Where am I going? I'm going over here. Don't need that anymore. We 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 don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Oh. 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 Ooh. Ooh. What was that Tricks monologue from? Ted? I'm just going to take a snooze here real quick. Oh, it came back. Are you feeling any better? No, not really. I feel like I'm going to blow chunks, but I'll be all right. I'll be fine. Are you going to the mall later? That's what I'm asking. No, I am not going to the mall. Keep testing, mister. You 3D printed this rocket in the same scale as the Lego Saturn V. Hell yeah, man. You think NASA will be able to get their media skills together before sending people to the moon? No. No. Jared Isaacman can only do so much. Did I hear about Falcon 9's second stage not doing its deorbit burn correctly? Yeah, I did hear about that. That's not great, but... So Artemis 2 is going nowhere, and Falcon 9 is grounded. So much for two crewed rocket. Stop dooming, damn it! Stop dooming! Brother! Falcon 9 is not going to be grounded for very long. They'll figure out the problem. You know why? Because they fly the damn thing all the time. It's going to be really easy to see what went wrong here and what didn't go wrong with the, I don't know, 590 other successful Falcon 9 missions. It ain't going to stay grounded for very long. And SLS is due to launch next week. We're going back to the moon in a week, and you're dooming right now. SMH, my Hydrolox. Brother, there's a moon rocket on the pad and you're dooming right now. I can't believe this. Now, the NSF stream is dooming the entire time? What? No, they can't doom up. I should have signed up for that damn thing. I'm sorry, Rob. That's on me. They always put out the postings for who's going to do what when I'm streaming, and I always miss it because I'm a schmuck. That's not very Wumbo. Falcon 9 was grounded, repaired. They launched a Starlink this morning, and one of the stage, the upper stage didn't. I say one of the upper stages, like it launched with two of them. The upper stage, the ascent was good. The satellite deploy was good. Upper stage did not do a deorbit burn as planned, and they passivated the stage. It will probably deorbit eventually, with the insertion trajectories that it does. They leave the perigee low on purpose. It's like 158 usually, or 138 is usually the insertion perigee for the parking orbit. So that stage will come back down. It just didn't deorbit as planned, which is not great. That's not very Kurpa of you. This one launch window is not good for your sleep schedule. Oh yeah. I mean, seriously, yeah. If you're overseas, you're kind of boned. They're just sitting there trying to sell stuff. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, that's all good. you could stop dooming, that'd be great. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't doom. NASA. NASA countdown clocks at T-minus 10. Let's freaking go. Let's go. We are back, baby. We are back. We are back. And we're the three best friends that everyone could have, and we'll never, ever, 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 ever leave each other. And then we're gonna find a best friend, Doug, and then we're gonna give him a big Doug hug. Doug, 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 Doug. No? All right. Hey, I just put it out there. If you don't like it, you send it right back, okay? No, but that's pretty cool, Unprod. Why are you singing to you? Do you not like it? I don't know, man. Countdown has entered T-minus 10 hold. Rehearsal will be extended. Rehearsal will be extended beyond simulated 9 p.m. launch window opening. Oh, you don't say. Hey, Misadventures, what's up? I, for one, like the singing. Thank you. No, Misadventures, no, actually. Well, the count was a little bit delayed because they did have a couple of fueling problems, but the built-in holds caught all of it. And there's a 2-hour window to complete the test. Once again, this is simulating an actual launch countdown. So like we'd be pretty much up on the timeline at this point. Yeah, I'm sure. Don't worry, it's good. It's good. Wouldn't do it without permission, you know what I mean? So, once again, if you guys can just focus right here, you could see there's a van down there. Like it's right there. It's a van. The Banana River's over there. So what I'm trying to tell you is that there is a van down by the river. And they're not going to initiate the 10-minute hold unless the van's out of there. Now, what is the van? Who's in the van? Who's driving it? That is the pad closeout crew. So the pad closeout crew are, I don't know if you guys ever watched people get into a rocket before. They're the guys in the basically the white lab coats that are helping the astronauts get into the vehicle. They're doing a simulated crew ingress, or the crew isn't there, but they're basically up there doing all the preparations and sealing the hatch and being like Godspeed and doing all the closeout crew stuff. They're basically the last people to see the astronauts during a normal launch, and the last people to see the astronauts before they launch. They're not going to initiate the 10-minute count unless the closeout crew is gone. We are in a planned hold right now, and we do have, there is some leeway in the timeline here. So you're not going to see that 10-minute count resume until that van down there leaves. Yeah, and also the white zone is for loading and unloading over here. There is no stopping in the red zone. The red zone is for loading and unloading. There's no parking in the white zone. You think they put placeholders for the astronauts, like maybe a teddy bear? Not on this flight, but they've put crash test dummies in the capsules before, Jensen. There you go, Shirley. Yeah, you can't be serious right now. How long can they stay in LH and locks replenish? For a good minute. More than the allotted launch window, that's for sure. Will the Sunday launch be late? It's gonna be at night. I think it's like 10 o'clock or something. Yes, Pigeon. Can't say when or where, though. You can't park there. You can't park there. That's why you don't buy the 4 people. You can't park there. No? All right. Some of you got it. Do you think it's a go for the Super Bowl? Yes, unfortunately. What does scrub mean? So Willie, long time ago, they had a blackboard that said all the missions, all the launches that were going to happen on the range. And if one didn't go, they would scrub it off of the board. They would wipe it off. So that's why they call it a scrub. I believe that airports do that, or like air bases do that too, or did that at the time. You'd have a list of your air missions. Hey, Myers. This isn't the third attempt. They're just in a hold. Count went a little bit long, dude, because they had some problems with fueling a little bit earlier, but everything is working now. Yeah, okay. So John, this is useful. Thank you for linking to this. I did not have this one queued up. These are all the nominal launch windows over the next 3 months. So it was originally the 6th, now it's at the 8th. We are right here. Yes, of course, I did know that. Now, why such a constricted launch window? The moon has to be in the right place, and the recovery conditions need to be right. They're going to launch in a way that phases to the moon correctly, and that's important. The moon has to be in the right place. That's why you have such constricted windows. That, and like I said, recovery conditions need to be right as well. The ocean needs to be in the right place when they come back down, and yeah, you don't want to come down in the wrong spot. There's only certain times where they can launch to time it correctly. So the 6th and the 7th are off the board. 11:20, 2-hour launch window. I really hope they target the 10th. That would be really nice. But they're probably not. Judging by how good this test is going. I mean, I did say myself that they're probably not going to have many issues here. Is a daytime splashdown recovery required by mission parameters? I forget, Zeros. I think so, yes. Question, period, question mark. Is this launch going to be bright enough to be seen from where we're at? I do not know what the flight azimuth is going out here, Flykin. I'll bet you it's straight due east, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, Strickler, that's like worst case scenario for me. If they go to launch on the 8th, they scrub, and the Seahawks win. That's like double whammy loss for me. I'll be having a really bad day if that's the case, dude. I will be so freaking pissed. No, I didn't even think about that. Oh, that would suck. That would be so, I'd be so mad. That's probably, I mean, dude, I don't know. That's a possibility. It could happen. So maybe I should mentally prepare myself for it. It was dooming now. I'm not doing. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, yeah, that's right, Heightmare. No, we're going to get a launch to the moon, and my team's going to win the Super Bowl. You're right. You're right. You're right. Gator don't play that. Scrub Hawks. That's right, Krillani. Yes. Yes. Rocket launches, 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 Super Bowl. Yes. And Ferrari going to win a championship. Okay. There's being positive, and then there's just denial, okay? I mean, Panda, we all know that that's not happening, but it's okay. It's just pump the brakes. All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Ferrari has some preseason hype. Yeah. That's lovely. That's crazy talk. Aston Newey has it in the bag already. How do you guys think Cadillac is going to do? Are we talking like dead last? You think Caddy can beat Haas? I don't know, man. Better than Haas? You're probably right, dude. How do you think Ford's going to perform in F1? I think they'll be competitive. How many PSI advantage are we giving the Pats this Super Bowl? Man, you guys just won't let that go. You know it's like a completely different organization now, right? Like, Ford is a sponsor of the principal sponsor for Red Bull, Flykin. Yeah, we have to like Red Bull. So much PTSD from the last matchup. Sorry, Yum Food. I'm not, but sorry, man. Turns out there's a lot of people that watch this stream from Seattle, from the Pacific Northwest. And I figured that out not because I've had people saying, I hate the Patriots, screw you. It just turns out when you have a stream about aviation and spaceflight and stuff that you just attract people from where, you know, aviation and spaceflight hubs are. I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on. But yeah, sorry guys, should have passed. You should have handed the ball off to Lynch. It's your own damn fault. All right, we didn't win that game. You guys lost that game. If you really want my honest opinion, okay? That was your fault. I had nothing to do with it, you know? That was your fault, bro. 9th page. What about the 9th page? Page 7 in the document. Okay. Sign the document. That's the same page. I don't understand. By the numbers has the flight azimuth. Oh, okay. Launch azimuth is variable 62 to 108. It could fly up by us, John, if it's launching on the ascending. It really depends. Hey, being a Seahawks fan on the East Coast, only Patriots party supplies. I'm sorry. It's just, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Helm 108. Helm to 108. $108 from Kennedy. Yeah, that's basically due east. It's the azimuth. That's azimuth lava. Yeah. I have the full timeline, dude. Oh, not like that. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. All these are really, really useful. I'm just going to start compiling all these links.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Who was that? Poison gifted a sub to Lumprod? All right. I'm just going to compile all these links with timelines and everything. Hello. Somebody gifted John a sub. The launch azimuth starts northeast and gets progressively more south by the day. Yep. I'm a Bears fan. I hope our coach learned to kick the field goal next time. Burrow, I can't tell you how many coaches have made that mistake. Sean Payton made that mistake in the Denver game, dude. Bro, if you kick the field goal, Denver wins. We lose. Like, it's not... Never interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake, I guess. But, yeah, this, riverboat stuff needs to stop. Like, that's how you lose football games, especially in the playoffs. Who's worse, the Cowboys or the Dolphins? Empirically or in my opinion? Actually, it's Cowboys both ways, but yeah. But the analytics, yeah. I wish we had a mission control cam. I wish we had, yeah, everything but just one camera. Hey, now, I know we messed up, yeah. They're both terrible. I don't make fun of the Dolphins. I don't make fun of the Dolphins, and I don't make fun of the Jets. That's just mean, okay? It's messed up. I won't do it. And the Bills are very much getting to that point, too, especially after what happened. No, I'm not doing that. You should, we deserve it. But what about Mike McDoodoo? Oh no, not Mike McDoodoo. I agree, T-Man. That's definitely not a thing. Lions need to be careful. Well, they got a new offensive coordinator in there. He was the O coordinator for the Cards. I know that dude. Yeah, he's from my neck of the woods, which is pretty cool. Not know him. I know of him. Excuse me. I shouldn't have said that. I don't know him in real life, but he's the new O coordinator for the Lions is from Massachusetts. It's pretty cool. So yeah, guys, the reason why we're talking about American Handig over here is because we're in a planned hold and NASA really isn't giving us any updates. There's only so many things I could talk about the rocket with at this point. Talk about business ethics. I choose business ethics. How did the Jets get that name? What did Mana said in chat, dude? Where will the hydrogen go after the test? There's a purge flame that's over there. You can't see it in this shot.
Oh, this is space.
Not great.
I'm in
Get to the
space.
sub to excessive. Thank you. SLS is a greatest hits rocket. I wouldn't say it's a greatest hits rocket because no other rocket can do what it can do right now, Methane. You know?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Led Zeppelin wasn't greatest hits until Van Halen came along, dude. Just saying. Oh, we gifted a sub to Enron. I choose business ethics. Sit on a pad? It's messed up, man. It's mildly worrying that they haven't gotten a full update out. Closeout crew's still out at the pad, interestingly enough. Right, I gotta go. It's 3:20 in the morning in Spain. Adios, amigo. What would you say to the president of public ethics at the greatest AI organization in the world? Hi? How long were the closeout crew supposed to be at the pad according to the timeline? They were supposed to be out of there about 45 minutes ago, but the countdown is delayed. So, once again, they were targeting please hold. They were targeting a little. Actually, I think that was 9 o'clock that they were targeting. So it's 9:20 now. So I mean, if you want to go through the cycle to count, get down to 30 and cycle it again, you're gonna have to get out of there soon. Yeah, 1:45. They should have been out of there a long time ago. I mean, Boreal, I'm kind of worried here because if they're still following that timeline, I mean, even the condensed timeline, you're starting to cut it close here to the end of the window. Today, Junior? Why are the lightning rod contraptions not lit up? Fool, the reason why is because this is a much bigger pad than the other pads, so they're a lot further away from said pad. The T-minus is somewhere around 11:40. They have until 1 a.m. Oh. NASA did say that operations may continue as early as or as late as 1 a.m. Eastern. Yuck. Operations will continue until latitude improves. That's right. BF6? You want to watch me play Battlefield? I don't know, man. Yuck. Wumble up, son. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. I mean, guys, Like I said, I'm not feeling the best right now. And tomorrow we have a post wet dress rehearsal conference at 12. Okay. Hey, Lazari. No, Squishin, that's not happening after TLI. SLS is going to go into a high parking orbit around Earth, and they're going to do an RPO operation. No, we were talking football. That's not run pass option. That's rendezvous proximity operation, okay? So if this is the capsule, this is the stage. They're going to separate the capsule. The capsule's going to turn around, go towards the stage, and then it's going to move to the side, go towards that, back off, go back forward, and then back away. The rendezvous proximity operations are there to test out Orion's docking controls to make sure that it can dock to things. Now, this Orion does not have a docking port on board. They're not going to dock with the upper stage. Personally, I think they should, but whatever. You know, I don't really like saving that till the very, till the first lunar landing, but hey, it's fine. But yeah, the rendezvous proximity operation is going to happen before TLI. Now, they're going to separate away from that stage, and then from there, Orion will do a translunar injection burn for a free return with its service propulsion system. They got to dock with the secreted Buran factory on orbit on the Boon. No, they don't, InSig. Because that doesn't exist. You know why it doesn't exist? Because we don't allow trash heaps on the moon. It's like a combination of Apollo 7 and 8, yes. Point still stands, son. What's up, man? How are you? Actually, InSig, did you see that the one of the Buran one of the Buran flight orbiters is getting restored? Somebody bought it, and it's in a restoration hangar in Russia. Yeah, it's the 201 orbiter. The 2.01. It's the first Block 2 Buran. No trash heaps on the moon. When are they going to explode? What are they going to explode to make the space 1999 happen? Nice. I don't know. There are 2 landers laying on their sides on the moon. They're pretty much trash. Hey, it's on the honor system. We're back home. How's the wet dress going? They're a little bit behind schedule. We'll see how this pans out. They have till 1 a.m. The European service module has a decent amount of delta V squishin. It just doesn't really have enough delta V to get to low lunar on a translunar circularization. Yes, these are words for everybody else. We've heard nothing, Game Coder. NASA hasn't given us an update in well over an hour because why would they? Yeah, full radio silence, guys, is a little bit, I'll admit that's not a good sign that the, test is going well, but we're wumbo maxing. We're not dooming here, okay? It will be a night launch, Ruin, yeah. It'll be after the Super Bowl. Yeah, one-eyed medic, but they figured it out.
This is space. I'm in space.
Nova gifted a sub to Krusty the Clown. Nice. I think the Patriots will win if they rethink their starting quarterback. No. I think 2 weeks is enough for Drake May to rest his shoulder, Yum Food, if you really want my honest opinion. I think it's going to be a good game. If your honest opinion about the Super Bowl real quick, it's going to be a hard game, dude. It's going to be a hard game for both teams. This is going to be a slugging fest. It's not going to be a high-scoring game. Both Seattle and the Patriots defenses are really, really, really good. Really good. This is going to be like the Denver game where it's like 10-7 or like 3-6 or something. It's going to be something ridiculous. What the Super Bowl is going to come down to, dudes, is whoever makes the least amount of mistakes, like missing a field goal or not taking the points or going for it on 4th and 1 and missing. Whoever makes those small mistakes is going to lose. It's going to be a pretty bad slugging match, dude. That's what's going to win. I think both teams are like, okay, me being a Pats fan completely aside, both teams are very evenly matched. If you look at the statistics, it's actually kind of nuts. Yeah, this game is going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes, and whoever has the ball last. It's going to be a slugfest until then. Anyway, back to spaceflight. The slugfests are the best games. I love football games that are wars of attrition, Nader. Those are the best football games, dude. Does it concern you that the Orion that's scheduled to go up has not been tested? Yes, but I'm just a Twitch streamer, Jeff, so I'm not going to put out bad vibes before a mission. I don't do that. Yeah, Fluffy, go ahead. Radio silence isn't great, but let's be positive. They're not detanking. Yeah, and they haven't said it's scrubbed either, Garrett. So, yeah, that's right. No dooming. Cheers. No problem, Jeff. I don't understand this whole thing. It's going to space, but not right now because they're testing it. Does that clarify everything? I think that pretty much cleared it up. So your wife is starting a business that will require towing a trailer, single axle enclosed at most, I would think, with machines and product. Not terribly long travel, but maybe an hour or two from home. What's around town? Would you buy a new truck for reliability or used? If it's your business, buy a new one. Do not buy a project and make your business reliant on a project vehicle. I would buy a new vehicle and expense it under the LLC if she's starting a business. It's something that you need, and you can't have that screw up. Buy a vehicle, buy the warranty, have Ford fix it in my mind, you bought an F-150, but buy it with a warranty. You vehicle downtime will cost you money. You do not want to buy a project for your business in that regard. Go buy a fleet vehicle or something. This space thing, where might that be? Is it near Detroit? This is in Florida, XPZ? By Glorious Ural, Rehersal Soviet truck. Yeah, I said don't buy a project. But with that being said, I don't think they need a 6x6 to tow a single axle trailer in SIG. I've been debating 3/4 ton. A half ton truck. For a single axle trailer, just a half ton truck. Longest 10 minutes of your life. Yep. Dude, even the back channel on NSF is just empty. There's nobody talking over there. The van is still there. Most trailers made for the M35A2 were single axle. You have one. It's an M105A2. Nice. Yeah, exactly, Gareth. If it guys, if you have a business and you want to buy a cool project car, that's fine. But if it was me running a business where I had to go door to door, or had to go somewhere, I would buy a new car. I don't like new cars, to be honest, but new car with a warranty for your business, do that. You need the reliability. A project car is the opposite of that. Like a Trabant. Well, ideally you want to get there quickly in Sig, Time is money. The Trabant is not, it's a golf cart. Just got back. Any updates? No, Phil. Nothing in about an hour. Closeout crew is still out there doing their thing. The window goes till 1, Phil, so we'll see where this takes us. I can't guarantee that I'll be here for all of this, guys. I felt like I'm gonna puke for probably about, 5 hours now. Will the Rainbirds flow water for this wet dress rehearsal? That is a good question. I will get you the answer here. I don't think so. Godheads at T-minus 30, no suppression needed. Yeah, that's why I was saying I don't think they do it. Because the sound suppressor starts at 15 seconds or something. So it's a dry wet. It's like a dry heat. It's a dry heat. Do you like NASA administrators right there? There's only one, Chris, and yeah, I like Jared Isaacman. You don't own Radio Silence. NASA does. NASA, space people. Maybe you heard of them. How's Booster 19 doing up there? A little bit of a ice line on Booster 19, but not much else. Is that the mobile launcher you walked on in 2015? Yes, I've walked on the deck of that mobile launcher right there. That's right, Boreal. Yeah, T-minus 12 is hydrogen igniters, 10 is engine start. T-minus 6 is ignition. T0, boosters ignition. Yeah, T plus 10 is the roll pitch program. 56 is supersonic. 110, T plus 1 minute, 10 seconds is maximum dynamic pressure. 208, solid rocket booster jettison. And then LAS jettison at 318. Core stage engine cutoff at 8 minutes. 6 seconds. We're doing far better than Artemis 1, and thank you for the advice. Yeah, absolutely. Naval postgraduate? What is this, John? Launch parameters of an ICE payload traveling via lunar electromagnetic launcher to the gateway. Oh dear. It's 85 pages. No, they won't recover these in SIG. I hope they're not having problems with Orion. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much waiting on the closeout crew right now, dudes. Why recover an SRB? If you're launching a lot, recovering them makes sense. If you're launching it once a year or even twice a year, doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's cool, John. Okay. Do you think the SEALs are having a problem? That's possible, Chris. Yeah. No, nominal timeline had 3 hours of closeout crew time at the pad. Yeah, and when did the closeout crew get there, Boreal? They got there, I don't know, about an hour and a half ago. It is a little cold down there, Sussy, but it's good, clearly good enough for operations here. Yeah, Nader, that's usually a good idea. It's targeting the 8th, Ben. It's tentative right now. Will the tower catch this one? No, Mike. SLS is expendable. Except the only thing that comes back is Orion. The capsule with the people in it at the top. It's kind of old school in that regard. Yeah, you just gotta slap the door and say it ain't going nowhere, and it'll be fine. Yeah, no, that's how that adds, all right? Lovely, Lincoln. And I'll catch it. Yeah, the SLS core stage is most likely gonna burn up. Do they have an empty spacesuit in the capsule? No, people are going to get on board this one, Lord. There's nothing in the the capsule's empty with spacesuit wise. It's full of cargo and personal effects and food and water. I don't know, Chris. We don't know. Without any confirmation from NASA, we can't really tell what's going on here. Yeah, it's snacks too. Where the booster's going to land? Probably about the same distance downrange as like a Falcon 9 first stage, but they're going to splash down and sink. Poop bags? Nah, you don't need that one this time around, Phil. Orion's got a toilet. You know, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it isn't a little bit alarming when this gets linked in the NSF back channel Discord during one of their live casts. I don't really know what to say. Hey, the Coronet has the quarter panel on it in that picture. Damn, dude. Yeah. I just looked over. I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and I'm like, oh, dude, whose car is that? Oh, that's my car. All right. All right. All right. All right. What, a man can't enjoy his shuttle nowadays? Alone in his garage? Explain yourself. I love the space shuttle. The space shuttle is a pretty cool guy. It doesn't afraid of anything. Why was this linked? I'm scrolling through. What? I don't understand why this was linked. What, you know, whatever. Just get it's fine. Whatever. It's fine. Why should it not be linked? Yeah. It must have been something that they said in the cast. Now I'm really curious. Hold on. Now I want to know. Is that 934? I want to know if they said anything. What did you say?
NASA and
What did you say?
at this point, it has been almost an hour and a half since our last update on operations. So we are
At 1927 Eastern Time.
So it would have been about here.
You know, all these holds and everything. Of course, this is just for the when and how long and
By this today, it is not something that they need to do, but release the hold, restart.
although if we did, it might take a minute to get into the shop because it would be delayed from hydrogen. Always hydrogen.
That's actually a pretty
Hydrogen.
funny shirt.
And if you, like us, are so annoyed at what hydrogen has done delaying
That's pretty
the
funny.
hydrogen is gonna launch, grab one of these because you never know.
I kind of want one of those. That's pretty funny, dude.
Vintage design that just
That's so messed up.
released today. So it's awesome. And
This is space. I'm in space.
Gifted a sub to hydrogen.
That we did
Nice.
From Artemis 1, and of course, I believe those are from Jerry Pike and myself. Next, we gotta
will either be at some other photo op before launch.
like the person in chat who said, "Poor Mrs. Das."
What are you guys saying?
Josh saying Starship is famous for being made of stainless steel. What are SLS tanks made of?
Oh, okay. The hopes and dreams. Hopes and dreams. Sorry. They're aluminum. I'm not sure what style of aluminum. I believe it's aluminum lithium. Stir welded aluminum lithium. It's either that or 7000 series aluminum. But 7000 might be Vulcan, now that I'm thinking about it. It's an aluminum tube. Do I have to tell you what the frick you can do with an
Discovery,
aluminum
go and
tube?
throttle up.
Aluminum! You know what we need to do? We need to do shirts that look like the Breaking Bad logo, but have like methane in locks and hydrogen in locks. And then we just got to find something that that rhymes with Breaking Bad that would fit with space flight, you know? Not any, Chris. Probably 21.95. Yeah. 21.95. Yeah. Yeah. Breaking pads. Hydrolocks, breaking pads. That's good, man. That's good. I like that. We should make that a shirt. What are you waiting for? Do it. NASA's helicopter just took off out of the SLF. It's on ADS-B exchange, fellas. Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Is that good or bad? I don't know. Think about the solids becoming fish traps. What are you talking about, Chris? Are you okay? Shia LaBeouf. Shia LaBeouf. I think they wouldn't muck with their own TFR. Helicopters fly around all the time, dude. I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm fine. I'm alright. Nobody worry about me. Why you gotta give me delays? Why can't you just launch it soon? Or test it soon? I'm fine, Silver. We're all fine here now. How are you? You're not happy enough. Nobody worry about me. Man, is it spring yet? Stupid groundhog with his stupid shadow. Man, throw that thing in the damn crock pot. See your shadow. You can't see your shadow when you're boiling. Or make you into a stew, you son of a... Sorry. Sorry. See your shadow on the damn dinner plate. That's right. Boil him, mash him, stick him in a stew. Wait, what? There's the helicopter, top left. I think that actually might be a rafflecopter. You could tell because of the noise. It goes just like that. Cheer me up, clown. I'm so angry right now. Oh my god. Oh, he likes it when you're angry. Oh. My rafflecopter goes. My rafflecopter goes la 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 la. All right, cool. There's also people that had their brains fried from the internet in the early 2000s, like me. All right. Good to know. Badgers. Shoes. Steel ass. What's up, Maddie? Hamster dance. We need overblown Corpa. Corpa. There's a song that I want to play, but I can't play it. It'll mute the pod. Yeah, I can't play that. EJ, is SLS optimized for the moon or for congressional districts? Dino, I don't like saying this answer, but it's the latter. It's really... The architecture... Okay. SLS is designed for congressional districts, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad rocket. It's just... The reason why it's like that was Well, Dino, you ever see Ace Ventura? The Ace Ventura movie, you know Ray Finkel and a clean pair of shorts. You ever see that? NASA update. What are they saying? Yep. You know how, Finkel just booted it, bonehead play. Well, the short story here is that about 16 years ago we did an extremely boneheaded thing. Okay, work in the White Room continues. Tests will proceed as teams continue to work through the countdown milestones. Closeout crew remains in the White Room and has closed the Orion spacecraft crew hatch while performing seal pressurization checks on the counterbalance assembly, which could be used to help open the hatch. A valve associated with Orion's hatch pressurization was in a... Oh, hold on. I'll explain in a second where I'm going with that, Dino. While performing seal pressurization checks on the counterbalance assembly, which could be used to help open the hatch, a valve associated with Orion's hatch pressurization was inadvertently vented. The counterbalance assembly then needed to be repressurized to allow work to continue. Approximately an hour of work remains in the White Room, with the launch abort system hatch remaining to be closed. Oof. Whoops. Anyway. So, Dino, the reason why SLS is made for congressional districts is, like I said, it's not the worst architecture. It really isn't. Like, I don't like it, but it's not bad. It's better than nothing, and that's the real important thing to understand here. Okay? The important thing to understand is that it's better than nothing. All right? Is it a little bit on the high cost side? Yes. Why is it on the high cost side? It's on the high cost side because its architecture was figured out by politicians. Politicians are the ones that basically denoted how SLS should fly. They denoted the engineering criteria for it. Basically, all the main stakeholder expectations were held by Congress, which is not the best way to design a rocket. It's not the best way to design a rocket. But that's usually where most like space flight videos about SLS or anything usually stop. That's where the buck stops. Oh, it's Congress's fault that this rocket sucks. The reality of the situation is that in 2010, NASA passed the 2010 NASA Authorization Act. That Authorization Act basically canceled the rocket that was designed by NASA and replaced it with this heaping pile of trash. But there's a little bit more to that story. The story is that, well, the executive branch of the United States is the one that really denotes NASA's goals. The president sets the goal. We choose to go to the moon, right? That's the whole idea. And Congress approves of the goal after architecture is put forth by NASA. None of that happened. And the president just basically decided to cancel the Constellation program, which was a pretty solid architecture. And basically tried to pawn off our entire national space program to commercial entities. When Congress got word that that's what was going to happen, they freaked out. Because somebody basically tried to shut down NASA. That is the gist of it. Somebody tried to shut it down. Or at least in their eyes. Right? So what did they do? They said, the frick, you're going to do that. The hell with that. We're not stopping the gravy train. That's dumb. So that set up a precedent that Congress could decide what NASA does. And what's the best solution if Congress is denoting a rocket? What's the most sustainable? Right? They want a sustainable architecture, right? You want an architecture that's going to last a really long time, and you want something that is so contrived, I'll say. Not contrived, that's not the right word. You want to basically spread around contracts as much as possible and make it so this is impossible for anybody to kill, because the last one, I guess, wasn't sustainable enough and the president tried to get rid of it. Right? And replace it with SpaceX. They tried to take our entire space program, SLS, the moon program, everything, throw it out, throw the space shuttle out, and then replace it with Falcon 9. And this was in 2010, when Falcon 9 had flown once. uncrewed to the space station. Rightly so, NASA and Congress flipped out. So they wrote a rocket into law that was impossible to defund. Basically, they said it was the law. NASA has to abide by the law because if the president isn't going to give them a goal, we're going to give them a goal. And that's exactly what happened. That is a very bad way of engineering a rocket architecture because that's designed by committee. When you design by committee, you're going to get a rocket that really doesn't do exactly what you want, right? Yeah, and there you go. That's the idea. So this rocket was designed by bureaucrats to be the most sustainable spaceflight architecture ever devised. The problem is it's to Congress, sustainable means politically sustainable, not necessarily like architecturally sustainable. So they designed a rocket that isn't really particularly good at one task. They designed a rocket that's designed to appease every stakeholder in Congress, when Congress is not actually the stakeholders of vehicle design. Congress signs into law and funds NASA's architecture that is decided by predicated off of the president's goals. So how it should work in an ideal world, president sets a goal, NASA says this is the best way to do it, and they both go to Congress and say, this is the goal, this is what we want to do, this is how we're going to do it, and Congress will fund it or not and sign it into law. The House of Representatives, the U.S.'s lower house of legislature at the federal level, controls the funding, Senate ratifies it into law, boom, you're good to go. That's what happened during the Apollo program, and the Gemini program, and the Mercury program. To the shuttle program to an extent, but that's another story. So is the rocket designed for congressional districts? Yeah, man. Yeah, it absolutely is. It was designed to basically keep our national space program on life support. But we almost had nothing. Yeah. Would you rather not have this right now? I'd rather have it than not. Yeah. The reason why SLS exists is because we Ray Finkeled our national space program in 2010. That's why I brought up Ace Ventura. We laces out. We just booted it. That was a really stupid freaking thing to do. All-time bonehead plays. That's the idea. Just build Energia. Everybody loves Energia. The core stage is close. The core stage is close enough. That's fine. That's a close enough Energia. And you know what, Insig? I actually agree with you. I think Energia is one of the best launch vehicles ever devised. And if they had gotten those flyback boosters dialed in, whoo boy, that would have been pretty good. But they didn't. Garrett, it's 3 a.m. here. I think I'm going to have to call it. Understandable, dude. I'll let you guys know how this goes with the press conference that we're going to cover tomorrow. Why is there a hold? Amadeo, the long story short, there's people up at the top of the rocket that are closing the hatch up for the test. You can't have the doors open on your spaceship when you go to test the rocket or fly it. So there's guys up there that are trying to close the door right now, and the door was being a little bit leaky. But they're gonna seal it all up, and when they seal it up, they'll go back down into this van down here and they'll leave. When that happens, the count should resume. It's gonna be a little bit of time, though. Also, laces out, Dan. So yeah, Dino, we almost had nothing. That's the truth. All right, John. Yep. Energia launched twice, and it wasn't Energia's fault that Polius decided to deorbit itself because it was a pile of junk. Energia launched twice and performed perfectly both times. I'm just saying. Guy from KC. That spaceflight policy significantly pivoted NASA's mission from government-led lunar exploration towards a commercial-focused model that fueled the modern private space industry. Yeah, Casey, there's no doubt that him leaning into commercial gave us what we have, and I'm not going to pretend like that didn't. But that did inadvertently give us SpaceX. I will give credit where credit is due. I I don't think it's wise to sacrifice our national space program at the behest of a commercial space program. I think that's inherently bad for a government program to do something like that. But once again, history is history, dude. I'm not going to say that that didn't. What I will say is that the Commercial Orbital Transport Services contract, the contract that saved SpaceX, was part of the Constellation program. President Obama leaning into commercial stuff was a big deal. That was a big deal for the time, open endorsement of another entity that's not NASA. That was a big deal for the time, but that was already going on in the background. Him leaning into it was just a formality. It was already happening. SpaceX, the contract that saved SpaceX was awarded under the Commercial Orbital Transport Services contract. Commercial Orbital Transport Services was part of Constellation. The plan was always to hand over low Earth orbit to commercial when NASA decided to go back to the moon. That happened. But we didn't do the go back to the moon part. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that didn't help. But that was gonna happen. It probably would not have happened at that fast of a pace, though. As fast a pace as it did at the time, but who knows? Yeah, Bob. Mm-hmm. All right, Mark. Why is there a hold? Yeah, the hydrogen leaks cause a huge delay. Yeah, that's true. I agree, Chris. Yeah, they pulled the rug out. He pulled the rug out from the shuttle program and Constellation at the same time. That is a Ray Finkel move. That was a bonehead play, and it wasn't his fault. Whoever was advising it, that I really don't think that he intended that to happen. Really don't think so. But the road to hell is paved in good intentions. This right here being stuck in a hold at 10:05 p.m. and 16 years later is a direct result of that decision. No rollback confirmed. Wait, 96 gigabyte of RAM is GigaChat. Do you run VMs to need that much? Nope. No, forever. No. I don't. I use this because I do aerodynamic simulations. That's why I need a lot of RAM. If the president wants to argue that there's a national security interest, they have a whole department for that. Yeah, no doubt. Norman Augustine is his name, Bob. And he has torpedoed NASA's space program twice, actually. I would really, really like some clarification from that dude. Simulations, i.e. plays Kerbal. Why don't you just take me down a peg or two, you dick? Any chance Formula One aero simulations? No, but I do know Formula One forever. No, Kerbal is a ram hog, dude, because it's doing aerodynamic simulations. But I do know about CFD and stuff. Like, if Constellation happened, we wouldn't be here complaining. Yeah. Lori Garver was a big driving factor at the time. Yeah, she was the big driving factor for commercial. I used to not like her, Ruin, but it's kind of come into focus with the benefit of hindsight and history to see that her advocating for commercial was not necessarily that's not necessarily how it ended up the way that it ended up. Her advocacy for commercial, I think, gave us SpaceX, and I think that's really, really important to understand. It's a mixed bag, canceling Constellation. It was a mixed bag. Personally, this is my personal opinion. I have the benefit of hindsight. I'm not saying I could have done any better. I think there was no reason that we couldn't have done both of those things. The reason why is because Ares 1 can exist with Falcon 9 resupplying the space station. It can exist. And the Commercial Orbital Transport Services program had stipulations in its contract to move into a different phase of the program called CCT CAP, Commercial Crew Transportation Capabilities, which led to the Commercial Crew Program. All of that was on paper before Constellation got canceled. That was already happening. So, yeah, major advocate for commercial. Lori Garver was a major advocate for commercial, and that really, really helped kickstart the commercial market. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it didn't. But we did it at the behest of our national space program, and I think that is an important lesson to understand. Now, the reason why, like Lori Garver and a lot of original advocates like back then were telling the president this, and why they were saying commercial was such a better alternative, is because when it comes to logistics, when it comes to space flight logistics, NASA sucks. Sucks. That's not what they should be doing. Arguably, the shuttle program, huge fail. And I'm saying that as somebody that likes the shuttle. By the time Columbia happened, going into the Constellation program and stuff, people were sick of the government, of NASA trying to be a logistics service, right? That's not what NASA should be doing. NASA should be exploring the frontier, right? And people spent their entire careers in the 80s, 90s, into the 2000s trying to get NASA back to the moon, and it never happened because of bloat and all this nonsense that happened with the shuttle program, right? So I understand the disdain that, commercial advocates that ended up sealing the Constellation program's fate. I really kind of understand and empathize why they were so pissed and why they were like, no, screw you. Constellation's just going to be more of the same nonsense. It's going to be more of the same crap. It's going to get delayed, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be over budget, et cetera, et cetera. I understand why they said what they said, but still, they ended up torpedoing our national space program. They set us back 15 years for going back to the moon. No matter how you cut it. Constellation had plans to go back to the moon in the late 20-teens, like 8 or 9 years ago. And even if Constellation had gone at the pace of SLS, Ares 1 would absolutely be flying right now. It would have tested Orion with its heat shield and docking systems. We would have more than one avenue to get to the ISS at this moment in time, Orion and Dragon. So we'd have a redundant dissimilar architecture, right? Starliner would be doing something. And at this point, we'd be working on Ares 5. And Ares 5 would be moving us to the moon. That's taking into account massive delays from the Constellation program. Honestly, I'll take that timeline. Thank you very much. Yeah, I used to not like Lori Garver a lot. I used to hate her. I couldn't stand her. But I understand, like, as I get older, I understand where you're coming from. I really do. I get it. However, I think it's still important to acknowledge that you did tank our national space. You helped tank our national space program. You inadvertently put thousands of people out of a job. But for those thousands of people that went out of the job, we had thousands more commercial jobs too. So it's a double-edged sword. Ares 1 seemed wrong to me because I think launching humans on an SRB seems sketchy. SRBs have moved more people into space than any other avenue, any other form of propulsion in SIG. I don't understand why people find it so sketchy. I like the Constellation program, Rarest, basically up until they started building Mars. The part for the Mars transfer vehicles, I'm not 100% good with. The Martian architecture probably could have done a little bit better. Challenger, that's why. Yeah, I understand Challenger, but how many SRBs flew after that? Let's see, 26 to 135. 224 SRBs flew after that without a problem, moving 1,000 people to the space station from STS-26 to STS-135. I mean, Challenger was a huge screw-up, to be very, very clear in SIG. That double O-ring design was dumb. But, also, 219, including the Ares 1 test. There you go. Yeah, the hatch. I saw that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they depressed the counterbalance. SRB burn rates can be controlled, right? Yeah, of course. It's called the regressive or progressive thrust curves with SRB grain packing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Of course they can. I mean, look, fellas, I ain't trying to gaslight you into, liking SRBs. I'm really not. It's just important to consider, empirical evidence. SRBs are one of the safest ways they've moved the most people into space. They're one of the safest ways to fly. But I suppose in that same logic, you could also make the argument that they've killed more people going into space than any other form of propulsion, too. It's actually, it's kind of a wash with liquid fuel accidents versus solid fuel ascent accidents. But, yeah, they're pretty dang safe. The 3 O-ring design is pretty straightforward stuff. The hell he's doing ovals over the Atlantic. Interesting. It's just something interesting to consider. Insig, with that being said, if it was up to me, liquid, I would be using liquid. For the flight rate that SLS is really trying to go for, yeah. I would, if I was going to clean sheet a moon rocket, it would probably end up looking like the Saturn V, and it would probably be all liquid. Maybe with attachable SRBs to give it a little extra throw. Like, how gnarly would a Saturn V be with, think about a Saturn V that has 4 attachable SRMs that are air started at, after liftoff, right? A Saturn V with 4 GEM 63s attached to it. GEM 63 XLs, 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust with 130-second burn time. That'll get you the kick that you need. Don't they have little SRBs? I don't know, Insig. I don't know the Chinese rocket architecture too well, to be honest with you. Yeah, Hooch, we know. We saw that. Yeah, Rain. We're launching people to the moon next week. Where you been? But yeah, Insig, I'm kind of with you. SRBs are fine. I'm really kind of indifferent to the system. If I didn't design it, if I have no say in the design, SRB, I don't mind them. Those are fine. I trust those will work. There's a lot of flight heritage behind them. And the triple O-ring design is great. That worked fantastic throughout the rest of the shuttle program. With that being said, if I was going to clean sheet a rocket to get to the moon right now, it would probably end up looking more like Starship and not SLS. Busy with life. Yeah, I got you. Mm-hmm. Which vehicle do you think will be trusted to put a nuclear reactor on the moon? Starship would be my guess, Kenny. Working on a KSP Planet Pack mod, amongst other things. Neat. The 8th is Sunday, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2F uses N204 UDMH. Yeah. It's... Yeah, it exists. If Artemis 2 is on the 8th, I will cover it. Yes, I'll be here. If it goes on the 8th. I'm praying they go to the 10th, dudes. I don't know if I could deal with the emotional trauma or emotional overload of the Super Bowl on top of a lunar launch. Now, don't get me wrong. Rockets first. Always. Rockets first. I love hand egg. All right? I love hand egg, but I love rockets. Rockets are better. I don't know if I could deal with it. Oh, shut up. No, you shut up. My team's playing in the Super Bowl. If they lose and then I come up here and this damn thing scrubs, I'm going to be pissed. And you cannot gaslight me into thinking that that's not going to happen. Okay? You melon farming piece of doo-doo. You know? Yes, I can. No, you can't. Shut up. Yeah, Ivan, they did. No doom, only Wombo. What's your best guess on a delay? There's no way to tell at this point, surely. If the Seahawks win in SLS scrubs, I'm blaming the Seahawks. And if the Patriots win in SLS scrubs, I'm blaming the Seahawks. Wait. This is a manned flight? Yep. 3 Americans and a Canadian. Scheduled to launch on Super Bowl Sunday, Rain. How do you think Booster 19 is going to go? It better go right, Dynasty. Let me put it that way. If that thing pops, SpaceX is in some big trouble. It looks to be okay, but it doesn't look like... It looks like they stopped that cryo test a long time ago. The thing isn't even icy. Now, if Lori Garver didn't support manned missions in space when Artemis was announced, she wanted robotic missions and leaning primarily into climate research. Yeah, see, Novus, that's disgusting. That's gross and disgusting behavior, and you should never be allowed near spaceflight if you think that. But advocacy for commercial was okay. I can excuse that. That part, though, no, absolutely not. You can get... Excuse my language. I'm just trying to tell it like it is, you know. If the Patriots lose, it's his shoulder calling it. Yeah, maybe. Somebody will say that, Lemonhead, but yeah. Why don't we use old nuclear fuel for a rocket engine upper stage? Because you need new nuclear fuel for a rocket's upper stage, Chris. Yeah, no, there is that part. I get it, but also... Like I said, I think that is a pivotal point in history, especially from a spaceflight historical perspective. Look, we have all this cool commercial stuff, but we almost lost our national space program. And I personally, I think, look, man... You don't get to choose where your tax dollars go, but I don't mind putting my tax dollars to this. I'll say that. I'll say it, and I'll say it with freaking pride. Abso-freaking-lutely. I was thinking of the H2A or B, those tiny little SRBs. Oh yeah. Those the little guys. Yep. Like, if you know, do I like paying taxes? Nah, who does, right? But also at the same time, if it's going towards that, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, we can keep doing that. We should do that more, you know? Yeah, Zero Down. That's what I mean. It was a terrible precedent to set. Terrible precedent to set. Like I said, we almost lost our national space program, and that advocacy and leaning into commercial and getting rid of Constellation set up a precedent that basically makes it so Congress denotes what our space program is doing. That basically inadvertently circumvents checks and balances, the checks and balances that were implemented to make sure that NASA is doing something. Yeah, and it's just been I wouldn't say a downhill spiral from there. It's been... You wonder why NASA can't get anything done, right? Or why this stuff is taking so long. There you go. Wet dress rehearsal, Nuss. It's basically the fueling test. Decaying orbital spiral, yeah. Guys, I always think that the U.S. should have a national space program devoted to scientific research and exploration. That's what NASA is for. That doesn't mean we can't have a thriving commercial industry on top of it. That does not mean that. We can do both of those things. Like I said, NASA is caca at logistics. They're great for scientific exploration and understanding. So they're great doing stuff like Apollo, or doing stuff like Landsat or rovers to another planet or landers to another planet. That's what they're good at. The logistical back end of it is not the best. But, you know, when you're talking about sending people to the moon, right? A low frequency launch rocket with a lander, so this thing plus a lander, something like the Saturn V, NASA's great at doing something like that. That's what, frankly, what we need to get back to. And once again, I'm not about to blow smoke up the current president's tail on stream, okay? Like, I know the repercussions of doing that, like him or not. I get it. But I will say this. The president setting a deadline for NASA to land on the moon and a deadline to make a lunar base is a step in fixing the bureaucracy that's basically hampered NASA since 2010. It is a step in the right direction to fix that, whether you like it or not. I'm not telling you this because I have an axe to grind there. I'm telling you this because I like spaceflight. I still think NASA should be beholden to the decadal survey above all else. For scientific mission director at Aqualex, I agree. For human exploration, not so much. So historically, which is rarer, manned lunar mission or the Patriots winning a Super Bowl without Tom Brady? I get the joke that you're trying to make, Study, but also at the same time, Pat's never won a Super Bowl without him. So that would be rarer than manned lunar missions because we did that in 1972. The Patriots were established in 1960. First Super Bowl win in 2001 with Tom Brady. And then 2003. And then 2004. 2007, we don't talk about. It's so weird. There was a collective bargaining strike or something and football was never played. 2011, they got lucky. 2014, we won. 2016 was the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history. 2017, we got outplayed. The 2017 Eagles were disgusting. I will admit that. And then we won again in 2018. It's so weird. Hey, you're going to dish it out to me. I'm dishing it right back, man. I know, it sucks just winning all the time. That's terrible. But now Brady's gone, and yet we're back in a Super Bowl. So, I mean... I remember the 2007 strike. I believe they voted 18-1. All right. As a loyal fan of Patriots Nation Hotbox, I have to say that I really don't like that, but also that's pretty damn funny, dude. All right. Okay. All right. I'll give you that one. Yeah, there you go, Jared. He's the real deal, man. But that's the past, bro. Can't live in the past, man. What are we, the Steelers? We can't live in the past. Or the Cowboys? No, we ain't like that. We get back to the Super Bowl. As a Dolphins fans, I've earned it. Okay, all right. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Random question. Have you ever thought about an experiment that would be cool to do on the moon? Poop. No, I'm not elaborating. No, it sounds ridiculous, guys, but an interesting lunar experiment, Ivan, would be to take your crap with you and compare it. What are we comparing it to? Well, the Apollo program. We sent 6 missions to the moon. 12 men walked on the moon. It was awesome. The Apollo Command Service Module didn't have a toilet. They had bags, Ziploc bags. Did that get messy? Yes. Is it a part that's talked about a lot? No. There's a good reason for that. Now, with all that being said, Ivan, the Apollo astronauts, before they took off, they had to make the capsule, they had to make the lunar ascent module. They had to make it as light as possible, low mass. Low mass is more delta V. You got to make sure that you're not carrying too much weight or else you're not getting back up into space, right? Part of that mission, part of the disposal procedures was to take their bags of poop and throw it out the window. Quite actually throw it out the window during the last EVA so they could fly, so they could be lighter, less mass, right? You get more efficiency out of the ascent module. Or get more delta V. It's not necessarily efficiency, right? So when I say poop, I mean, take a dump on the moon, bring it up there, and, not just like go and grab the poop that's on the moon in bags there, but study it and see if the microbes that are in excrement, right, can survive being in a lunar environment for that long. I think that would be a really, really interesting experiment towards potentially cultivating agriculture on the moon. Because if you can grow your plants on the moon in the lunar regolith, Martian style, right? Anybody read the book? Pretty good idea. If you could see that that the microbes in your bacteria can last there, dude, that's enough to foster plant life. And it'd be a very interesting mission with 50-year-old poop. So, yeah, there you go. It's poop, but not for the reasons that you think. Who was the first to poop on the moon? Probably Neil or Buzz, dude. I think that is a huge thing to learn and understand about what it's like to live and work on the moon. That's something that we should do. We should land at one of the Apollo sites and grab the bags of dookie. I'm not even kidding. PR is poop research. The other things that we should do, Ivan, would be to bring up some lithium-ion batteries and see if we can hotwire the lunar roving vehicles. See if we can get those moon rovers working. Just one of them. Not to like use, but to see if it can be done. Inspecting the equipment that's already up there would be a really good study on long-term habitation for the moon. Yeah, exactly, Aqualex. Dude, can you imagine if those bags of dookie have live microbes in them that were able to survive the irradiated environment on the moon? That means you could cultivate the moon. That means the moon can be opened up for agricultural purposes, albeit inside of a dome. That is huge. That's a big deal. That is super important to like. That's a super important piece of the puzzle that you could potentially have towards living on the moon. Or not Aqualex, Edmana. Sorry, I got my A's confused. Sorry. Brain not do good Mondays. So, Ivan, yeah, that's actually a super good question, dude. That's the kind of science that I think that needs to be done. There's 3 lunar roving vehicles up there that flew on Apollo 15, 16, and 17, Squall. Do I think they could still work? Sure. Why not? It's an electric vehicle. The only thing you would have to worry about is corrosion between the anode and the cathode on the batteries, which probably has happened by now. I mean, the lunar roving vehicles are fairly simple in design. To my knowledge, I don't believe they had they had computers on them. It's just a car. Seriously, it's just a car. It is a very analog electric vehicle from what I understand. So, go up there, swap the batteries, see what happens. Borea would be curious to see how the radiation has affected them. Bingo. This is the kind of stuff that we should be doing. Capacitors do degrade. Yeah, Plod, do you think they would in a vacuum, though? Genuine question. In the cold? Yes. Yeah. Why do they need the car on the moon? To go see stuff. Why do you need a car in real life? To go somewhere. No, big screen. On the later Apollo missions, 15, 16, and 17, dude, you know, you think, okay, you got in the rover and then you drove away. All right? Cool. Right? But if I told you how far they went away from that damn thing, it's pretty wild. On Apollo 17, the lunar reconnaissance vehicle went, oh, I don't know, 10 miles away from the landing site. Think about how crazy how ridiculous that actually is. Apollo 17 was nuts. Think about that for a second. You're 10 miles away. You pop a tire, that's it. You're done. You pop a tire, the car breaks, you're walking back. Have fun. Think about that. Dude, 15, 16, and 17 were insane. Like, absolutely nuts. 10 miles away from the LEM. That's crazy. Yeah, they couldn't pop a tire. That was kind of a figure of speech. The tires actually were wire mesh, so you can't pop them. They weren't inflated. So and that's what I mean. Apollo 16 was the same way, dude. Guys, like, okay, let me give you, so some people don't know this. Neil and Buzz landed on the moon July 1969. They spent 23 hours on the surface. They slept 2 times, they went out a couple of times, and then they came back. By the time we got to Apollo 17 in 1972, I think it was December of 1972, Gene Cernan and Harrison Schmitt spent 3 days on the moon. That's crazy. Like borderline long-term habitation. Like it's not, but that's nuts comparatively to Apollo 11. And not only that, they drove those damn rovers farther away from the landing site than if you would run out of life support trying to walk back. Think about that for a second. Being on a rover 10 miles away, so that's 16 kilometers away from the landing site. Your only ride home. No one else literally for 250,000 miles in any direction, except for the CM pilot, but that's another story. I got to shake one of those guys' hands. I'd met Charlie Duke. I was talking about that. I met one of those guys. Cut from a different cloth, baby. Cut from a different cloth. That's the kind of stuff we need to get back to doing. Met one of those dudes. I shook that hand. He went, and not only did Charlie Duke go to the moon, he went to the moon with John Young. Damn, that's cool. Yeah, T-Man. Dude, I got to show you guys, for the people that haven't seen it, I got to show you guys some of the pictures from Apollo 17. It is mind-boggling. That's the best way I can describe it. Like, here. This is one of my favorite pictures from 17. Look at this. Look at that damn picture. It's... The LEM is somewhere over there. if I'm remembering where this picture is taken from, you can't even see the damn thing. John Young's my favorite astronaut too. Yeah. I'll show you more. It is, some of these pictures are just ridiculous. Like awesome in the truest sense of the term, like awe-inspiring stuff. Look at some of this. Yeah, Siphus, that's exactly what I'm saying, dude. There's more. I'll show you more. 16 and 17 were insane. Like, so here's a map of the entire EVA. So that picture, yeah, Nansen 2 over here. That picture, the first picture that I showed you of the roving vehicle by the crater is over here. Look at, I can't show you the scale. Hold on one second. There we go. So, 2 kilometers down there. Look. The landing site is... Where are you? Over here, I think. Look at that route, man. Yeah, Nansen 2. That's probably... No, right there. That's the landing site. That's, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 kilometers away from the landing site. That's bananas. That's nuts. When you think about it, that's absolutely crazy. That's a long way, man. Hope it doesn't break. What's the next crater we should go to? Shackleton. Yeah, that's why that picture that I was showing you, dude. That's at the Nansen 2. That the LEM is over there somewhere. It's 8 kilometers away in that picture. See, we shouldn't have stopped doing that. We shouldn't have stopped. It's just, yeah. It's okay. We're getting back to it now. It's fine. Took us a while, but it'll be fine. It's good. Stop because the American public got bored for routine moon missions. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Tycho Crater, I believe, was the Apollo 18 landing site, Dan. We saw it during Artemis 1 when Orion flew by. Okay, my bad for being that bad out of the loop here, but is the plan to land on the moon this year? Artemis 2 is a test flight with people on board. It's the first time we've sent people outside of low Earth orbit since December of 1972. That mission I was just showing, the one. It's not going to land on the moon. It's going to go out and fly around the moon and come back. The next mission will be a lander. That's slated probably... We're waiting on the landers, so it's probably a year and a half out. NASA update. What do we got, Andrew? Wet dress rehearsal. Launch abort system hatch closed. Teams completed closing the launch abort system hatch during the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal. Simulating final launch day procedures. The launch abort system hatch provides access to the Orion crew module through the outer aero shell of the launch abort system and must be securely sealed to ensure crew safety during ascent. Closing the launch abort system hatch is a critical milestone that confirms the spacecraft is fully configured for flight. The launch abort system is designed to protect astronauts in the event of an emergency during launch. Improper hatch integrity ensures the system can perform as intended. With the hatch secured, the closeout crew validates mechanical seals, verifies environmental conditions, performs leak checks, and confirms readiness for the next steps in the countdown sequence. Next up, the closeout crew will depart from the pad once its work is completed. The rehearsal entered the T-minus 10-minute hold at 8:50, and the team continues to work through the countdown milestones in the hold. The test has been counting down to the opening of a simulated launch window at 9 p.m. Eastern. The test has continued into the window. While the launch control team initially planned to pause when the countdown reached 33 seconds to launch and recycle the countdown clock back to T-minus 10 minutes to conduct a second terminal countdown, Artemis launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson has made the decision to limit the rehearsal to one terminal count. Okay. Interesting. It's fueled, Jim. Yeah, fueling was a couple hours ago. See the LOX vent? Up at the top? She's tanked. I don't know what it means, but this is why I like this channel. So, what they were going to do, guys, per the original procedure, was they were going to... So, this test just isn't about getting all the way to launching, right? It's about safing procedures, too. So, they were going to get the rocket to T-minus... Well, it was originally T-minus 90 seconds, but that changed to 33 seconds. Hey, Shirley Rocks.
This is space. I'm in space.
So what they're going to do is get the rocket to T-minus 30 seconds. And originally, they were going to stop, hit the pause button, test the safing procedures to get the rocket back to T-minus 10 minutes, right? Basically, revert back to that, put the rocket in a safe condition, and see if the count is resumable back down to 30 again. They were going to get down to 30 twice. But because of the fueling and hatch closure late procedures, they've decided to only do it once. Now, whether that's something that's going to whether that's something that's going to be required for doing another wet dress rehearsal, I don't know. No, they didn't see anything they didn't like. The crew just, yeah, but they're just behind on the timeline. The original plan was to hold 3 minutes at T-minus 90 seconds, then recycle at T-minus 30 back to T-minus 10 hold. Yeah, that's what it was. It was 90 seconds, yeah. What's your opinion of the Chinese tank installation that flies off of the tank? At liftoff? Whatever. That happens. Closeout crew is still up there, Rockets. Sounds like they deleted that recycle for another terminal count. The tanks are in recirculation, Bob. They're being topped off. They've been topped off this entire time. Closeout crew is almost done. They've decided to only get the vehicle through one terminal count. Yeah, Maddie, I was live as soon as the blog thing was posted, dude. I have the blog up there. Oh, God. Thanks for hanging in. All right. This is important. Shame what happened with New Shepard. I think they're taking the New Shepard team, Lazy, and putting them on the lander team, the lunar lander team. Because what does the lander do but what the same thing that New Shepard's first stage does, you know? Like, it makes sense. All right, Insig. Hey, thanks for dropping in, dude. Even though you come in here and start talking good about your filthy company vehicles. Have a good night, man. Have a good night, dude. I'm all right, guys. I'm doing okay. Still feel like doo-doo, but it's subsiding slowly. Oh, yeah, Lazy? Well, that's good to know, man. I wish you guys all the best. Seriously. Hey, somebody gifted Mr. Insig a sub. All right. There you go. Why is the banner on the bottom scrolling so laggily? Why do you think I would know the answer to that question? Got any Pepto? Yeah. So what's the goal with getting back to the moon? Just to say we did it again? No, there's water ice up there. We found ice on the moon. And you can use ice to drink things. Like you could use ice for water. People need that. And then you could use it to make rocket fuel too. Turn the moon into a big gas station. Frickin' Irene, Sty. Frickin' Irene! Anyway, Lazy Ace, that's cool. Because you know everything? What do you mean, do I know everything? I mean, I know a lot, but no, I know nothing. I know nothing. You mentioned earlier we should go to the Shackleton Crater. What's so special about it? The Shackleton Crater is at the south pole of the moon, Ivan. And at the south pole of the moon, you have craters that are in perpetual darkness because of the way the moon spins. There are craters that quite actually haven't seen sunlight in a really long time. There's ice there. This ice that we're talking about, the water, agua. We must know why the banner is lagging. Yeah, Lazy, that's right, yeah. Yeah, that's what you were talking about. Okay, cool. Someone move the big red launch button? Yeah, Jay, I think they're trying to find it. Where others on the moon. Here's a thought. Could one make a better beer on the moon? I don't know. Maybe we should go figure it out. Maybe we should send somebody up there. I know nothing. I know nothing. Anyway, Lazy, that's cool, man. Right on. I really like I like the architecture, dude. I really do. That transfer vehicle is righteous. I know that's not necessarily your department, but that thing is super cool. I want more moon stuff, please. More moon. Give it to me. All right, Logan. So why is Mars so important to some? The moon seems more relevant to multiplanetary life. Mars is seen as the moon is a good place for a scientific research outpost. I mean, you could build a city up there if you really wanted to. If you really wanted to. Mars is, I think, a better candidate for, like civilizationing on, if that makes any sense. Also, the moon isn't a planet, so celestial body. But yeah, I mean, Mars would probably be better to build like a city on. Yeah, there's more resources there than there is on the moon. You should take Dramamine. I don't have any with me. Cirrus, they had fueling problems. Hydrogen did leak, and that kind of pushed the whole timeline out. The closeout crew is finishing up operations on the pad, and they were going to try to cycle through 2 terminal counts, but now they're only going to cycle to 1. The launch window is till 1 a.m. So we'll see what happens. Europa fueling base. Let's get to the moon first before we go out there. Hopefully someone has a bucket to catch the issue then. It's still funny, Cirrus. It's still funny. It's still funny to this day. What if we have big shipyards up in space? What if we do? The test isn't paused, Taylor, no. The pad crew must have had their buckets ready to fix that seal. Oh, yeah. They caught all the... It's okay, Novus. They caught all the remaining hydrogen, and then they went and poured it back into the, the hydrogen containment apparatus. It's like, it's on there. It's on the pad deck, and it looks like a trash can, and you just dump the extra hydrogen from your bucket in there, and it goes back into the system. You got to make sure it's disposed of properly or something. Or something. Thanks for covering this. I know this has been a hard day and a long one. It's all right, dude. I'm all right. If I blow chunks on stream, I'll do that for a moon mission. That's fine. I wouldn't do this for a Starlink mission, man. That's for sure. I'd just be like, yo, I'll see y'all tomorrow. What does a single terminal count? Exactly as the name implies, Seacracken. There's not more in, don't read too much into it. What they were going to do is get the rocket down to 30, recycle, get it back down, recycle to 10 minute and get it back down. They were going to go through 2 terminal counts. They were going to activate the ground launch sequencer, get the ground launch sequencer to 30 seconds, stop it, hold, recycle, and then go through terminal again. Now they're only going to do it once. All right, Hokie, have a good night. Thankfully, it's a light bucket load to carry. Yes, hydrogen is very light. Yep. Without help from commercial, how fast could NASA alone build an asteroid intercept vehicle? Probably really quickly, night, no day. You could probably build one relatively fast. The thing is what rocket's going to fly it? Yeah, DH, yeah. They got to figure out what went wrong with that second stage. That's okay. They'll have it figured out. Give it a couple of days. I think you could get something together. You could get something together into space quick. What that looks like is more the question. I mean, to go out to an asteroid series, you're going to need a big vehicle. You wouldn't know if anybody has any of those lying around, would you? You don't need to answer that, dude. You wouldn't know, right? Somebody has something somewhere, right? All right, Nick. Good night. Are you going to the launch attempts next week? No, I'll be here. Wait, you don't see the one on the screen, Manfu? What's the chances of you making it to the first Block 3 Starship launch, though? Slim and none, dude. Slim and, well, that depends. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Sewer Rat, what's up, dude? Excited for Artemis 2. Are you going to NSF for this launch? I couldn't get badging done in time for this one, Sewer Rat, so I can't go to this one. If I'm going there, I want to cover it either for NSF or get on the press site and stream for you guys. I can't do either of those things. They closed badging for Artemis 2 like in December. So, yeah, not badged. No good. No, Cirrus, they're ghosting us pretty hard. They have Cirrus. NASA has blog posts. Blog posts. Seriously, they're updating their blog on the NASA website about mission milestones. Blog posts in 2026. Blog posts. Okay. All right. Blog posts. Blogging on a website in 2026. Man, NASA should be communicating to us via a freaking tricorder at this point. This is ridiculous. Fax me the info. Yeah, I'll get right on that, Zero. Telegram, Mr. EJ from NASA. Gotta feed them RSSers. Oh, God, Accelerator. Jeez, man. Please. Wow. Okay. I could make a joke about the broadcast. No, you're fine, Cirrus. You're fine. You acknowledge that certain providers have terrible broadcasts. This one is pretty bad. I gotta stand up. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, I'm back. It's it's in a 10-minute hold accelerator. That's where they're at right now. While they update their blog. Tim already did it, geek. Oh yeah, speaking of Jared Isaacman, yeah, that's a good picture team, man. We should probably show that. Yeah, that one's pretty good. That paint job is too good for NASA. Yeah, that's so okay, without pissing anybody off. So Jared Isaacman is flying that plane and Pete Hegseth is behind him. Pete Hegseth's in the second seat. So okay. All right. Yeah. He took him for a flight today. Like all right. The Secretary of Depop. Or Defense War, the Secretary of Denial, or the River. I don't know. Whatever you want to call him. It's your show. Wow, they should blog about that. They should blog about that, dude. Yeah, no, it's a pretty awesome picture. And I really like that Jared Isaacman bought American planes. Because this would not go nearly as hard if that was a MiG-29. I'm just saying. Also, that's a sweet paint scheme, dude. I love it. I love everything about it, and it's got the worm logo on it, dude. Yeah, that's definitely Rook. He's got the Empire logo on his helmet. Bro, where the heck did you find a twin seat F5? Like where did that how do you do that? Like how does that happen? He bought like 5 of those things. Guy is playing GTA in real life. Like how do you That is such a far-fetched concept to me. Like, yes, I'm just going to shop around for the fighter jet that best suits my needs. Like, all right. So many Pepsi points, dude. You didn't have enough for the Harrier, though. Did they pack a lunch of crayon? I mean, they may have. Not GTA, Ace Combat. Sure, whatever. So why is the media relations from NASA so bad? Is it a money issue, a legal issue, or something else? Yeah. Yes. Surat, it's NASA has to stay tight-lipped. They can't. Yeah, there's pressure to be like superbly professional, so you're not gonna see them sit down and do stuff like my stream. You know what I mean? Dude, I just can't believe that Buddy just has a freaking fighter jet. Like, not only one, like, dude, he has a bunch of F5s, single seat and twin seat, right? And a MiG-29, like, all right, and a Panavia Tornado. He's got a Tornado that he's restoring right now. Like, what? All right. Oh, bro, that shot's awesome. Oh my goodness. That's pretty neat. Yeah, the 250 on the tail. Freaking worm logo. And dude, I love how the front is painted old school. That's how like Air Force trainer planes used to be painted. They used to look like that in the 60s and the 70s and stuff. I think that's superbly cool looking. Like here, check it out. Like that's a T-38, but you get the idea. It's instead of U.S. Air Force, he has the same exact font with United States of America, and it streamlines into the NASA. Like, see, it's supposed to look old school. That's one hell of an incentive flight. I mean, Hellfish, did you see? You know who's riding rear seat, right? That's pretty crazy, dude. Like, I can't say that I'm upset. Like, that's pretty sick, man. Who is it? Hexeth. Pete Hexeth riding the second seat in this picture. This was today. This was this morning. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, you know, politicians in high places liking the space program is a bad thing, guys. Like, you can hate that dude, you can hate the president, that's fine. Totally cool with that. I'm not trying to make it about that. Them being involved is very important. Whether you like them or not. They're part of the process, and have them liking this stuff is a good thing. And I'm not going to be gaslit into thinking that it's not. When was the last time the administrator flew the Secretary of Defense around over the Space Coast? That's never happened, dude. No one's... Dude, when's the last time a Secretary of Defense flew, like, in a fighter jet, dude? Exactly. I do appreciate it, man. But anyway, let's get back to it, bros. Yeah, Squall, he just has a fleet of F5s. Like, all right. And all the F5s are painted like that, dude. Bro, that's freaking sick, man. I love that paint job. That's really good. The closeout crew is finishing up their job, dude. You be real. You wish it was you. What? Flying behind? Yeah, absolutely. Is this how the Apollo era felt? I feel like we're finally going places. I don't know. I wasn't here for that. I would assume yes. No crap, Cirrus. All right. Well, hey. That's neat. Enough talking about politicians, though. I don't want to talk about that too much more. Can we just look at the plane? How do you go and find an F5? Like I mean, like I said, that is so ridiculously, that's such a foreign concept to me. Like, yeah, I'm just going to go find this fighter jet? Like, bro. Yeah, and pay somebody to pay. Like, this is just, serious. This is not something that us mere mortals can just go and do. Right? Like, how does one, like, make bank, bro? What are we doing wrong? Hold up. Let me see something. Yo, the van's moving. Closeout crew's leaving, baby.
Go at throttle up.
Spivvy! What's up, man? We got some rockets. We got some rocket testing going on right here. How you doing, buddy? Closeout crew's leaving. That's good, man. I swear, if we learn Jared got his funding from a series of heists. Bro, I'm telling you, he's playing GTA in real life. Yeah, how do you... Yeah, it's not like you're going to find one on Marketplace. Exactly, dude. Doing great. Hope you and Chad are doing great as well. I'm doing all right, man. We're in the wet dress rehearsal. NASA is conducting a fueling test for the vehicle right now. But the fueling test is a super high fidelity countdown. It's basically everything with the countdown except launching the dang thing. The only difference between this and when they actually go to launch, there's two of them. Is, once again, you're not hitting the launch button and there's no crew on board. But this is a very high fidelity test. And the closeout crew, which would be the last people that the crew sees, have just left. That was that vehicle that was leaving. Maybe he won it from Pepsi. Well, he didn't have enough for the Harrier if he did, Yard. Hey, I'd settle for an F5. F5s are cool. Northrop, pretty good. Can you imagine being friends with Rick and Eli? It has to be a video game. Dude, that's nuts, man. He's surprised the vice president hasn't flown around with him yet. I think he's too tall, Trey. I actually probably can't fit in a T-38 either. I'm just waiting for him to score one of the F-14s at Davis-Monthan. Oh, please. Maybe he's got to know somebody that could get that done, Cyborg. He has to know someone. If you could have any fighter jet in the world, money and connections not an issue, what would you get? F4? F4? Yeah, F4. Because I want to go fast. I want to go fast. Yeah, serious, that's fair. Yep. F-14? Yeah, F-14s are fine. You know, dude, those 6'2" that flew T-38s. F-117? Yeah, all right. New NASA post. We got a new blog post. Hold up. New blog post. You gotta be kidding me. All right. Wet dress rehearsal. Closeout crew departs Complex 39B. All right, here we go. The Artemis 2 closeout crew has completed its critical tasks and departed the NASA's Kennedy Launch Complex 39B during the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal. The departure of the closeout crew marks the transition to the final countdown phase, ensuring the pad is clear and safe for simulated liftoff procedures. Although the Artemis 2 astronauts did not participate in today's rehearsal, the closeout crew's work validates the launch day protocols and confirms Orion and the SLS, Space Launch System, are configured for flight readiness. With the pad secured, teams will continue monitoring fueling operations and prepare for wet dress rehearsal terminal count. The final 10 minutes of the countdown. The team will be conducting a single terminal count for this test. Cool. You'd say the F-104? Yeah. I mean, the F-4 is basically just two F-104s like sandwiched together. So, you know, Why have one J79 when you could have two J79s? Honestly, I think I'd be happy with something like an F5 or a two-seater F-16. Yeah. What would be your World War II era pick for a plane? It's a tie, Shirley. There are two World War II planes that I love, and they're the planes that go fast. One of them is the P-38, because turbo supercharge. Turbo supercharging. The second one is the de Havilland Mosquito. Those are my two favorites. Because why have one Rolls-Royce Merlin engine when you could have two Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, okay? Okay? I like stuff that goes fast. I like heavy fighters. Heavy fighters are my favorite. Supermarine Spitfire. Yeah, you could say that, Murray, but a Mosquito has two of those and goes faster. And it's stealth. Just saying. I love Lamp. Do you really love the Lamp, or did you just say that because you saw it? I'm too British. I'd love a Spitfire or a Hurricane. How can you guys be like, oh, no, mate, I want British planes with Spitfire and a Hurricane? How can you go and say that? The Mosquito is better than all of those. And it's an English plane. De Havilland made it. You what? I don't understand putting a supercharger on a turbo. Doesn't that reduce overall power at low altitude? Are you missing something? A turbojet has staging. Why wouldn't that work on an airplane? You have a jet engine, like a jet. Rewind 10 seconds. You just work it. A J85, for instance, Sea Kraken, is a 7-stage axial compressor. Turbo supercharging an engine is nothing but a 2-stage compressor. So, you have your supercharger giving you forced induction for lower RPMs. And then you have your turbocharger on top of that, compounding it for further compression at high RPMs. And on top of that, P-38s are intercooled too. It's an intercooled turbo supercharger in the 40s, which is badass, man. The Horton HO-229, Jack Northrop made a better flying wing. Yeah, I said it. The XB-35 was cooler in every way, shape, and form. I want an A1 Skyraider. Little late for World War II, but yeah, sure. NASA had an SR-71, yeah. I want a B-17 because it has lots of guns. Fair. Why don't you get an F-104 and get the ladder engines in it, the one with the dry thrust? Because an F-4 has two of those. The F-4U Corsair, Hank. Good call, good call, good call. 262. P-38s are better. Just saying. So I know in some ways... So I know it's some way to do it to screw with us, but turbo supercharger doesn't mean twin charge. It's just a giant turbo. No, Hellfish, I do believe that the Allison 1710 had a crankshaft-driven supercharger, and Kelly Johnson mounted a turbo to it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not... If we're talking German planes, Murray, Focke-Wulf 190, dude. Fast. I like fast. Fast is good. ME-410s are pretty cool, too. Yeah, but it's funnier if you say turbo supercharger. And that's what he called it, so you can get bent. How about that? The ME 109 was good. The 190 was better. Get bent. Does lag from the turbos get reduced if you push more air through it? Yeah. There's really not a lot of turbo lag per se. The supercharger basically overcomes it. If you want to go fast, the XB70. I love XB70s. They should have made more of those. Help, I fell down a rabbit hole. Did they actually make a twin fuselage Heinkel HE-111? Yes. Uh-huh. Is that having a term for kids nowadays? I don't care. You live close to Whiteman Air Force Base, Chris? That's neat. The F-107. Ah, solid right. Nice, nice. Did it work? The Germans were doing a lot of crazy stuff with airplanes, dude. That's what happens when you give everybody meth and call it, you know, good, you know, vitamins. I'm just saying. Would you put newer engines into the F4? J79s are fine, dude. No, J79s are fine. Vitamins, not even once, right? I mean, I'm surprised nobody said the F-105. You know the F-105 is a beast mode of a freaking plane. But I still like Cold War airplanes. I like the F4. Well, what do you mean? What are we talking about here? We're just looking at a Heinkel HE-111? Yeah, medium bomber. Pretty good plane. I think the Ju-88 was a better twin-engine bomber, but that's just me. But I like ME-410s as well. I think the ME-410 is not something that anybody knows about. This is more of a heavy fighter, less than a bomber, though. But it's basically two BF-109s with a, you know, twin-engine configuration. It's just, look at it. It's the front of it is just two. Those are just two BF-109s. You just crudely pasted them onto a twin-engine design. You just crudely pasted it on there. The BF-110? Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah, those are okay. Yeah. You said Thunder Chief earlier? Good. Good man. F-105s are really underappreciated. They're really good planes. Kind of cool looking, too. Big. Big plane. Let's see, are they back into the count? Nope. P-61? Rare plane, dude. I've seen one. Seen one in real life. Not in a museum, not flying, but yeah. Very rare. Night fighter. Oh, yeah, the double HE-111. I remember that. I'll allow it, Nader. What would be the launch time if they went on the 8th? Please hold. $11:20. Yeah, it's all night launches. It's all night launches, always has been. There is a day launch window somewhere here. There we go. There's one right there. That would be the one I want. Stupid moon. Actually, I mean, that's really not a day launch. That's 1:05 a.m. Yeah, that one would be a jellyfish launch. Can we do that? I know it's April, right? What would be the launch time if they went on the 8th? Yeah, 11:20 p.m., Trey. Sorry. What equates to a good window? Position of the Earth and the Moon? Yeah, surely. That has a lot to do with it. Yeah, it's more about the recovery conditions and the recovery zones, but yes, the moon has to be in the right place. Do the SRBs make a jellyfish? No, but the core stage would. On April Fools? I don't know. Yeah, see, Greg, yeah, maybe we just go with the night launch. Ugh. Who asked for a beast of an airplane? One of your absolute favorites. Oh, a Super Saber. Good for you. Good call. You're tripping from Udvar Hazy. That museum rules, dude. Were any of the Apollo launches at night? Yep, one. Apollo 17. It was a, night launch. Artemis 3 is a night launch. I'm going to cry. We'll see. You think we will get past Artemis 3 with Jared? I know he wants a lot of things done like NEP in the moon base before he leaves. It's in the realm of possibility, Trey. That answer is subject to change. That is doable. Landing on the moon in 2028 is very, very doable. Very doable. But like I said, subject to change. We have 90 minutes left in the window here. Has there ever been an NASA administrator that stayed through more than one president? It's happened twice. Friend. It's unlikely, but it's happened. I'd say mid-2029 is likely. I guess. Gonna be another 1 a.m. streaming night. I don't know, Josh. I'm starting to peter off, dude. Guys, if they don't start this, you know, they don't start this count soon, they're not gonna get to all the criteria for the day. Let me just. You can read about it on the blog. I could, yeah. They're going through a they're probably going through a go no go poll right now to make sure that everything's good. Probably verifying all stuff on the vehicle is good before you try to send it into terminal count. Yeah, they're delayed a little bit, flight, yeah. Can they extend the time? The proverbial window that they're trying to hit strictly lasts till 1 a.m.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Lance, 58-month resub. Thank you. You imagine they've already done the test. The camera's just stuck on this image.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Excuse me. No turbo that time. Blue Adder, hey, 48-month resub. Thank you. Bless you. Thanks. Yeah, Dino. Guys, I have a feeling they're not going to finish tonight. I'm thinking about it in my head. I don't want to say anything and I don't want to put bad juju on this, but I'm looking at the amount of timelines from when, okay, so let's think about this for a second. Closeout crew is supposed to depart the launch complex. L-45, right? And then at L-45, there's a built-in 30-minute on top of that. And then the final NASA test director briefing is L-30, right? And then they have to go through a go, no, go poll, which takes another 25 minutes. The times are not stacking up correctly here. We'll see. Yeah, we're like 3 hours behind on the planned test. That's what I'm saying, Boreal. They're really behind. Yeah, go home all orange bald. Yeah. What do you think of the Donut Lab battery? Is it real? I don't know what that is, literally. I think I've heard somebody link me to it before, but I vaguely know it, but I don't know the details. It's still being topped, Norse. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, Airborne. What's up, buddy? The closeout crew has left the pad, Chris, yes. When's launch? Tentatively next Sunday, Airborne. This is just a fueling test. But this fueling test, the reason why I'm covering just this random fueling test is because this fueling test will denote when the dang launch window is. You know, that's why we're sitting here. We've been staring at this rocket for the last 7 hours. Bro, you just launched something. Okay. It better not be Shadow Mask. I really hope they have to do another wet dress rehearsal. Is that bad? Please do one more so you don't launch on the 8th, please. Would they have scrubbed by now if this was a launch day? You're getting very close to the point of making that call, Akimi, yeah. From what we've seen, it might not take you away from watching the Patriots. Oh, watching them lose. So what if they do? Still got 6 Super Bowls, baby. Still made it to the Super Bowl 5 years after rebuild. Just saying. We're playing with house money, son. You can give me all the crap you want. I don't care. Don't bother me. Keep coping and not having Super Bowl trophies, son. Keep coping. That is some weird noises coming from Starbase Live. I'm not, I have to watch the Patriots win. What is that noise, dude? That's coming from Starbase Live. Coyotes? It sounds like coyotes, man. Damn, dude. Yep, that was the cackling of a coyote. They actually exist? Yeah. The Roadrunner and Coyote proved that. It's a documentary. Yeah, Fluffy, that sounds like that's what's going on. EJ, there is a full moon tonight. Yeah. So how is this faring for February 6th? Not great. February 6th is off the table, Matt Strat. February 8th is the current tentative window. Yeah, I see that venting up there, Strick. That's just the LOX vent. I don't know how that cryo test went. They started tanking it and then they stopped, Matt, and then Massey's has just been pretty desolate since. Who knew? Acme at Starbase. Yeah, I know, right? Acme Starliner. No worries, been behind on the space stuff this year. That's all right. There's been a little bit of a drought, save for Starlink launches, but even then, those are kind of off the table right now. The SpaceX second stage popped. Well, it didn't pop. The SpaceX second stage failed to do its deorbit burn this morning, actually, and SpaceX grounded Falcon 9 temporarily. So, yeah, it's been in kind of a drought, but it's fine. SLS does have a flare stack. It's over there. It's that a ways. We can't see it from this shot. NSF can see it from their camera if they're showing it. Let me see. Yeah, see, it's over there. How are they doing?
who's well enough to where NASA is still going to push for a launch attempt this weekend. The temperatures by that point will be well above that and back to, I guess, more normal levels compared to what
No, Max. No launches during the damn superb owl. No. Bad. Bad kitty. They don't make the 8th. When's the next window? I got you, fam. Boom. So there, the greens are your nominal windows for flying. If they don't make the 8th, they got another one on the 9th, or the 10th and the 11th. This is what goes into these. Good recovery conditions. Recovery conditions meaning like it has to be the daytime. It has to be the daytime when they come back. The moon has to be in the right place. There's a bunch of different things. Why do we have a feeling the van probably had an issue? The van did not have an issue. Read the text, Chris. Jeez. Are you getting tired or something, man? Watch the Artemis 1 launch when we wait. I don't want to put that up on here and confuse people that are coming into the stream, Trey. That and I'm getting tired. Oh, that's cool, Airborne. I see it. See your thing over there. That's neat. Neat. Would you take the Patriots winning again or Ferrari being back on top? Ooh. We could have both, Kurt. Yeah, no, that's a good idea, dude. Huh. CAA retract, Andrew? That's really late in the mission. T-minus 8 minutes. I read the orbital data centers thing, yeah, and then I proceeded to tell the chat that AI doesn't interest me, and they got mad at me. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know. Cirrus. Max says hi, by the way. guys. Max Evans. I'm talking to him in the back channel. I never said I hated AI. It just doesn't interest me. I understand what it is. I get it. And like I said, if SpaceX can get that data center thing, if they get those AI data centers figured out, man, SpaceX will have enough money to do a Mars mission and then some. Like, they have enough to colonize Mars, which is cool. I dig it. That's really neat. But, I don't know, man. Yeah, Flight, I'm kind of with you on that one. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Cirrus. I'm still thinking about your question. I don't know. Ferrari losing is just a funny meme at this point, so I think I'd go with the Patriots win. Yeah, I'll take the Patriots win. That's fine. I mean, I gotta think about it from my point of view. There are other teams to root for in Formula One. I can root for Red Bull because Red Bull is Ford. That's cool. That's cool. We could root for Cadillac because Cadillac is American. All right, I like that. You could root for Haas. Nah, you can't root for Haas. Never mind. Screw them. Yeah, you're not doing that. The point is that there are other cool things that you could root for, and one of them is not Ferrari in Formula One. So I'll take the Patriots Super Bowl. Thank you. That was a good one, though. I had to weigh my options. There's no rooting for Haas. Haas lost me after they got rid of Gunther Steiner. Yeah, I was just like, all right, I don't care anymore. But yeah, anyway. 1 hour and 10 minutes left in the window, dudes. What do you think about IndyCar racing in Washington, D.C.? That's neat, I guess. What does Haas do other than CNC mills? They make all kinds of automation equipment, dude. The SRBs have plugs in them, Trey. Yes, it's a foam plug, so nothing gets up in the nozzle. IndyCar street tracks have always worked out. Not. No, it's fine. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah, exactly, Trevor. That's the other thing. Cadillac and Haas are both Ferrari engine, which... All right. That has happened before, Garfagon. EJ's not answering any of my questions. Brother! I've been sitting here for freaking 12 hours. Give me a break, you stupid bird. As someone who's been around DC a bunch lately, just no. just no. The timer's been stopped, Porteous. They're in a planned hold, and they haven't said anything about when they're coming out of it, which is... They have 1 hour left. Oh, that's cool, Storm. Right on. Somebody wanted pizza, and they've been arguing about toppings ever since. Another question. Seahawks Super Bowl or George Russell World Driving Championships? Seahawks. I don't like George Russell. Sorry. Sorry. I don't like him. Good answer. I mean, yeah, I don't like that guy. Yeah, I think it's Sophie Cyborg. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. That's an answer you expected? I'm sorry. I don't like George Russell. You guys are mean. Jesus. Alonso for the World Driving Championship. We can dream, Flight. We can dream. But hey, Aston does have Adrian Newey, man. You never know. I would like it if Charles won one. That'd be good. Or if Lewis took one with the Ferrari, but is Lewis even driving for Ferrari anymore? Like, I don't even know. I have not seen that, Chris, no. I know, Pigeon. I'm just busting your balls. Relax. Your stupid pigeon balls. I don't even know, Cirrus. I haven't been following, dude. Formula One really tried, despite their best efforts, you know, made me not want to watch. All right, Shirley. See you, buddy. Looking at that Artemis 2 timeline, there's an activity called Flywheel Day in the life schedule for FD03 during the Translunar Coast. Wonder what that is. Flywheel Day? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Paul. What's going on, buddy? How are you feeling? Flyke and I feel a little bit better, but, you know, I've been drinking a ton of water. Mutter, what the heck is that thing? Oh my goodness. Huh. How are you? I'm good. How much have you eaten? I ate when I took a little bit of a break, Flykin, to try to get some gas in the tank. But here, look. You want to see how much water I drank over the course of this stream? 4 bottles. This is my 5th. That's a lot of water. Dude, I firmly believe that I'm just dehydrated. Like, it's been below freezing here at my house for like the past 2 weeks. And it's the humidity, because it's below freezing, is running between like 15 and 5%. Bro, like, I feel like I'm eating sand at times. Like, I'll wake up in the middle of the night, I'm like, you know? Did you refill those, or is the tap no bueno? Magellan, I don't have water up in the garage. There's no water up here. No water line coming to the garage. tap's okay here. Yeah, Flykin, you got it. I'm rural, so the tap's okay. I still filter the water. That's your average humidity around here in Tucson. Yeah, I know, Kick. I know. I've gotten dehydrated in Tucson as well because Pima. I took 1 bottle of water with me for the whole day. That proved to be a really dumb thing to do. Isn't tank watching fun? Yeah. I'm talking to Alex in the back channel. Alex is like, I don't know why why we haven't had an update in 45 minutes. Couldn't they just tell us what's going on? And I'm like, no, Alex, you get blogs. Blogs for you. No, just blog. You get the blog. You will get the blog and you will like it. Sorry, it's funny to me. Subscribe to that RSS feed. Yeah, baby. Dude, that screws with me so hard, serious. Because I know what RSS means, but when you say RSS, RSS doesn't mean what RSS means back in the day. It means real solar system. So I'm like, real solar system feed? What the hell? Like, and you got a really stupid question. All right. How come you could see the South Pole cap very clearly on maps, but there's no North Pole cap? Do we not have a North Pole cap? Where the geographic North Pole is ocean, my dude. Yeah, Alex is not. He's tired, man. He ain't doing too well right now. This is getting out of hand. NSF guys are getting a little loopy over there. Yeah, but why? How come the South Pole is ice and the North Pole is water? On Earth or on the moon, Flykin? On Earth. Tectonic plate shifting activity. Antarctica is land, dude. Yeah, that's a big landmass down there. I don't know where Sawyer is, Fluffy. I think he might be home. This is nuts. Night. Understandable, Eric. Have a nice day. Yeah. Kind of have to be crazy to be in this business. This is the correct SLS experience, though. Right. Oh, okay, Walk. Uh, 56 minutes left in the window. Well, I know we're all starting to get a little crazy, and a lot of the normal people have gone to bed. If you're still watching this with me, well, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. I really didn't want this to go this long, but, you know, I don't know what we were expecting otherwise, you know? In it for the whole run. That's right. Thank you for watching with me, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, I mean, we made it this far. Might as well. Thanks, dude. Sorry for the dumb questions. I don't care, serious. This is what you get for messing with hydrogen, yeah. Yeah, Garfagon, that's right. I am not normal. It's 5 a.m. here. Pat, you're a beast. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Helicali, that's really it. It's like if we quit now, we lose. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, you know, we got 55 minutes left. I can do another hour. That's fine. I can do it. I can do it. I got it in me. Either that or I'll blow chunks or fall asleep on stream. It's going to be one or the other. Or the other. You know what I mean? We're committed to the bit. We are wumbo maxing. Yeah, Mark, I was thinking about going to bed and then I didn't. So we're just here. Dan, you're still with me. Not clicking away for more than a few minutes at a time. I ain't sleeping until the stream ends until you pass out. Okay. Christina Cook has spent, before becoming an astronaut, a winter at the South Pole. Yes. Yeah, title needs updated. Yeah, I just realized that this is EJ Space and Wet Dress Rehearsal Review. Somebody's going to go clicking on this VOD and be like, why is Space News 8 hours long? Oh, no. You're going to get very confused. If you're watching this on the VOD and you've made it this far, good. Thank you. If you were just scrubbing through and you heard that on the YouTube VOD looking for what happens with SLS, well, yeah, I don't blame you. First of all, if you just do me a solid and say that's what you were doing down in the comments, really appreciate it. Let's get this 8-hour VOD up in the algorithm or something stupid. I hate YouTube so much, dude, but the pay is really good. As long as you don't get demonetized. You're watching it on the VOD in April. Bro, are you from the future? It's nice to be watching you at a reasonable time frame in Australia. Right on, man. How warm is it down there, Mark? You get up to 50°C or what? We reviewed all of space. Been here since 4. Thanks, Beats. How many ads do you have in the VODs? I have no idea, dude. I'd say it's damn hot. It's so hot. I saw one of those little guys in orange robes burst into flames. It's that hot. Oh, jeez. You're always awake until 7 a.m. Pacific, PW? Or PNW? All right. Anytime now. Are we ever going to see that clock move again? Some say the clock will initiate when the prophecy is fulfilled. The prophecy of Hydrolox. How many of these left? Oh, I do. Hell yeah. Broke a temperature record in Melbourne last week. Yeah, you guys are telling me about it. That's absolutely crazy. You had 43 degrees, Mark, and you were setting up an outdoor music festival. Oh, God. Oh, man. Hold on. Hold on a second. There it goes. It's running. Oh! There we go. Launch director gives the go for terminal count at 12:09. Let's go. Blog post. Artemis wet dress rehearsal entering terminal count at T-minus 10 minutes. Yeah, baby. Bacon Warrior 44-month resub. All right, what do we got? NASA teams have officially entered the final 10 minutes of today's Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal countdown, known as the terminal count, after Charlie Blackwell Thompson, NASA's Artemis launch director, gave the go to proceed. During terminal count, automated systems take control of countdown operations. Final checks of flight computers, engine bleed systems, and ground support equipment occur, and the rocket transitions to internal power. And then the countdown proceeds towards a simulated engine start. Terminal count is designed to confirm that all systems can perform flawlessly under launch conditions, ensuring readiness for Artemis 2. All right. So let's see. Crew access arm should be retracting. There it goes. That is the access gantry to get into the vehicle. Now, once again, there's nobody on board. They're going to stop this countdown at T-minus 30 seconds. It actually probably will end up reading T-minus 29, but they'll stop it at 30 seconds. The next step here is ground launch sequencer core stage tank pressurization for flight at T-minus 6 minutes. That's about 60 seconds from now. I hope so, Carbon Cool. That'd be great. How much to stand in that crew arm as it's launched? Nope. Okay. Should be coming up on the go for tank pressurization. So right now, the core stage is go for flight pressurization. Orion ascent pyros are armed, and Orion is on internal power. Basically, the rocket's cut off from the grid, working on battery power for the Orion capsule at this point. Okay, we're past core stage LH2 terminate replenish. Launch abort system is go. So launch abort system is activated. NTD commander knows LAS capability is available. Oh, hold up. Hold. Clock stopped. I know that's still going. The clock stopped. Look. So it stopped at T-minus 15:15. That was right after launch abort system has armed. Would it actually activate in this test environment? Unlikely, Phantom. So the countdown clock, this is per the NSF stream, guys. They have a view of the countdown clock at the press site. It is saying it stopped at 5:15 here. Yep, and then the clock paused over here on the NASA official stream as well. Clock's reset to 10 right as we said that. And somewhere to core stage tank and APU start. So right now they're safing the vehicle and putting it back into the configuration that at T-minus 10. And I don't know if we're going to see a recycle here. They took the they took the clock off. I'm gonna pop over to the NSF stream. They showed they got rid of the clock view as well. Oh boy. What does this mean for the actual launch? Likely pushed? I don't want to say nothing, but yeah, probably. Clock is back up with a hold at T-minus 5 minute 15. What's the minimum turnaround for a second wet dress? They could probably do it tomorrow, or well, no, it would be 2 days, Rockets, because it's a 48-hour countdown sequence. This is just the wet dress rehearsal, Jurhol. Tentatively, right now, the launch window is no earlier than February 8th, but that's probably going to push. CAA is coming back around. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. Phil Sloss is saying in the NSF back channel that the crew access arm coming back around is probably not great. It leaves a lot of questions in his own words. Thanks for covering this, really? Yeah, no problem, Patton. This is good stuff, man. Good stuff. They'll figure out what's wrong, they work the kinks out, and then we send it, baby, and we get people back around the moon. Spaceflight is a game of patience, dude. This stuff happens. I ain't worried. Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. If anything, I'm really happy because now it's probably not going to launch on the Super Bowl. Is that bad? Yeah, it's bad. I don't care. Jackass! No, seriously. All right. Sports ball aside, you got to be patient with this stuff, man. You got to be patient. The last time this rocket launched was 2022. You got to be patient. You're going to get curveballs. You don't rush it. Don't rush it. EJ Dragon is going right now. No, it's not. If this is delayed, what's the earliest possible launch date? The 10th. So next Tuesday. Or a week from tomorrow. Tuesday. It's going to launch on Tuesday, isn't it? It's going to launch on Tuesday. Righto, mate. Yeah, that would probably happen, Magellan, for sure. It's Tuesday, ain't it, bruv? Righto. You give it the 16th, ARJ? No faith, dude. Damn. Can't wait to read all about it from NASA's blog post. All right, Akimi. I will read the blog posts to you on stream tomorrow. It's the Crew 12 Falcon 9. I know. NSF was looking at it. Yeah, baby. Does a terminated count mean it's done? Like, and they have about 39 minutes to get that thing back to get it back to T-minus 10 and then go from there. Hey, Doom, 112 months. What's up, dude? That rocket wasn't orange. Yeah, I know, right? Guys, it's not going to take much longer. I'll wait till the end of the window, see what we got. Do you know how the workers know how thick they're applying the spray-on foam insulation? Do they probe it for depth before it fully hardens? It's applied from a machine, dude. It's like, it looks like a paint booth where they spin the core stage and it just kind of goes back and forth and applies it. They do check for depth, yeah, to an extent, but helicopter is heading to the pad. Uh-oh. We know not to launch if it's too cold, right? I'm pretty sure they know, yes. Pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure they tried that once a little while ago, Lord. It didn't end well. I assume there's some NDT going on. I don't know, seriously. So they had a hold around T-minus 5 minutes. T-minus 5 minutes is something to do with the launch abort system. LAS capability is available at T-minus 5 minute 20 seconds. They had a hold at 5:15, but this clock here went down to T-minus 4 minute 35 seconds. If that was the case, that would be the ground launch sequencer having to do with the LH2 high flow bleed check, meaning that the engine priming the engines with fuel. That's the start of priming the engines with fuel. But yeah, it happened right around 5:15 on the countdown clock, which is at KSC. So that was something the NASA test director saw with the launch abort system. Like a spin prime? No, high flow bleed check, Fluffy, is just putting... They're checking that the bleed valves work for for hydrogen to be able to chill down the engines. It's not chill down. They're already chilled down. It's just making them, making sure that they can, the high flow bleed makes sure the engine is saturated. Think of it more like a primer. No scent pyros armed on the wet dress rehearsal. Nearest activities was core stage tank pressurization, Orion turn internal or APU pre-start. Yeah, exactly. Interesting. I would say it's an OFI sensor on the high flow bleeds. If I had to, well, no, it was, no, it can't be that. It can't be that. Let me think. Let me think about this. Yeah, so core stage LH2 terminate replenish. They probably had a problem with the leak. That would make more sense. But that's still too far away in the timelines, Boreal. That's what's getting me. There's nothing really around there. It's like a proverbial dead zone in the count there at about T-minus 5 minute 15 if there's no launch abort, right? Like, yeah, no problem. Brandon, nice. They had a hold in the sequence, Fluffy. I'm not sure what it is. It was really at 5:15 is a dead zone in their T minus count. That's a weird spot. Like if it was 6 minutes, we'd know exactly what it was. If it was 4 minutes, we'd know exactly what it was. But 5 minutes is 5 minutes. It would be launch abort arming. And I was saying a little bit earlier. Sorry, it's just I forgot. The launch abort system isn't armed. It's not armed during the wet dress rehearsal. Boreal reminded me of that. That's right. So if it's not armed, that 5 minute 15 is, you're in a proverbial dead zone there. Like, there's nothing happening in that time during the countdown. A helicopter's out there. See it on the right? Since the groundhog saw its shadow, that means 6 more weeks of wet dress rehearsal. No! Oh, no! No! Say it ain't so! Crap! We do not know if the hold was automated or manual. If it was a manual, it could have reflected something the LD saw a relatively longer time ago. Yeah, I would say that's more than likely. So it could have been with core stage pressurization, but yeah. Ban that man for speaking that even, or I'm gonna put that damn groundhog in a crock pot. I really don't think they're gonna try again, dude. Don't you put that evil on me, Rick and Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me, Punxsutawney Phil. You blame hydrogen. Okay. When does the window end? About 30 minutes, Rockets. I would be very impressed if they cycled and went for another T0. Let's check on our buddies over at NSF. Let's see what's going on over there.
4, 5, 6 of them. It was a lot.
I think it was 3 or 4 because they had 4 rollouts in total, 2 of which for wet dress rehearsals, 2 for launch attempts.
Check the blog. Heck yeah, I'm going to talk about it on my blog. What does it do? Wet dress rehearsal test terminated at T-minus 5 minute 15 seconds. They just posted that. The Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal countdown was terminated at the 5 minute 15 mark due to a liquid hydrogen leak at the interface of the tail service mast umbilical. Oh no! Oh no! Which experienced high concentrations of liquid hydrogen in the countdown. Oh! Dude, oh, that's bad. Oh, man, the press is going to grill these mother truckers tomorrow, man. We're watching that press conference. That press conference is going to be hilarious, dude. So, that's, yeah, February 8th ain't happening. I don't think so. Well, I mean, we have to wait for an official word from NASA, but that's, Okanamatusu! Mufasa! It's done, dude. It's over. Done. That sucks. Can you repeat? So, look. Down here, they should have had the buckets with them. So down here, see these 2 little things right there? The reality is they're not little. They're about 3 stories tall. Those are tail service mast carrier umbilical housings. Inside them, you have tail service mast carrier umbilicals. That's the fuel and oxidizer lines, respectively, for the vehicle. Hydrogen is on this side. Oxygen is on that side. This one right here. The interface there developed too much of a leak. Okay? And that caused them to scrub the count. So it was during core stage pressurization. That's what did it. They pressurized the core stage and the leak got worse. That's exactly what happened for you. Yeah, you got it, buddy. That is the exact problem that they had with the Artemis 1 wet dress rehearsal, which kind of sucks, but yeah, bittersweet, Josh, exactly. Now, why is a hydrogen leak a big deal? Hydrogen's leaking all the time, guys. That's just what it does. But it's the ability to control the rate of leakage. If it leaks too much and you put too much flow through the purge line on the tail service mast umbilical, it'll leak out. That's not necessarily a design problem. There are acceptable leak rates. This exceeded the acceptable leak rate. The reason why this is such a bad thing is because hydrogen can pool. And when hydrogen pools, when you go to light the engines, it'll set stuff on fire. Stuff that you do not want set on fire. You don't want to Hindenburg the bottom of your rocket during ignition. That's why they're so worried about leaks. This stuff happens. It's shuttle derived. So it's going to leak. All right, well, I'd say we're done here. They're not going to recycle now. Hang on. Sorry. Thanks for covering it tonight. Yeah, my pleasure. The next time we have a wet dress rehearsal, I'll be here. We'll be here, and then yeah, we'll go. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. So that means SLS is not coming on then. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, that's going to do it for me, guys. Thank you for coming to this extremely long space and wet dress rehearsal review. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Yeah, the press conference for this wet dress rehearsal is tomorrow at noon. So we're going to start off with that. That'll be fun. That'll be real fun. Something like that, Gaw, right? Hey, it's not a heat shield issue. Am I right? Am I right? All right. Have a good night, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Get some sleep. And thank you for watching.